Let's see who's awake.
Oh, come on, you know the sort of sad bastards that are out there.
Oh God, please don't let me be Robert. Please don't let me be Robert.
They're all sad bastards like us. Right, hang on a minute. I'm going to grab a lighter.
All right.
There you go. Look, over here. Popcorn.
Way Doritos.
Oh, I started something now. Oh yeah, I think this is. There's a few for you as well. It's gone a bit stale, so they don't seem to care. They don't give a
No,
monkey's.
dogs have a low threshold or a high threshold. I don't know.
Well, there's now a shitload of grass out there for them.
Yes, looks very nice.
Yeah, they love it. They were running around like complete lunatics, absolutely adoring it. You know.
What about the guy at the bottom of the garden? He chopped his legs off.
Yeah, he's going to be buried there.
Yeah.
So they're putting these, like, I think it was like Portland slate slabs, and they do a step system going out to the gate.
Okay.
And like I say, they start block paving the driveway tomorrow.
Nice.
So that'll be sweet.
Cool.
There is a kind of not an echo as such with my mic, but there is this kind of something. Not quite a slap back, but it you know when you get that kind of Phoebo.
You media whore.
What?
Hello, darling.
We're doing lots of testing.
Yeah, sure.
Well, half of it was his.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
I pulled half the system apart, and it was his fucking audio wasn't turned on.
Well, it kind of was. It was just kind of yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it kind of was, but it kind of wasn't.
Wasn't,
It was. It was. And, you know, like at a drawer, it's normally this end that's wrong. So
How much do you get for cables these days? We've got a fortune in cables.
what you do is
here.
just strip them all down and melt the copper down into bars.
Ooh,
I think
Like
about
Bolton.
350. That's about it.
Yeah, about
350.
mate. And you got to say bruv a lot.
Bruv.
Right, bruv. Yeah, I'll take the metal off you, bruv.
There's a lot of that going on around here with lead off church roofs. That's a thriving business.
Interesting, there's 4 people watching.
Nobody's in the chat.
No. Very quiet. Right. Yeah, so I did a right old rip out and a right old tidy up, and it's been mental the amount of stuff that I pulled out that I don't need.
Yeah.
Some of it just through things like having the widdies. I mean, I don't have to use the Kenton 3 box anymore.
Right.
I think. I hope.
I swear I know. I've got loads of stuff connected that I just think, well, what's the point? I never turn it on.
Yeah.
It's like the Fairlight's all wired in, audio, MIDI, the lot.
Yes.
I don't turn it. I can't now. I can't. Well, I can turn it on. It just won't make a noise. But we have people in the room.
We have a couple of people turned up. Come to see what's going on.
Comes at the top of your head.
Yeah. Actually, what I can remedy that, can't I? Turn on
There
the
you
back
go.
of my head as well.
There's a bit more interesting view. Oh man! Every now and again, I still get a little. Ugh,
Yeah.
but it comes
Quite
up.
funny. When I set up that camera,
Mm.
I said, right, let's see what we've got here. And turned it on, and then I came over and had a look at the picture and everything. I mean, fuck me, I've got too much stuff.
It's what they call what do they call it? Top-down view. Oh well, yes. Now I can see all the shit that I've got.
Oh, man.
So
Yes.
we got Inverted Popes, Crested, Will Joseph.
Well, if anybody wants to come in and do
What
some
we
testing.
need, what we need to know from everyone that's watching is: can you hear an echo on my voice, or Kent's voice, or any voice?
Or not mine.
So yeah, because I'm hearing myself back.
Is it quite prominent?
It is to the point where it's almost off-putting.
But I'm not echoed?
No,
That would indicate your end, wouldn't it?
you'd think, but I've literally got.
Yeah, slightly on Robbie's voice.
Okay,
Low though.
yeah, I'm hearing it. So I've got. Hang on, 1, 2. Oh, but then I lose you. So that's. It's definitely coming through from you.
Really? You're laying it at my door, are you?
Well, no, I'm just. 1, 2. 1, 2. Oh. 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 So that's interesting. Yeah, it's definitely you. Because
Yeah.
I thought, oh, I'll turn my monitoring off. Hang on a minute. Just go with me on this. Unplug your headphones.
Okay. I sense straw clutching, but
Right, testing 1, 2.
well, I can't
It's
hear
gone.
you now.
It's gone.
What? Are you shitting me?
No. So your headphones, are you sure they're not what they call open back? They've not got like ridges. Just
No.
show me the size of your headphones. Hang on a minute. Oh no,
Oh,
go
yes,
on.
they
Just
are.
yeah, they're open back.
Yeah.
So I'm hearing myself back through you.
But that's never been a problem before. Unless I've really upped the sensitivity on that microphone. Arse.
Yeah, because I noticed that when you ducked your head down,
It went quiet.
it got quieter. It was still there, but it got quieter.
So if I
And
do
as you
that-
get closer, yeah, it's there. Yeah, and as soon as you unplugged your headphones, it went away. And now it's gone. Well, no, it's still there, but it's very faint. But
yeah, that's because I can hear these as well. Oh, that's mental. Hang on. Talk now.
1, 2, 1, 2.
How's that?
That's really good, almost gone, but it's ever so slightly there. But I mean, it's not to the point where it's not distracting or anything.
But it's okay.
It's very faintly there, but
For some reason, the headphones were turned up very high, and I hadn't really noticed.
someone needs to go for the hearing test.
Just think.
But no, close. I mean, for this kind of stuff, close backs are the best ones because say they're isolating. Whereas
That's
the
cool.
open backs are good for mixing, you know. But
well, I can put. There's bound to be another set in here.
you got everything else.
Yeah.
No, but there you go. That's sorted.
Oh, okay. Oh, I found out what the problem was. Or that problem. Right. I think these are close back. Although they'll make me look like Mickey Mouse, I imagine. Right. Let's try this. Because the other ones I use for music, so they can be plugged into the audio interface. Oh, these are quality.
There you go.
They're not. They've got a completely different tone.
Well, I
How's
can
that?
tell you, it's perfect.
I can
Oh,
go
hang
up
on.
close.
Hang
What?
on. 1, 2. No, it's there again. Just move as far away as you can from the microphone without yanking the cord out.
I beg your pardon, madam.
1, 2.
Yeah. 1, 2.
1, 2. It's still there. You've got nothing coming through the speakers at all.
No, they're not plugged. I mean, I turned them on earlier. Remember?
Yeah.
That was a bad move. All right, hang on a minute. Let me have a look and see if there's anything particularly weird going on in this.
Yeah, still something there.
Still there?
Yeah. Equal bit.
It's very... Yeah, but they'll have turned down quite a bit, I suppose. But... So, is there a way of...
Now, look, we've now got an audio expert in the chat.
Yes.
I can go home now.
It's done.
Hang on a minute, I am home.
Oh, well, that's a bit of an oversight on your part.
Is it just?
I've just done something really stupid. Hang on.
Excuse me.
There you go. Just put that in there for a giggle. Right. Yeah, but you was never picking up those headphones before. What the hell?
Still there, just a little bit.
Even if I push them really close like this.
Yeah, very, very faint.
But it's definitely headphone related.
Well, as soon as you unplug your headphones, complete. Right, 1, 2. Yeah, it's gone. Ken, oh, he can't hear me. He's got plugged his headphones in. This is just plug your headphones in. There we go. Right, here we. That microphone, that headset you've got on has got a microphone on it, hasn't it?
Yeah, but I doubt if it's connected to anything.
Yeah, I was just thinking. No, well,
we have an audio engineer in our midst. Bonsoir.
Look at him. Are you home already?
Yeah, I've been home for a couple of days.
Oh wow, cool.
Concord.
Good trip.
Thank you. Yes, it was
Good.
fun. I enjoyed the UK very much.
Yeah, it's okay when you can leave. We're stuck here all the time.
Yeah, there is that.
No, I quite enjoy it, and I look forward to coming back. And
Especially club class. Jeez.
well, that
stars,
didn't
eh?
suck. That was not typical for me. But it's funny how I saw you pick that out like right away.
Well, being as I used to be a gold or platinum BA thing, I never actually got to fly in club class apart from one time back from Johannesburg when they said I could have one of the beds, but I could only go after dinner had been served and I had to get out before breakfast came. That was it. And it wasn't that comfortable, to be honest. But, hey.
It's a lot more comfortable than Delta's version of the same.
Oh, gosh,
You
yeah.
know, the fully reclined. And actually, I wasn't comfortable fully reclined, but I was comfortable mostly reclined.
Yeah, tilted. Yeah.
And it was actually I got some good sleep on that.
Good. Yeah, it's one thing I never get on planes. Is good
Oh, I
sleep.
do. I always sleep on planes.
My ex-boss, who was the original Muff Wiggler, Mike McGrath, he would have this thing. We'd get on a flight and he would we'd sit in the seat and he'd get himself comfy and within 5 minutes, gone. And he would be out for the entire flight.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know how he did it.
I have been known to do that on certain touring situations where I haven't slept that much. But generally speaking, I'll at least make it to the meal and then I'll
Yeah.
I'm not used to doing this with an iPad. It's weird. I'm not. It's too much.
So to give you the backstory, Kent ripped out his entire studio
Yeah, no, don't.
and then started
Which
putting it all
time?
back together. yeah, this was yesterday.
How often? How many times since what year? What month is this?
I tell you what, I'm just going to go out onto the landing and I'm going to get collect up the cables.
Just don't jump off the landing. That's all I ask.
And what I'll do is I'll bring it in and I'll show you how many cables I've removed from the desk.
You already told me you had 85 USB cables or something ridiculous.
Yeah.
No. But that's normal, isn't it? Now I'm going to. These are just audio cables, okay?
Oh, okay.
Hang on a sec.
I had a pretty mighty box of audio cables until the last garage sale where I sold as many of them as I could.
I am definitely one of those people that will say, no, I'm going to keep those because you never know.
I did. You never know for about 20 years.
Yeah.
And then I said, what I do know is I'm tired of moving this shit.
But the thing is, I know I've got boxes of cables in the garage. I've got boxes of cables out there. I've got boxes of cables in here. And whenever I try to find one, I can never find the one I need. So I end up buying some more from Amazon and just throwing them in the drawers. Look at that. There's a multicolored rainbow loom. Wow.
I will say that's an.
Right, that's just the audio we're not using anymore.
Your rap career is secure.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking.
And then show me the floor. Show me the floor. Look at that.
All the stuff that didn't need to be set up.
It's a fine mess you got there, Ollie. As Stanley Laurel used to say.
Yeah.
More importantly, did you see pictures of my son mixing a live broadcast? For
Yes.
a
No, I haven't seen
E.
that.
Charbonneau looking on like his grandfather.
Very impressive.
It was totally unexpected and cool.
Yeah.
And I listened. I got to hear what he mixed, and it really did come together nicely, which is as it should, with a live thing where you have practically no preparation and you just got to kind of wing it.
Mm-hmm.
But I still am full
Very
up
cool.
with pride.
Very cool. Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
I need to figure out then why I have headphones.
Oh, and speaking of, by the way, I'm home. I'm leaving again tomorrow.
Oh, wow. Going
Where are you
far?
off to now?
Phoenix, Arizona, or
Okay.
Scottsdale, or something like that. Flying to Phoenix.
Should be warmer.
So it'll be better and warmer. Yeah, and it's just a down and back. It's playing Thursday, coming home Friday.
Okay. Been to Phoenix once. It was it was like stupidly hot.
It gets,
Like,
in the
yeah.
summertime, it gets really, really hot. But Arizona's, if you like it dry and flat and brown, you're going to love Arizona.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's
No, we
lots
drove-
of
You
that.
get used to it, though. The Southwest food is really good, and
Yeah.
there's a certain kind of cool culture to Arizona that I've learned about because my cousins moved there 15, 20 years ago, and I've been there a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, most of my aunt and uncle have since passed, so I don't have. I only have one reason to go there now.
No.
But other than this gig, and we tour. Whenever we do arena tours, we end up going through there.
Yeah. No, it's something I need to do again, because it must have been 95. I think, yeah. I was with my first wife, and I wanted to do something different. I wanted to go back to America, but I didn't want to just like go to Florida and do the whole resort thing. So we said, why don't we book a flight to America and a flight home again 2 weeks later, a rental car, and our first night's hotel in San Francisco.
Have you ever seen the
And-
movie Lost in America with Julie Haggerty and Albert Brooks?
I haven't, but it does sound. No, we didn't get lost, and this was the beautiful thing.
No,
So
they
this
don't
was
get
like,
lost either, but they both quit their careers, buy an RV, and decide to drive across.
that's a dream. That is a dream for me.
Oh, you got
but
to
we-
see this movie.
Oh yeah, I'll have to put that down. So we flew out and we got there. It was like mid-afternoon. Picked up the car, drove to the hotel, which was like one of the ones just outside of San Francisco Airport. Had dinner, and then went upstairs. Got the yellow pages, and I'd already kind of pre-planned our route. So we were going to go all the way down Highway 1 down to LA. If we had time, we were going to go to San
PCH.
Diego.
It's called the PCH.
Yeah. And then we went across. We did Arizona, Nevada, and then back up. And then we were going to go across from Yosemite, and then come out the other side and drop down into San Francisco.
No, you're not. Oh, I see. Oh, Yosemite is not far. I mean, you said you drove down to Arizona and New
Oh, yeah,
Mexico,
then went-
and then
so,
you said Yosemite, and it's like, wait a minute.
Yeah. So we
That's
so
not
we
near any of that.
no quite. So yeah, we got up to, but yeah, we did this whole thing. So we book a hotel or a motel or whatever the night before, and then we'd go there, and we spent like 4 days in LA. We did 1 day in like Vegas. We did Death Valley. We stayed overnight in Death Valley. We did Grand Canyon, all that kind of. It was just brilliant.
Sounds
Yeah,
great.
really. And then we got to Bishop, which is North California, on the east side of the Sierra Nevada, and we planned to stay there. And as soon as we got there, we checked into the hotel and we got the newspaper and put on the TV and the Weather Channel, and they said this particular pass that was going from just north of Bishop across through Yosemite and that would come out the other side, and then it'd be a few hours journey to San Francisco, was closed because of snow. This was like in the middle of June, and so we had to think about the quickest way back to San Francisco, given that we couldn't cross the Sierra Nevada. So we had to drive all the way down to Bakersfield, spend the night in Bakersfield, which is not the best place in the world to spend the night, and then drive back up the next day, literally from Bakersfield to San Francisco. And we just made check-in with about half an hour to spare. But it was such good fun, and we saw so much of like proper normal America, not tourist America, just actual America, and it was it was just fantastic. We had a crappy car, but it was what was it? It was a Chrysler LeBaron convertible. Yeah, I know, but it didn't have a roof, and we were driving down like PCH, and it's just amazing.
Yeah, that's pretty cool that it's convertible.
Yeah, that was the only that was the only convertible they had. It was the only redeeming feature.
The fact is, it gets gallons to the mile, and you probably spent a fortune on gas.
Yeah, but yeah, it was just
compared to England, half a fortune.
Yeah, quite. So I must do that again one day. Because then
it's a nice thing. That's great.
Because the other options we had were thinking about doing fly out to LA or San Francisco, I can't remember which, and then literally crossing America on the train and then getting to New York and then flying home from New York, stopping off on the way.
There's more contact in what you did in terms of, first of all, places to see, and second of all, the interpersonal parts of you and her doing it together and all that. It's got a vibe.
I mean, like, we stopped at this hotel in South California, and it was like one of those little dusty, sort of near the Mexican border type towns, and we stopped at this motel just for one night, and the manager was German and his wife was American, and they had met at the end of the war and fallen in love, and she went back home and he followed, and they started this motel, and all she did all day was sit by the pool, and she was like Magda, from There's Something About Mary, the old lady with the leathery skin. She was just like that, really dark brown, really, and she still had this like German accent. It was she picked up this German accent. It was brilliant. It was because it was just normal American people, and you just got to sat and talk with them and eat with them and drink with them, and it wasn't none of this. I've been to Florida before, and it's the whole tourist thing. Ugh. So yeah, must do that.
Florida's part of the new Confederacy.
Apparently, yeah. And the other one we wanted to do was north to south or south to north, like Minneapolis to New Orleans or something like that. So one day.
Well, that's a whole different culture right there.
Yeah.
Than you just described. That's a totally different culture.
Yeah.
It's a pretty wacky place these days, this country, but I do enjoy driving. I do enjoy touring across it and living, in hotels and tour buses for a month. Hoping to do that again this year for a while.
Cool. Yeah.
After I get done with you guys, all summer long. We're leaving the 16th of May, and I don't get home until the second week of August. And then it's only for like less than a week. So all of this podcasting that I'm doing now, it's going to be, I'll still do it, but it's just harder to do.
It just
I don't know if you
from sleazy hotel rooms.
On one tour, I did a Sonic Talk podcast from a tour bus while it was moving.
I remember.
which kind of rivals Gaz doing it in the back seat of a VW or whatever in Wales somewhere. I don't remember.
I never saw that one.
I always imagined Gaz like in full winter garb at the top of Everest doing a Sonic Talk podcast. The wind
He
blowing
would.
and
Icicles in his beard.
pulling out his iPad. Talking about the lack of connectivity on the top of the road.
Well, if there's any
Feeling
consolation, Kent, I
Yes,
think
Dan.
that echo, it's
Yeah.
only ever so slightly there, just to the point where it's not really noticeable in conversation.
Yeah, it's just weird that it's never really done it before. Or it had, we hadn't really noticed.
I'm gonna have a whole new way of doing things pretty soon. I told Kent I bought a microphone today.
Okay,
I
what'd you
I
get?
bought the PreSonus thing, the Revelator, the condenser mic,
Okay. I
and
know that one.
it loads their software on the mic,
Wow.
and you can do not so much mic modeling, but a full fat channel from their live consoles, presets, and all kinds of shit you can do with it. I mean, there's not a whole lot of shit I want to do with it except make it sound great. And I'm just kind of tired of that CAD microphone, so I kind of want to try something else, and it's on sale at Sweetwater, so I decided to go ahead and get it.
Yeah, it's. I'm just looking at it now. It's very well priced, isn't it? For
It was $130, and I bought the shock mount for another $50.
Yeah.
So.
we can hear that if you want to know.
How loud is it?
Well, you've just turned something up, and there's a lot of background noise.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's really, really quiet here.
See, there you go. There's no noise, but so you lifted something up there, and it just gave a whole bunch of noise, but the sound, the patch didn't come up.
It's barely registering.
It's the Ken Spong Boys Choir.
I got an
You're very quiet now, Kent. Your
Everything's
microphone.
quiet.
Oh, have I? Oh, what was that?
Now you've done it.
He's changed. It keeps changing things.
I changed something.
There you go.
That'll teach
Right.
you.
I got an envelope come through the door today.
Pardon me?
I got an envelope come through the door. Recorded delivery.
Yes.
A what? A what?
An envelope.
Envelope.
Got it. Envelope. Got it.
Yeah, envelope. Recorded delivery containing a couple of EPROMs for an AKS. Not an AKS, a MKS that I'm working on.
Oh yes.
And it's got my address, right? Kent Spong, 3 Gaddison Road.
Newton.
But next to where it said Kent Spong in biro, quietly,
No way.
musical notes was...
No way.
Can you tell me what's wrong?
Really?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Bonjour.
Ow! Shit! Bollocks!
Bonjour.
What's he
Hey, Jim.
Have you? Sorry, I'm just. What did you kneel on a plug? Ay 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 ay.
Mother of...
Oh,
And
Right
from
on the
what
knee.
body part did you just
Yeah.
extract that thing?
It wasn't a good part. It was my knee. And my knee went like that on it as well. Like, oh.
You gotta watch out for those things.
Look, I must be one of the luckiest people in the world. I got chips delivered the other day. Look, AD754 VCAs.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you Brits will put chips on anything.
Yes, they're going in a fair light. So,
I think my
and then
internet's a
hopefully
bit
the
ropey.
fellas-
Somewhere in England, they're making a pizza with chips on it.
What?
Oh no,
Come on.
pineapple.
What?
Yes, chips. No,
Pineapple?
Pineapple!
there's nothing wrong with pineapple on a pizza. And I'm Italian.
Says the only Italian in the room.
Yeah, what was it Lewis Black said?
You're gonna have to turn in your Italian card now, Robbie.
He goes, trust San Francisco to ruin pizza for everyone.
No, that's the damn Hawaiians who put the ham in the pineapple.
Oh, no, this was anchovies. I think he was going on about or something.
Oh well, anchovies are pretty cool on a pizza.
Oh, okay.
So we have this
This
dish
one
back
you don't
home.
have to kiss anybody. What?
we have this dish back home, which is very local to us in this part of Italy, called bagna cauda, and roughly translated, it's hot bath. And it's a bowl, like this, like a big round bowl, and in the bottom is ground anchovies and a bunch of other weird shit, and then sitting on top of it is hot olive oil, and the idea is you dip, it's a kind of a dip thing.
Yeah.
And the first time I had it, nobody told me what was in it, and I put it in my mouth. Oh no, sorry, my palate's been anglicised now too far. Now this is just not good.
Oh, that reminds me,
really?
Rob. I got something to show you.
Oh, you have, yes.
Yeah, hang on a sec.
Go
In
on.
that
Then.
case, I do want your Italian card.
Oh no, everything else was great, but I was just picking all the stuff that you were meant to dip and just
Hell,
eating
I'm
it
more
instead.
Italian than you. No, I'm just,
Oh, excuse me. No, well, Kent's about to, I think, bring in something he bought the other day that I've been told I've got to come down and share with him.
what, an anchovy pizza?
Oh no. This is the liquid variety. Again, this is something from my neck of the woods.
Some mushrooms on toast for lunch?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Oh, look at this! Look.
That was for you, Jim.
I know.
Come on then,
very
get
tasty,
it
isn't
out.
it?
Look good.
Excuse me. Front gold art. That looks like. Well, I'd say I can't recognise the name, but that looks like Andy Brooks's studio.
Name that setup. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's Brooks' place. Yeah, there you
Is
go.
there a book in it anywhere?
Is there a what?
A book.
A book? Yeah, there's some books at the back. Yeah.
No, you said something about using a book to cover up a hole in the back.
Oh yes, in the hole in the rack. Yeah. Oh,
Oh yeah, that hole in the rack. Yeah. So, hello, is this coming through? All right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep,
Hi, Andy.
Cool.
all good.
Hi, Richard. Hi, everyone. Now, Jim, did that actually work or not?
It worked, but like I say, it was in mono, and it sounded like you were only you were getting
Phasing
phase
everything.
cancellation. So it sounded like you were
That's
only
worrying.
getting the side information.
Oh, look at the box! Look at that box, man.
Well, I'll have to look at those settings and work out what to do.
Yeah.
It was just a whim. I thought, sod it. We'll try to see if I can work out.
Wow,
how
you
to
get all the
other people-
accoutrements
what-
as well. Wow.
Yeah, you get
Careful,
everything.
careful,
Box
careful
like that.
with that.
Yeah, careful.
Is that going to be a fancy microphone?
No,
No.
No.
this doesn't last. Not when I'm around, anyway.
It's a new mic called Whale Dick.
Oh, it's a bottle of.
It looks like a bottle of something.
It's a
my
bottle of
word.
Barolo, 1962. Was that?
Yeah.
Blimey.
Bitches are they? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a fine Epsom Chardonnay?
Some shot.
This is £190 a bottle.
Oh, blimey. Have you got a special occasion coming, Kent?
Are you planning to drink it?
Yeah, me.
Yeah, planning to drink it.
He hit me up because we were talking about various wines, weren't we, on like last Thursday?
Yeah.
And he hit me up the other day. He says, "What was that wine you were talking about? The one that they make where you come from?" And I said, "Barolo."
Cock ring.
I'm suddenly feeling a lot better about my microphone impulse.
Yeah. And
It's worse.
I said, "Oh, Barolo." He said, "Oh, yeah, because Fiona, I found this one in this thing. It's he gave me the brand name. I thought, oh, I know that vineyard. That's a good one." And he said, "It's a 1962." And I'm thinking, that's usually the price,
Yeah.
not the year. But yeah, so he's gone and bought it. Bless him.
Yes. And
I think the oldest Barolo I've got in mine is probably about 20.
as it transpired, it was the last bottle.
Never kept
the
a
last
bottle of wine
one.
long
I'm
enough
more
for it to
interested
come of
in
its
microphones.
What's funny
When you've
is
had-
we're all on here watching Kent crawl around the floor.
Again, as usual. Actually, I'm almost ready to.
Probably more
Bring my
happy
chair
crawling
over.
around on the floor. Actually.
Oh, you come in, have you, darling? My dad, your dad lives-
It's funny. I was just gonna. I
The
was just
internet
gonna
gods.
ask if we're allowed to say that we'd rather watch Fiona crawling around on the floor, but I shouldn't say that.
Oh, It's dangerous talk, that, Richard.
I had a really naughty idea.
Oh, there you
I'm
go.
doing it
Back.
tomorrow, right? This is a really naughty idea.
What's that?
I've taken the top off my Rolly Rice, and I'm spraying it slightly silvery grey, and then put it back on.
That's
So
cheating.
it matches the new one when it arrives.
Oh, you mean you're spraying the rest of it, everything but the keyboard? I get it.
Oh no, you just spray just the top. They didn't even bother spraying the bottom of it, or the
Is
sides.
that right?
Yeah, it's just that top plate.
On the new one?
Mm.
Well, it
Still
does look
black
pretty-
underneath.
It still does look pretty good in the pictures. Let's see what
Yeah.
it looks like when it
And
shows
I thought,
up.
yeah, that did look nice.
in
And I go, I want to do that to
2025.
my two. Yeah,
Excuse me.
yeah.
Now it's a race between that and the Osmos.
Not really. I'm going to buy both.
No, in terms of
Oh,
when
I got
they're
me
actually
refund.
gonna show up.
I got
What?
me refund
What refund?
for the Rise.
Oh, you're
Oh,
right.
yeah.
300, good.
280 quid
Yeah,
refund.
yeah. 300 bucks
Nice.
in the
Because
American.
Richard sent me his emails, which had the coupon,
Mm-hmm.
and although he'd already used it himself, they were quite happy.
It wasn't a user specific coupon. It was
No,
a regular, add
No.
this code at checkout kind of thing.
Yeah, but they got back to me almost immediately and go, here you
Yeah.
go. Oh yeah, sorted. I'm like,
Sure.
game on. Lovely.
And now
thank
it's
you.
down to 150 bucks, by the way, the refund.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I got because I only got that in this morning.
It was the early adopters refund we were talking about, but the subsequent emails halved the discount.
Yeah. So it makes it just over about 730 quid, something like that.
Okay, well, it comes to $10.99 in US
Yeah.
dollars.
But I paid
And
like I told you though, I paid 700 quid for my first one, which was B stock because it was using that coffee advert. So I've literally got a brand new one for the price of what the B stock one was.
Well, and plus the Equator 2 software that I've been resisting buying for the last year is now mine to enjoy, and
I
so
think
that's
I got-
whatever, worth another $100.
Let me check. I can't remember if I've got it already. Knowing my luck, I probably.
I've been
No, I
playing
haven't.
it. It's a
No.
lot of good stuff in it. It's a lot to go through, and I haven't gotten anywhere near through it yet. But there's a lot of good stuff.
Yeah.
I'm very pleased with actually. I knew I'd like it, but I just didn't really feel like buying it.
Well, if nothing
now
else, we're
glad
going to
I
get
didn't.
longevity now, aren't we? With the machines.
Did you see Marco Parisi's solo on "While My Guitar Gently Weeps"?
No.
He is the undisputed king. Somebody crown that man because there's nobody who can touch him. He's the guy who got me into this whole mess, and I still understand why. Every time I see him play, I'm reminded of why.
They need to be laid flat.
I rewatched the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame George Harrison tribute with Prince the other day.
Yeah.
Again, I never ever get tired of watching that solo.
No, it's pretty good, but you should see Parisi play solos over that thing. It's unbelievable.
will
It's
check it out.
jaw-dropping.
Yeah.
Right, there we go. I can do it now.
Did you see that clip they found of Prince aged 11? That was on like. There was a teacher strike in 1970 somewhere in Minneapolis,
Yeah.
North Minneapolis, and they were interviewing people about this teacher strike, and they found a group of kids, and one of them is an 11-year-old Prince Rogers Nelson, and they're interviewing him about what he thinks about the school strike and the teachers, and he's like saying, well, they should pay them more, they do a great job, and this sort of the other. 11 years old, and you see it's so Prince. The facial expressions, the cheeky little grin, the eye, it's just incredible. And they tracked down a whole bunch of his school friends who verified the footage, and they just found it in an archive because apparently the teachers went on strike again some 50 odd years later, and they wanted to dig out this footage, and as they were going through it, they saw this clip, and the guy goes, that's Prince. And sure enough, it was amazing.
What is Ken doing?
Ken is
Reorganising his entire studio.
yeah, for the last couple of days again. This is a weekly thing, and the whole
I'd
point
go
of
with
this is that
monthly, but yeah.
well, he's testing stuff, which is hence why we're here. But in the meantime, his floor was covered with power supplies and cables that he's managed to recover. And yeah,
He's crawling into the cupboard now.
you know it's bad because the dogs are at the door. The
bum
dogs
in there.
daren't come in. Look,
but
see, look,
he's-
there's Siri.
But he's right next to the mystery door that's halfway up the wall.
Yeah,
See that white door that's like about 3 feet off the ground?
yeah.
What's up with that?
That's a cupboard above the stairs.
It's the vortex. Behind there is the vortex.
You'd be
which is
surprised how
no
many
going
houses in the UK have those sorts of cupboards.
The priest hole.
The
He's
priest
got
hole.
50
on. Priest.
He's got 15 people in there repairing synths as we speak.
No, there are synths in there.
Little minions with soldering irons.
Right.
You want that?
Elves. Kent's elves.
You know, you can have all that. That's surplus to requirement. Bye bye. Thank you. Nice to see you. Bye bye. Thank you. Bye bye.
And 20 more dogs.
Anyway,
It takes
Bobby,
a
are
brave
you,
man.
are
Sorry,
you
go ahead.
feeling any better? Are you feeling any better? Are you
Yes,
recovering?
thank
Where
you.
did
Yeah,
Jim-
I'm. I think his internet was a bit dodgy. No, yeah, I've hardly got a cough anymore. A bit dry, you know. But other than that, no. But the thing is, you can't see it because of the light. But I tested positive again today, so I still, you know, I've been testing positive since last week. This time last week, and I thought, oh, I'm feeling much better today. I'll test again, and nope, still a red line. So, are you done?
Yeah.
Lift
That's
your gas
good
up on your chair. Look, you're a little bit low.
He's not
Yeah.
done.
No.
Trust me. We'll be right back here next week.
Well, Thursday.
It hasn't been that often, surely.
All right, bi-weekly.
Oh, is it not Thursday? Oh, there's a relief. I thought,
No, it's not
I thought
Thursday.
I'd missed 2 days. I thought, where did they go?
You guys want to see my little stash of old synths? There it is, right there.
Oh, brilliant.
Mm.
What have
That's
you got in
a,
there, Richard?
the multi-mode with the orange cable on it and the
wicked.
original MS-20 in the corner.
Nice.
Nice.
And that record on the wall,
Uh-huh.
Beavis and Butthead record. It's a platinum record for Beavis and Butthead.
I can see why it's behind you in this shot and not on your normal shot where you've got the Bowie one behind you. Which is much more impressive.
Well, I could also, I don't think I can easily. Can I turn the camera around easily? Well, I can show you this way. See that? That's
oh,
the,
look at that.
That's
Oh.
the trophy room over there.
Yeah.
Kind of. And there's Hendrix in the corner. That's a Hendrix tribute we worked on with Eric Clapton.
Oh, cool. Nice.
And these are the, what is that? It's the B-52s down there, and it's Stevie Ray and Jimmy Vaughn over here, and that's a couple of Grammy certificates right there for the
Nice.
Stevie Ray and Jimmy album.
What was that? Sorry, what was that one in the corner again by Jimmy? B-52s.
The B-52s down there, yeah. That's
Which album was that?
Cosmic Thing.
Oh, yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
It's but this is all in my little. This isn't like out in the open of the house. This is my little man cave room, office, TV, converted bedroom, upstairs bedroom thing, and it's not like I have these records all over the house or anything.
I would. Actually, no, I'd probably put mine in the bathroom.
You kind of don't.
I've got a Mona Lisa in my downstairs bathroom.
Is that right?
Yeah, we call it the Louvre. Get it? Louvre. Oh, hang on.
Where's Jim? Go on.
Hang on. No. There we go.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, my daughter brought it home. She went to Paris to the actual Louvre, and my wife said, "Bring me home just a small thing for the shop, like a Mona Lisa print." So she brought the thing, and we got a very ornate frame. We put it in the downstairs bathroom, and we call that the Louvre. So
It
yes,
is.
wherever.
Have you ever seen it?
No,
Yeah.
not the real thing. But my daughter has, and she said
Yeah.
it was very small.
What a
It's
waste
smaller
of
than you
bloody
think.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. She
Andrew-
said because the one we've got downstairs isn't actually that much smaller than the real thing is.
No, it's only 2 foot by 1 foot.
yeah,
something
it's
like
crazy small.
that. He used to apparently he used to take it around with him. He
Really?
took it with him everywhere he went. Yeah, so.
There you go.
and
Looks all
then,
right, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's tidy now.
Yeah, so there's all that mystery about it, but actually, when you've queued to actually have a look at this thing, it's a real disappointment. You
Yeah,
think,
yeah.
"Oh, what's the
That's
thing?"
what my daughter said. My
Oh.
daughter said I was waiting to see this big thing, and
Yeah, I've
it's
just
just
walked
like
past.
this.
I've walked
I
past the Venus de Milo and all these other things on my route there, and then I get there and I go, "Oh, is that it? It looks like a coaster that you put your coffee mug on." You know, it's just slightly disappointing, which is an awful thing to say. It's Leonardo da bloody Vinci, it's the most famous painting in the world, and you've queued up for an hour to see it. Oh, is that it?
Well, I
didn't
queued
have
up.
to queue up. I didn't queue up for an hour, and I was not disappointed at all.
I
got a
queued up for
question.
ages.
You have a more heightened aesthetic than I do, Richard.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I got a question. Why is
Go on
there
then.
17 people watching this shite?
Answers in the chat, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you doing?
yeah.
Come on,
Put a
folks,
Q,
silly.
capital Q in front of your question.
Well, at least now we're all on camera. Before you had your ass up and you were on the floor.
Yeah. Well, now I've got a floor for the first
He's
time
got
in
a
3
face,
days.
Found it. Oh, hello, floor.
I only suffered a few minor injuries along the way.
I tell you what, I got that. How do you put up a photo on this, Robbie?
You have to first upload it to, unless you want. What was it? Is it a photo image file rather than a web page?
Yeah, it's a photo image file.
So on the right hand side under the brand tab, you need to upload an overlay. And so when you click on the plus button, you just find the file, and then you can add it as an overlay. It's a little bit convoluted, but hey,
Yeah, I probably won't bother.
I can't believe you're getting mail now, physical mail, that says, Ken Spawn, can you tell me what's wrong on it?
I know. I thought that was really good.
Dom
Really
would
funny.
be dancing if he knew.
He should be getting
But-
royalties.
it makes you wonder: was it the person that sent you the package that wrote it on there, or was it somebody in the postal chain somewhere? I thought, I know that name.
At some point, we're going to get in the underground. There's going to be a sign up on the wall that says, Ken Spawn, can you tell me what's wrong? We'll have to take a picture of it and send it to Kent.
You can see why I don't use this light normally. Because lean forward to the mic and it's like I'm in darkness. Can't see me.
You need to point that mic to your mouth, not up to the ceiling, as well.
Ah, now that I can do now.
Yeah, it's a front address. It's called a front address mic rather than a side address mic.
I see.
And then it will pick you up better. Oh, look at that! Look, yeah, there you go.
Is that better?
That's much
It is-
better.
Ah, there you
Yes.
go. Then.
It is better.
Much
Yeah,
better.
absolutely better. See, I can do it now because before it used to foul up on the
Oh yes.
thingy if it was that side, but now it's that side.
I hate when it fouls up on the thingy, man. That's-
Man, that is just the pits. It sucks, I tell you.
But it is. It's like even on this modern one, it's still very, very close. You could just get like a cigarette paper between the XLR and the knurled ring.
Excuse me, isn't that a stupid mic design? I looked at that and thought, why is that
It's a
thing
medical
sticking
condition.
out in the thin air? That was one of the reasons. I've talked about this little mic here. Apart from the fact that Nick Batt was using it, so that was enough for me. But I looked at that SM7, is it? And it's got that
SM7B,
funny-
yeah.
It's got that
Yeah.
funny thing sticking out. It's got like a
No,
willy.
it's
And that's-
this.
No, it's a funny thing. I mean, like this thing's got the XLR goes in the back where it should do.
Yeah, the
Oh,
XLR.
yeah.
Yeah, that's it. It's got a willy sticking up like that. I thought, I don't. It's just going to get in the
It's
way.
all
of
about
everything.
isolation, man. It's all about isolation.
Oh, was it? Okay, stupid me.
That's only because the
this
XLR
has-
socket's
has-
built onto the frame.
Yeah, this has a built-in shock mount as well as a built-in pop shield. So this is why you don't need any of that fancy gubbins. You just literally stick it on and that's it. It's fine. So.
Well, what's this thing here? Because the actual pickup thing is actually right down back at the end here. So you've got all of this thing, which is like its own pop shield. Apparently, that's why this. I'm not got mic envy or anything like that. I'm going on about just.
Methinks you doth protest too much.
Okay, yeah, true.
No, I just went for this one because it does look, the dog's leathery bits, but also it does sound really nice.
Dog's
leathery bits. Okay.
Dog's bollocks, mate. Come on, keep
I
up.
know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Fortunately, the other dogs weren't in here.
The mutt's nuts.
When Eddie Jobson
Oh, yeah.
liked something, he used to say it was the donkey's Todger.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, don't know. This, as Chris had said, this has definitely become the kind of the trendy podcast, Mike. But it's also, I mean, come on, Michael Jackson used one of these, didn't he?
He
For his
also used
vocals.
to use ketamine. What's
Well,
it
true.
called?
Yeah,
And
the boys.
and fentanyl.
Yeah, yeah.
And drain cleaner.
What was that name? He had this really creepy name for it, didn't he?
What, for fentanyl?
You got your fag the wrong way round.
Yeah.
Thank
Hello,
you.
Siri.
I've been there, done that, and it's minging. Just
Oh,
don't
no,
do
it's
it.
What do you reckon? Yeah.
That's funny. Well, I'll be sporting a new mic pretty soon, so I'm interested to see how it works.
Nice. Yeah, I'll be interested to hear how that.
I'm quite looking forward to putting up, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to run some tests, obviously, before I use it in public. And it actually is going to kind of configure everything about my signal chain, from what I can tell, because of the way I want to mix in the keyboard stuff. So, and it's it's a USB 3 connector, so I probably need to buy a cable anyway. But I want to play around with the fat channel stuff and get it sounding as good as it can sound. I would think that with that electronics on the mic, that software on the microphone, I should be able to make it sound pretty good.
Yeah.
And it'll have a smaller form factor than this giant behemoth whale dick that I've been using for the last 15 years. And
Oh dear.
Said no man ever.
See, I need. We get these at work. These are kind of standard issue voiceover mics for work, and they are huge, and they're heavy, but they have an audio interface built in, so you literally don't need anything else.
Now he
And
tells
it's
me.
multi-pattern. So you have 4 different patterns on here, and it sounds okay. It's just that it's so damn big. And
Looks like
when I looked-
R2D2.
It does, yeah. And the thing is, they do 2 different versions. One, see, this is just the USB one, so you have the mounting thread, and then too much glare on there. But there's basically just a USB and a headphone socket. And they do one with an XLR, which is about another $100, I think, or was. But I looked into getting a shock mount to put it onto this, and the shock mount, it's like this. It's huge. It's a big round disc with the elastic. And no, this is.
We wouldn't be able to see you, Robbie. Oh,
Well, it would be like this, and it would just be like this damn great penis in front of my head. So that's.
I used to
Again.
do that.
Excuse me.
See, that's the good thing. You see, you can't say that on Sonic State.
Yeah. Do you know, we got, as soon as we went off air on Friday, who do we have on Friday? Who was our guest on Friday? I can't remember. our
Wasn't
guest
me.
was on. No.
wasn't
Who was it?
Was.
oh dear.
It was Gaz.
It was Gaz, yes.
It was Gaz.
Yes, it was.
So,
Oops.
as soon as we came off air, one of the things that I have to check is that I've hit the monetization button on that particular broadcast to make sure that we get what's coming. And
43p.
normally I hit it on. I set it before we go live, but I noticed a couple of times that it either unset itself or I thought I'd set it and it hadn't set. So I went back to set it and it said awaiting approval. Now that normally means that we've played something musically that's been picked up by a bot or some of their automated services. And I thought, oh God, what did we play? I thought the only thing we played was like the promo trailers, from the videos. And I've been caught on one of those once. And I just cleared it with the guys, and they said, "Yeah, no problem at all." Even Universal, I had one with Universal for Simple Minds, and I what do they call it? I disputed it and said we were just promoting one of the guys from Simple Minds who was talking about this song on the show, and they said okay, and they let it go. So that was quite cool of Universal.
I tell you what, this algorithm must be very, very lazy because I've played entire swathes of tracks. Don't care.
It can be, yeah. But we got this thing, and it turns out it wasn't a musical thing; it was for language. Because you have to agree to all of these new rules now about content, not just because of young people and stuff, but because of advertising. Certain advertisers don't want their adverts broadcast on a page that might contain profanity. So you have to say,
fuck off then.
Yeah. That's why this is why Nick is quite
your head like this.
yeah. But this is why Nick is so kind of hot on it. He didn't used to be, but he is now because of these new rules that they will. And if you break them 3 times, that's it.
Something, this monetizing thing comes with.
You've got to follow the rules now.
A whole load of rules, yeah.
But I disputed it. So I didn't dispute this. You don't dispute it. You have to ask them to review it, and they do it within 7 days. And like the next day, they'd reviewed it, and it was given the all clear. So you can make a few pennies on that. But somebody must have said something. I don't know. Ken's just asked, did Gas swear? I don't think it was. I don't know who it was or where it was.
Pick up the chat.
No. It's to do with the actual content itself. The audio or the video.
I can't remember there being anything particularly. I think Gaz said crap once.
I think there might have been a twat in there as well. But it's
Clagnut? Maybe they don't like the word clagnut.
Yeah.
It could very well be that. Yeah.
Oh, the perils of live streaming.
Better not monetize this then.
Well, you can do it, but you have to then go through a set of checks to say, does your video contain this? Does it contain that? Does it do that? And you have options. Does it contain mild profanity, maybe once or twice per hour, or does it contain severe profanity? Because they're not stopping you from doing it. They're just saying there are certain advertisers, and usually the ones that pay the most money, and the big ones don't want to be associated with with content that has that in the thing. So.
Well, that's a good thing because people hate those adverts.
True.
Yes, but they pay bills, so you got to kind of.
All right, fellas, I got to burn off some jet lag. In other words, I got to take a nap.
Go for it.
Darling.
You take care, Richard.
Talk to you guys
Always
soon.
good to see you.
Yeah,
see you soon,
buddy.
See you Thursday.
Ta-da, buddy.
So what do you reckon? Has anybody ever got one of those?
A TX81W.
TX16W, the sampler.
16W. Don't bother, Robbie. Just don't bother. Unless you can do quadratic equations backwards, sitting in the bath covered in ice, while someone's poking you with a sharpened stick, and trying to learn Latin verb conjugations and Greek verbal conjugations, as well as running up a hill with a big stone on your back, like Sisyphus. Don't bother.
Oh, okay. Are you saying that I shouldn't bother there, Andy?
Well, you're a completist.
Yeah,
You
don't
just
beat
gotta
about the
have
bush,
every
mate.
bit of
Say it.
Yamaha that's ever been made, but including the motorbikes. But honestly, no. Just watch Espen Kraft's video on it. He hates it. No, he doesn't. Actually, he quite likes it. Really, actually, that might be the wrong video to watch.
Yeah, don't make that an option for me because it would go down well.
Why would you? Why would you?
Well, I like sampling and I like old Yamaha stuff.
W30. The W30 will work just as well, sound twice as good, be miles easier to use, and look nicer.
Well, I've got a Fairlight. So.
Well, until you have, actually. Yeah, this is also true. Yeah. So why would you buy a TX1 43 QRZ that nobody liked when it came out in the first place?
Because
Just
No,
because.
just don't bother. No,
No, I'm
don't
not.
be-
It's a little.
Your Yamaha love must have limits.
what is it with this?
Well, I won't buy. Was it the Tyros or the Tylos? Well, I can't remember what their bigger Ranger stations are. Although saying that, I saw a video once of, because they have these massive competitions out in Japan where all the entrants, they have these massive, like, you know, what you know, like a modern day version of X1, but with everything in it, and they're doing entire orchestral performances from, you know, one of these kind of big massive electones. And they're all sort of like 10 years old, and they're just like, it's amazing stuff. But no, I wouldn't ever want one of those. Tyros, that's it. Yeah, very expensive.
I went into a music shop for the first time today in ages.
Yeah.
A proper music shop that sells musical instruments, right? 'Cause
Wow.
I was actually going to the markets here in Sheffield to buy myself some filter papers for my little cup top filter because I've run out of them, you know.
Oh yeah.
And I was passing it and thought, do you know what? I'm going to go and have a look, see how much bass guitars cost. Because, of course, I could go into Toman, I could go into Andertons, I could go into Gear for Music and look at bass guitars, but I never have. And I was just passing, so I thought I'd call in and have a look. And whilst I was there, Roland System 8 for 1,400 quid. I mean, is that the right retail price? I was thinking that's an awful lot of money for a Roland System. I looked at the bass guitars and they were very nice. And some of them were very, very nice. There was a Rickenbacker. I thought, that Rickenbacker looks lovely. What's that one?
Yes.
And it was £2,500. I don't think I'll buy that one just yet.
But it is very nice. That's why
It was
$2.5
cool.
grand,
Honestly,
yeah.
you could see all these different, very shiny wood. And I was like, that's really nice. £2,500. I thought, I better pass on that one until I know how to play one of these things. Because I've never can't play bass to save me money.
When I was married
I'd like
to the
to learn.
first, when I was married to the first Mrs. P, I used to get this payout every year from the company I worked for, Argos. It was kind of like a share save thing. So every year you'd get allocated some shares, and then 5 years later you could cash those in and keep the proceeds. So it got to one of those years, and I cashed it, and I had about 500 quid in my pocket, and I thought, this time I'm going to go and buy a bass guitar because I've always wanted to learn. When I was this high, when I was pretending to be in the Beatles, I was always Paul McCartney because I loved the bass. And then I got into level 42. I loved the bass. So I'm going to buy this bass guitar. And I go into my local music store, and I said to the guys, I want to buy a bass guitar and a small amp. I'm learning. And they literally steer me towards some cheap Fender Precision copy thing. It's 149 with everything in, you know, amp, we'll throw in the case, we'll throw in the cables, 150 quid. And they said, you'll be able to learn on this, no problem at all. And then when you want to expand, then away you go. I was looking around, I said, yeah, it's nice and all. It was black and white. It was like really boring. I was looking around, and my eyes fixed on this thing. And it was a natural wood finish. It was kind of a darker wood finish. It had active pickups on it, which I could, thought, well, no, if I'm going to try and be next Mark King, I need active pickups. And I said, what's that one? And they said, well, that's an Aria Pro 2 IG something or other. How much is that? Oh, that's 500 quid. Do I get an amp and case and cables with that? They said, no. Oh, but it looks nice. Yeah, but if you're just learning, you really, And they really tried to steer me to I said, no, I want that one. I want that one.
Have you still got it?
No, well, so I got it home, and because me and my wife, who's no longer my wife, we're going through a bit of a patch, and I'm just sat there practicing my octaves on the settee as she walked in from work that day. She goes, what the fucking hell's that? And I said, oh, it's my new bass guitar. And I committed to it for about a month, and then, because my hands are like kind of short and stubby, and so doing, kind of octave runs was very fucking painful. So it then got just stuck, and it looked nice on the stand in the corner of the studio. And we moved house a few times, and I kept thinking, should I get rid of it? Should I not? When I sold it some years later, I still got 200 quid for it.
I was going to ask if you could send it to me.
Oh,
1 sec.
sure. But yeah, I never I never mastered. I could do like 2 or 3 songs. I could do Peach by Prince, very nicely. That was cool. But I couldn't ever get the hang of the whole Mark King thing. It was just like, yeah. So
Yeah, let's see if I can show you this or not, or whether it just goes. No, that's useless. No,
no.
doesn't let me do it. I cannot put this pick up. I tried the brand thing. That was dead end.
No, it should have. I can't. Hang on, let me have a look at my. I know if I do that, it's going to mess it up. Yeah, you just got to go into. I can't remember which it is now. Brand.
Yeah,
brand. And then if you scroll down there, you'll see overlays.
Yeah.
And if you expand the overlay section at the bottom, you can. It says add overlay, so you click on that, and then you choose the file.
Oh, okay.
And that load it into that.
I get you.
You get me.
Yeah, man.
Put my flam on. There's my flam.
Oh, that's not it. That is. Oh, okay, right. So that's that one.
David Searchex just asked, "Is this an actual Kent show?"
Not really. No, it's a test.
David,
Is anything an actual Kent show?
Can I just ask what you're actually testing? I've just stuck my face in here. I have no idea what's going on.
It's a rebuilt
Then it works.
studio. Yeah, so just
He's ripped everything
I
out and
see.
put it all back together
Right.
again. So it's just.
I'm with you, right?
and removed at least 3 large carrier bags stuffed with stuff that didn't need to be plugged in.
Ooh.
All right, now what do I do? Click on show. Ah,
That's before.
Oh,
there's before. There's the old workshop. Ooh. And now.
Ta-da!
Yay!
Have
With
you-
Marcel
have you-
Marceau.
I was going to say, have you buried Hans Zimmer halfway up?
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, that's better.
And is that grass you don't have to cut?
Correct.
Yeah.
But you do have to comb it.
Can you vacuum it? Is that how you clean it? Vacuum.
No, you can't vacuum it because you go.
My boss has got
gravel sand
in
on it.
California, in Fremont. She's got front and back. She's got an artificial lawn that she can just get the Dyson out and go. Shh, and that's how you clean it. It's great.
Yeah, yeah. It's excellent for collecting the more, shall we say, softer excrements. Isn't that right, Nelly? Because you at least give it a good hose afterwards, can't you? Yes. So we found out something about these dogs we never knew. when you take it, that's why have you got spaghetti in your ear? Yeah. Only you would have a bit of spaghetti stuck in your ear. When we take them out for walks, they refuse point blank to poo. They will not poo under any circumstances. And it was quite interesting because when they had all the sand out the back before that lawn could go down, the guy goes, "Oh no, you can't let them out until we've got the underlay put on and then the grass put on." And there was the underlay was late in arriving, so for 2 days we've been taking them out for their toilets, and they won't crap. And they must have been busting by this afternoon. And I was outside with Siri and Nelly for ages. They'd sniff, they say hello to people, they'll do everything. They'll have a pee, but they won't have a crap. So when it was finished and the guy knocked on the
I'm like
back
that.
door and he goes, yeah, and he says, "It's all done, you can let them out now." He says, "I'll just go and close the gate." And I went, "All right, mate, see you tomorrow." And off he went, closed the gate, and I let them out. And they all went out onto the lawn and went, fucking everywhere. Poor old Nelly, she was like, sort of like, No, it's, bless her little cotton.
Like the scene from Train Spotting.
Yeah, exactly. I said, why hold it on, guys? So,
Weird, isn't it?
So collected it all up, which is really easy to do because they were extremely baked. And yeah, and then they started running around like complete lunatics. Because they've got bags of space now to run around and do all sorts of crap. So
literally do all sorts of crap.
All sorts of crap, yeah. So got
big ones, little ones, soft ones, firm ones.
What's it? I've got to start laying the floor in the workshop tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah, God's sake. And then looking at a new car tomorrow.
Nice.
Very nice.
Because with the current climate with fuel, now's the time to buy a 5.7 litre Chrysler.
What?
Yep, 5.7 V8.
Mental.
Yeah, SRT.
Oh.
They are as rare as hen's teeth. And I've just been waiting, and one's come up, and I go, right, I'm having you. Sod it. Even if we just park it on the new
15
driveway.
miles to the gallon.
No, they're actually quite good.
18.
Yeah. No, V8 tech has come on leaps and bounds since the 70s. So should get about 29 to 34 out of her. It's when you stamp on it and give it lots of Smokey and the Bandit, and that's when it starts eating it out.
Cars are funny things, aren't they? I mean, for ages, I fell in love with the Toyota Celica, and I had to have one. The last shape of it, that one that was the poor man's Ferrari shape. I thought so I got that, and from that point on, I always had some cars that were a bit sporty. And the very last one of that was an Astra GTC, which I thought was a beautiful car, just a beautiful looking car. It was beautiful to drive. I loved it. It was a gorgeous car until it wasn't. And when it wasn't, it really wasn't. And when it really wasn't, it cost me 2,000 quid. And I thought, that's it. I've had enough. My day's enough. And I needed a car, and I needed a car quick and cheap. And my neighbour downstairs said, go and get a Kia Picanto. I went, you've got to be bloody joking. And he took me in for a drive round in his. I thought, well, I suppose I better had, because I can't. Every time I got into the Astra, I thought, what's going to go wrong next?
Yeah.
I couldn't face driving it. And I got my little Kia Picanto, and I loved it from the first moment I was driving up the road, because it had a big number 7 on the back, which meant I'd got nothing to worry about. And I just love driving it. And I've got another one now. So the one I've got now is a 1.2. And I'm never going to win races in that. I'm a hecker's like. But I just love driving it. I just really love it. I love it to bits. And I can't see myself driving it. A total change, a complete shift in the way I drive my cars. And I just love it. I just love it. I'd had it 2 days and I drove it to Kent. I thought, right, I'm driving. That was in October. I drove down to yours in October, Kent, to pick up the bloody prune. I thought, right, off we go in this little car, and yeah, it's great. It's totally different, and just a totally different way of driving around on the roads. Like,
I used to love small, compact. Like, I got into Fiats. And my old man, who comes from just outside Turin, where everybody drives a Fiat, because if you don't work there, somebody
it's the law.
does. Yeah, it's the law. And I got into, I think I had a Tipo, which was the big sort of 5-door thing built like a tank. And then I got into Puntos, and then I went in to take I had a Punto Sporting, and I took it in to get it serviced, and the guy there, every opportunity, was always trying to sell me another car. And I walked in, and we both, this again, my first wife, we both got fairly decent paying full-time jobs. So we go in there, and he says, have a go in this, and he throws me the keys to this Cinquecento Sporting in black. And it was when they relaunched it in the 90s, and it was black, and it had the red trim and the little alloy wheels and the red seat belts, and it just looked really cool. And he said before I got, he says, now remember, this hasn't got any power steering. There's no bells and whistles on this thing. It's just literally a straight 1.1 engine. But he said, you will love it. And I got back and I said, get the paperwork out. We're having this. And so I gave my wife, I said, you have the Punto. I'm having this because it was so much fun. It was like driving a little roller skate round. And because it was so small and light, even the fact that it just got this little 1.1 engine, it was nippy. People, would try and race me and they'd get a little, not much of one, but they get a little surprise. And so I then bought a Seicento, or my second wife, she bought a Seicento based on that experience. And it was nice, but it wasn't as nice. And then I started getting bigger. I started getting company cars. They started giving me Vectras and Mondeos. And I went to work for BT and they said, you can have any of these cars on this list. And so I said, I want that Honda Accord, because they were like the decent, the Mondeo killers at the time, and they didn't look like a Mondeo, and they didn't look like the Vectras. I'll have one of those. And one came up, and I was off sick, and somebody else got in there before I did. So fucking hell. In the end, I got a Mondeo saloon, not the hatchback, the saloon, so it had just a little bit more of a bump at the back, and it was the Gear X, so it had like everything on it, every toy you could possibly imagine, and it was diesel, and it was really good, really. And from that moment onwards, I've kind of I'm a big saloon car guy now, so every car I've had since then has been a big saloon. And I just, if I get into a small car, like I get into my wife picked up a Vauxhall Corsa, so about 10 years old or something. And I get in there and I just feel claustrophobic. I need a big car. I think even if once the kids have gone, I'll still have a big car.
Yeah. Well, if I do get this V8, I'm just going to have, all summer, going to have the windows down, wearing sunglasses, playing Yo Bitch, Get Out the Way on the radio as loud as possible.
Bit of Snoop Dogg or
Elbow out the door. No, I'll tell you what I like about the car, even the one I have now, although, because you can't buy this the Chrysler 300 Estate in the States. Although there is something extremely, extremely similar. And for the life of me, can't remember what it's called. But the 300 Estate was only sold here and in Europe. But the 5.7s and the 6.1s are absolute hen's teeth in Estate. They're quite easy to get in saloon, but I've always liked the Estate. It just looks sexier.
Yeah.
But it's really good when you've got people just leaping out of your way. Because it looks like a very expensive Bentley bearing down on them.
Yeah, that grille's very Bentley-esque, isn't it?
Yeah. Although I have seen somebody put a Rolls Royce one on.
Oh, right.
And it looks horrible. This doesn't look right at all. It's just horrible.
I've often seen those grills like in my rear view mirror, sort of coming up behind, like the outside lane. I'm thinking, Continental or something like that. And it comes past me and I go, oh.
Oh, no, the bloke's wearing an anorak. Yeah, the bloke's wearing an anorak and has no money.
It's a Mercedes with a tank front.
Yeah.
Just up the road from me, up the A630, the Sheffield Parkway, is a McLaren research and development plant.
Yeah.
Right slap by the Parkway. If you come to Synthfest, you'll drive past it.
Yes.
So you forever see McLarens going up, the supercars going up and down the Parkway. And you go, here comes another one. Whee!
Same in Woking.
They never get tickets like I do.
Yeah, because when I used to go see my mother-in-law.
The Canto, and I got a ticket. Thanks. All these chuffing McLarens whizzing up and down, going at breakneck speed because they.
Yes, but it's part of the economy. They're
Oh, they're part of the economy. What am I?
Exactly. Exactly what you. What are we all? We're just fodder.
Oh,
no, it was like that. If you go down because my mother-in-law used to live in Chobham, so you go from Chobham down into Woking, and if you go a particular way, you go past the McLaren HQ, and it's like that in Norfolk up the road near Hethel. You get to certain parts, and all you see are lotuses.
Where
'cause
did they
they're
get these place names from?
Yeah.
Well, Hethel's a village. Chobham.
Hethel.
Do you know Chobham's most famous son? Peter Gabriel.
Oh, that's
He's
all right.
born
That's
in
cool
Chobham.
place then. That'll
Second
do.
most famous is my wife.
It doesn't help when you've got a Cobham.
Cobham. I
You've got
had an
Cobham
argument.
And Chubby. Oh, right, yeah.
I had an argument with a woman. I was on this training
surely
course in
not,
a
was it?
hotel. I was on this training course in a hotel by the M6 near Walsall, and I haven't remembered. It was what was it? I can't remember what the hotel was. Anyway, and she said, "Oh yes, I come from Cobham," and I said, "Oh really? Yeah, because my wife's from a little bit down the road, Chobham." She goes, "No, Cobham." I said, "No, Chobham." She goes, "No, Cobham." I said, "No, my wife lives in Chobham, or comes from Chobham." She says, "No, it's Cobham. It's not pronounced Chobham." Then I said, "No, you live in Cobham. She comes from Chobham," and she wouldn't have it. And yet she lived there. She lived in Cobham, and she wouldn't have it.
Yeah.
Hang on a minute. Don't tell me that Cobham and Chobham are next to each other, because that must drive.
They're very
me
close to
mental.
each other.
They're quite close, yeah.
So if you drive around the M25, you get to Cobham Services. 2 junctions later is Chobham.
Yeah.
So they're that close. Yeah.
DHL has such fun down there.
Oh, UPS screwed me over again today. Supposed to be having a package from Eindhoven, and it's a new gas lift for this chair. The gas lift has gone on it. It's because I'm a fat bugger. But they sent me out a new one free of charge, and they sent it UPS. And it was supposed to come this morning at 11:15, and at 10:54 I get a ping on my phone saying, "We're sorry we missed you." And I'm like, I'm 5 foot away from my front door. How could you miss me? You didn't even knock on the door. So I raised hell. And apparently, this is the second time it's happened now. And it's not the same people shipping. They've left, because I don't have a house number, I have a house name. Sounds awfully posh, but it's just the way it is. It's just a house name. And they've missed the house name off. So they've just got the name of the street and the village and the postcode. But it could be anybody on this street. So instead of actually hitting the right button saying address unavailable, they just mark it down as nobody at home. And I'm like, yeah, but I was. So yeah, buggers. Never mind. It wasn't a synth, so I'm not so upset about it. It was just the gas lift from a chair. So, which I have to say, I bought this in July, and the gas lift has failed. It's not even a year old. And before anybody says anything, I did check the weight limits, and I am well under the weight limit. So
The thought never crossed my mind, Robert,
No.
before you actually start pointing accusing fingers.
yeah,
really
yes,
hadn't.
just I go on the defensive. But I must say, this is one of the most comfortable chairs I've ever owned, and it's a lot cheaper than those. What are those? Secret Labs, I think they're called, or something. This is what's this?
Looks like you took it out the back of your car.
Yeah,
It's a Corsair.
it's a Corsair. Yeah, it's
It's a Tyrant.
it's what's officially known as a gaming chair, and I was, because work pay for this, because I work from home, so they pay for all the office equipment, and I said, "Can I have a new chair, please, boss?" And she said, "Yeah." I said, "How much can I spend, boss?" And she says, "Well, as long as it's no more than $500. Yes. So I thought, well, I better not spend the whole budget on one of those Secret Labs chairs, because they are quite expensive. And I found this one, Corsair, which is apparently just as rated just as well, and it's really nice.
This is why I'm in the wrong job. I do loads of work at home. Do I ever get anything? Do I fucking hell is like? Excuse me.
Are you a contracted remote worker?
No, of course I'm not.
No, there you go.
I'm a school teacher, but I have
There
to
you go.
bring loads home.
There you go.
I don't get any tax
Gotta be-
rebate.
gotta
I
be
don't
in the
get
contract.
anything.
You should know. You should, if you've got to do
Teachers
some
just
work
get
at home.
shafted all the time.
If you've got to do some work at home, especially in these COVID times,
Doesn't say that in your contract though.
you should be able to claim.
Actually, no, there was a
something.
thing, wasn't there? There was a thing, and actually, we should have done something about this. I should have done something about it, and I haven't done. Because during those lockdown periods, we were having to work at home.
Yeah, yeah.
So we should have actually got some
Yeah.
kind of tax rebate.
Because I looked into that, because somebody said, "Oh, you're a home
Get that
worker."
revenue up tomorrow.
Yeah, go for it. You should be able to get it
Bring the
backdated.
inland revenue.
But
Yes.
somebody said to me, "Oh, Rob, you work from home. You should be able to claim for all this stuff." No, because I'm a contracted home worker, so this is where I work anyway. and I'm not. It's no special exception. I don't get any of those additional benefits. So, yeah. Oh, excuse me.
I tell you what's funny.
Now
Fiona
that
said to
Sassy's
me-
jumped in, I'm going to disappear, folks, because I'm.
Nothing personal.
Sorry,
eh?
Cheers, Andy.
Sassy.
Yeah, thanks.
So I don't mean to be rude, but actually, Robbie's given me his bugs. Actually, no, he hasn't. I'm still feeling like death on a bad day. I'm not as snotty as I've been, but
I'm collecting. Look at my
look
hand.
at it.
These are my 6 positive tests so far. The most latest being still today.
Well,
I'm still
interesting.
positive.
I was talking to Grace earlier. We were talking about this because Grace is suffering from the same thing as me. But apparently, some people have been feeling like death for a week before they actually tested positive.
Oh, right.
Which is a bit strange. I mean, I hope that's not a new thing. But I did a test this morning and it was boringly negative. So it's just a common cold as far as I can justify it.
Yeah.
Just feeling snotty and grotty and awful. So. Yeah, but even when I've been out, I've been having my face covering on, been in the supermarket face covering, just in case, because I think we have a social responsibility and all that
Indeed.
business. So,
Keep
well, I hope
an
you
eye
get
out
better,
for that
Robbie.
box. I think Thursday, buds.
Oh yes, Ken. Sorry, I should have said. Shouldn't I? Thank you. I saw you obviously Facebook post. Thank you. I look forward to those. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no
I'm
problem, mate.
I'm really sorry that you can fix a Profit 5 Rev 2 at great expense, but you can't fix a bloody crappy base station. But never mind, the stupid bloody machine.
Well,
No.
yeah.
Oh, well. The only synth you've ever seen that cried. What a thing. Oh, anyway, yeah. I shall look forward to those when they land. So
All right,
thank
buddy.
you, Ken.
All right, mate.
All right, fellas. I'm gonna disappear and crawl into my deathbed. So
Cheers, Andy. Take
See you
care.
later.
yeah. Bye.
Yeah,
See
sure.
you. Take care.
Tell the buds.
So what happened tonight, Kent?
Well, we did some testing, didn't we, Rob?
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
And this is the culmination. It's just everything's working.
Yeah, pretty much, I think.
And you've
Yeah.
turned the monitors off. You're a lot less
No, it's because
lit up, shall we say?
No,
Oh,
this
okay.
light's on. That's what's doing it. I normally do it off the light
Next
of the
stop,
monitors.
we got to get Kent a ring light, but then that's gonna the way your desk is arranged.
No.
That's what I've got.
Yeah, it works quite well though, doesn't it?
That works very well.
Oh, Fiona said to me, she goes, it's so if this car is nice, we get it, yeah. I said, yeah, if it's nice. She goes, what if it isn't nice? I said, then don't get it. She goes, so what were you ordering earlier? Oh, that was new copper spark plugs and a timing belt.
For the car you haven't bought yet.
Yeah, she goes, but what if we don't get the car? I said, well, it'll go into the next one we go to look at then. So
Either way, you're going to get.
Either way, get one. And either way, because as rule of thumb, I always put a new timing belt in it. I don't care what the service manual says. Oh, it was done 3 weeks ago. I think it was shit, mate. I'm putting a new one in it.
And belt tensioners.
And
Yeah.
the water pump.
Water pumps on there.
The
are
water
right.
pump's not too bad. Yeah.
No, what tends
But if
to
you've got
have
it-
problems is the alternator.
All right.
The alternator can sometimes be a bit weird. But apparently the biggest problem on the 5.7 300C is...
It's the fuel consumption.
No. The rear camera keeps failing, apparently.
Oh, yeah. First world problems.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose one of those things, it's probably quite a useful thing to have.
Fairly easy to fix, though, I would have thought.
Yeah, I think it would be. I've got enough webcams in here. I'll just stick one of them on the boot.
I belong to an owners group, a VWCC owners group on Facebook, and one of the most common things that they talk about is the failing of the rear view camera, because it's built into the badge on the boot, and that's also the opening mechanism if you don't use the remote. So when you put the car in reverse, the badge actually goes into like open mode, and the camera's kind of at an angle at the bottom of it. But apparently the wiring loom between the boot or the camera and the main chassis is not very good. So I'm kind of glad I don't have. I just have the the sensors. So I get this. The kids sun, especially because it's got like the sonar thing on it comes up on the screen with all the how close you are.
I do wonder how we coped in the old days without all these gadgets.
Exactly.
No.
I like to have the rear parking because, you know, on something when you're so far away from the back of the car, it is kind of handy, especially if you're in places you don't know or in car parks. That's always a good place.
Yeah.
But saying that, I put a tiny little scratch on one of the back doors, and because I just wasn't paying attention to the parking sensors. And then they had that incident in the car wash where it was one of those automated car washes that drags you through, so you just leave it in neutral. Yeah. And the guy in front of the guy in front put his brakes on. So wasn't going forward, but the guy in front of me was. So the guy in front of me decides to reverse, and I see him reversing towards me. I think, you're going to hit me. So I put my car in reverse, and of course the beeps go, but I'm too busy concentrating on what's going up the front. And so I very gently nudged the car behind me. And she gets out of the car, and she's absolutely brilliant about it. She says, I couldn't move out of the way quick enough. I saw you were coming back because he was coming back. So she understood she knew it wasn't, kind of my doing. And I looked at I said, let's have a look at your car, love. And there was a rub mark on one of her front lights. And she said, oh, don't worry about that. That's fine. I looked at my car, and because it's pushed the bumper, so the bumper has kind of sprung and kind of moved a bit. It's now, I've got kind of like crazy paving on the surface and on the top side of the bumper, so that needs respraying. Bloody things.
Well, I mean, Teslas have got, is it 7 cameras or 9 cameras?
Something like that, yeah.
It's
Well, I'm hoping I do get this motor, because if there's one thing I absolutely adore doing in the summer, is being out the front, stripping an engine down. Love it. I absolutely adore it.
You need a pretty decent hoist to deal with that one, though.
Oh, yes. They have the various bits and pieces required. Yes. And that's when my old profession springs to life. Love doing all that.
I used to love stripping down motorbikes. It was...
Yeah, I used to build them. We used to do customing bikes, where you take different parts of different motorbikes to make a new, interesting kind of bike, and weld up different frames and stuff like that. And none of them were street legal, obviously, but people used to buy them left, right, and centre to go scrambling or whatever. Yeah,
well, it was motocross before it was motocross. We just called it scrambling.
Yeah. So
125. 2 strokes, changing the reed valves out and boring out the exhaust ports, polishing them. It was good fun.
I never ever got into mechanics. I don't know what, it just never, I don't know, I just couldn't get my head around it.
Well,
so I always get somebody else to do it.
Well, I used to do go-kart racing.
Oh, right.
And we had a Villiers 210 go-kart.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing, I mean, today's karts are, the power to weight ratios on them now is ridiculous, like Formula 1 cars.
Yeah.
But you used to scream this thing around. I think it was capable of about 110.
Yeah, I used to work at a go-kart track, and the owner had a 250, 252 stroke.
Was it a Yami?
A 6-speed sequential straight cut gearbox.
Nice.
It was phenomenal.
Well, this was a 210 Villiers direct drive. My God, it was fun. Jesus.
No rear diff.
No, it was a solid, just a solid rear axle.
Wow.
Yeah, you just pushed it, and that was it. You were just going, and that was it. That was your lot. And mind you, when I was driving it had 2 speeds, which was parked and fucking flat out. Yeah. I hit the back of somebody, it was a very tight bend. I'm trying to remember where, I think it was Blackbush, the track at Blackbush. Hit the guy in the back, and I just went flying right over the top of it. I put a lovely mark up the back of his helmet, which is something you don't say every day of the week. Mrs. Yeah, I went flying. Yeah, good old days.
Well, I just got into doing these things because my grandfather was very mechanically and electrically minded in those days. And with my dad being at work all the time, I spent a lot of time with my grandfather, and we'd pull apart lawn mowers, and then we'd pull apart radios, and then televisions, and you know, he was the one that taught me that when you're playing with valves, you always keep one hand behind your back, and you never wear any jewellery, and
Yes.
you know.
Yeah, that's the one thing I regret is I used to love collecting watches, wearing watches, and just can't risk it. It's one of those things. You always got to give up something, haven't you, I suppose.
Yeah.
But,
How's the workshop build? You
yeah,
got the
she's done.
Doors on.
Yeah, I mean, the workshop's all together now. It's all ready to rock and roll. Actually, I did put it up earlier. I suppose it's still there, isn't it, Rob?
Yeah, unless you delete it.
Yeah, there we go. Where is it? There.
Oh, very nice. And the AstroTurf as well.
Yeah, oh yes. That's all just complete. This day was taken this afternoon. So they're just
Have you
finishing
got have you got a drain, an open drain, so you can just flush the dog waste off the AstroTurf with a hose pipe?
Well, the thing is, it's that AstroTurf is what they call dog friendly.
Oh, okay.
So underneath that is it's a layer of sand and then a layer of gravel for drainage. But we've got this spray that we've got for the grass anyway to masks. Well, it actually kills off the odours, and yeah, so it's really nice. But I tell you what is amazing, those air conditioning systems.
Yeah.
I thought it was just going to heat the place a little bit, and it's actually like, Christ, it's like being indoors. It's wonderful. So yeah, so it's very, very nice. There's still a few electrical problems that have to be sorted out apparently in the house, and
how many sockets have you got in there?
there's 4 individual RCD points in there, and which is going to be more than enough, really. We can run a shitload of strip plugs off them, no problem. Don't worry, it won't take me long to make that dangerous. So, and then all the benches and everything, I've decided are all going to be everything's going to be on wheels.
Yeah.
So everything's movable, and so you can do all sorts of nasty, naughty things in there. So it's going to be R&D up one end, and I will carry on repairing keyboards because people won't leave me alone. So there's no point in me not doing it.
Well, I was looking at keyboard stands today, and then I started looking at racking on wheels, and I can get a lot more racking on wheels than I can Jaspers. So I think I'm tempted to go for a lot of racks and just try and adjust the shelves so I can get keyboards roughly at levels I want, and just stick with 1 or 2 main controllers and just MIDI everything else up.
Yeah.
Or just get Jaspers with wheels.
I just put wheels on Jaspers.
They're too expensive, and the Kurzweil 26 is 1.48 metres long and 45 centimetres wide and weighs 72 pounds.
There's a 200. There's a 200 centimetre. I'm sure I've got the 150s on this. I'm sure there's 170.
But how much are they?
Oh yeah, they're not cheap, but there's a reason they're not cheap.
Yeah, but also I'm taller than the average. Sorry, I'm taller than the average person, so I don't really want keyboards down at ankle level.
What do you mean like that?
Yeah,
I play the Fusion with my toes.
I'd rather have everything from waist height upwards.
Well, I must admit the Oasis must be knocking on 70 kilo.
Oh, weight wise, they'll take a heck of a lot of stuff.
That one.
Yeah.
Wow.
She's a lump, but it's all quite robust.
Well, I've put the KX88 on that one when I had the DX5 off the rack for something, and yeah, just no problem at all. And that's 65 kilos, I think. The X5's no slouch. That's quite a heavy thing.
Yeah.
Even that QX1, I when I put it up there, I thought, oh god, is it going to be? Because that's really heavy. But yeah, no problem. The only thing with the Jaspers, you just got to make sure you've got the locking rings, and that maybe once every 6 months you just give it a little tighten, just to be on the safe side, and away you go.
Yeah. Well, I mean that SL Studio Logic SL88 with it, because that's a solid wood keyboard.
Yeah.
And I think it's bloody 4mm alley or something. I don't know what the hell it is, but it's becking heavy.
Yeah.
And it sits down there, no problem at all.
Well, for the smaller synths like the Uno and the Strike Fest and the Rocket and such like, I've been thinking about getting a gas strut, monitor stroke laptop stands and bolting them to the desk and having maybe 4 of those, just so I can move things in and out as required.
Yeah, that's the problem with all these little desktops. I mean, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 or 9 sort of little desktop things, and they're all slightly different sizes, and
they're not standardised.
They don't
have Vaser mounts on the back,
exactly.
So you can't just screw them to something.
Unless you make put them in yourself. So no, I'd much rather have something I can stick on a rack. But so at the moment, I've got this stuff on the KX. So I've got the Live and the Uno and the TD3. Do you like my little flowery dust cover on the Polybrew? And then the Sculpt and the Craft synth are on top there, and then you can't really see the Uno synth and the Uno drum are somewhere underneath on that rack there, and then you've got this thing, the Mini Bay, DF Audio Mini Bay, and then the NTS1 and all these little things. They all just they're just non-regular sizes and they're a pain in the backside. But there you go.
Well, I thought I'd go for racking because I've got lots of test gear and such like, and it if I can share shelf space with synths and test gear, it'd probably make my life a lot easier.
Yeah. I've still got to finish over here though. This is still a hell of a mess. Well, I'll show you. There you go. Yeah. Do some camera poking. Where is it? Down here.
Yeah, see, that's a nice little thing with all the little keyboards on the little shelving.
Yeah, well, they were dirt cheap. They're from Amazon. I think they were 16 quid for the pair.
Okay.
I think they're vegetable racks or something.
Yeah.
IKEA is good for that sort of stuff. Things that aren't necessarily designed for a studio.
Well, they used to do a really good shoe rack that you could put keyboards on, but when I found they stopped doing it.
Yeah.
Really frustrating.
Well, I'm down to now. With that, no, that doesn't need to be in there. Okay. 22 USBs.
From?
You're down to
79.
Jesus. Wow.
So, thank you, Widdy.
Yeah.
amongst other things. So, actually, no, it'd be 23 because I still have to connect up the MPC. I know why I didn't, because I'm removing the MPC from in here, and I'm taking it downstairs, and I'm going to study it and learn my way around it comfortably.
I saw Starsky Carr posted something about the new Roland wireless MIDI plugs, which I've not had any experience of, but I've heard that they don't play nicely with anything that isn't another Roland wireless MIDI connection.
Oh, what a surprise!
But they're like the same sort of size as the Yamaha BT04s. They're like maybe 2-3 inches long, and they're both that size because they both have AAA batteries in them.
What?
They don't draw the power off of the MIDI bus, which is it's just bizarre.
That can totally fuck off.
Yeah.
Can you imagine going around changing the pigging batteries and them things?
Yeah.
Oh no.
And they stick out. You know, at least they're probably at least a half or a third longer than the longest WIDI plug. But they're both that long.
Right.
So you can just see those going, for a bird
Yeah,
as soon as somebody walks past.
There's quite a few machines where I've actually gone and bought special audio cables that are, the right angles,
Yeah, yeah.
so that it fits up nice. But if you've got them pegging things sticking out,
Yeah.
forget it.
But he says that they work quite nicely, so I don't really know too much about them. I just remember them launching after the WIDI launch. I thought,
WIDI's quite a tiny little thing, isn't
yeah,
it?
they're not bad. I mean, if you go for the WIDI jack, doesn't protrude at all, about half an inch.
Yeah.
So that's what I've got in my Liven.
I must buy a couple of those.
What's that?
The WIDI jacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bought quite a few. I must install them.
I've just got a shed load of WIDI Masters and the WIDI Pro, the USB one that plugs in.
Yeah,
That's how I've got it on my Liven, and you just because it comes with a little magnetic disc that it just clips on there, and then very low profile on the top, just the little cabley bits. But yeah.
How are you getting on with that? Have you spent a bit more time with it, or
What, the Liven?
yeah?
I haven't. No, unfortunately, I just haven't had the time. I mean, it's one of those things. I turn it on and I start playing around with it, and I think, yeah, this has got potential, but I don't really know how to go from where I am. I'm like, I'm flicking through the presets and going, oh yeah, that's nice. I'll just play with that for a little while.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I still haven't touched that Argon 8 since I bought it.
Really?
Apart from when I pushed those notes when we were testing the WIDI that night. That's it. I haven't had a chance to get near the bugger.
Oh.
I haven't even updated it to that, that big update.
The 2.6, I think, yeah.
Yeah. Haven't even put that on it yet. Jesus.
Oh, I don't know.
It's bad.
No, but I'm looking forward to the sample trek. That'll be nice.
Yes.
Because that looks, it's very easy. It seems quite easy to understand. So,
well, it would just be nice to play with a really simple, hopefully really simple sampler.
Yeah.
That, you can go out and do what we used to do in the old days.
Yeah.
Carrying a tape recorder and microphone around.
That's it. Now, I know Chris Dodsworth, or Chris Lodi, as he is on YouTube, has done like an hour-long XFM video. And I've kind of sat through a third of it.
Yeah.
But what I need to do is just do the whole thing, put the thing in front of me, copy what he does, and I think maybe then it might, because he said to me, that it is, it's difficult because you've got a very limited interface, you've got a very limited display, but he says once you've sort of practiced it a few times, the muscle memory kicks in, and you know exactly where you're going. You're shift functioning this and doing that, and you're there. So.
But it's a perfect synth for a really good PC editor.
Yes, yeah, but of course it's got no USB. So.
Exactly.
Yeah, because have you done the update on it, the software update?
I haven't, because I saw a couple of posts where people had said that they bricked their units while doing it, so I thought I'd hold off for a bit.
Well, do you know, I was really brave, and I did the whole thing over WIDI. I thought, this will test it, updating, because you have to update via MIDI, and it's slow, and there's going to be a lot of data in there. I thought, in for a penny, in for a pound, and it worked. It just took a long time because it's not because of WIDI, just because it's MIDI. But yeah, it took a long time. But yeah, it's a shame that would have finished it off, I think, in terms of ease of update and like I say, an on-screen editor. That would have been great. Faffing around with overlays and that kind of stuff is a little bit last century.
Well, I saw another post by someone who was, I think, trying to do something with a Roland D50, and they were having problems with sysx message length.
Okay.
So again, I was sort of reluctant to try and upgrade it over WIDI just in case. You never know. But it obviously works, so maybe I should
Yeah.
just go ahead and do it.
Yeah. No, I've had zero issues, apart from issues in prototypes before in beta testing. That was the only. I think the biggest one was I couldn't get my WIDIs working on the modal stuff, not the Cobalt, not the Sculpt or anything like that, and we couldn't figure out why. So then I got in touch with Mike Malloy, who's the sort of like the head engineer over there.
Yeah.
And he said, no, I can definitely confirm that there's voltage going through to the MIDI ports on all of those instruments, even the Sculpt and the Craft Synth. So he said, can you put me in touch with the guys at CME? So I, introduced them via email. I think the guys at CME sent the WIDI units down, and there was a firmware update for the WIDIs, and lo and behold, it all worked. So...
I've got to say, CME support is absolutely fantastic. I think it's unparalleled.
Yeah.
And the fact that you can post something on the CME Facebook site and, Thomas Gerbrands will respond.
Yeah. And Zhao, if he's around.
Yeah.
But yes, no, they're very, very good. Very good. Don't care what anybody says. If you've tried it and you didn't like it, fine.
There's something wrong with you.
But there probably is something wrong with you, or you've not set it up correctly. Because the amount of times I've seen posts in that in the Facebook group saying, "I've got this, and this, and it's not working," and then somebody will pop up and say, "Oh yeah, you've just got to do it like this." This is how you configure the chain, so to speak, and then it's all done. So it's like every problem somebody comes up with, and every time somebody comes up with, like for example, it won't work on this particular piece of gear, you tell them, and very shortly after there's a firmware update and it works. So yeah, can't fault them. I actually need to set up my groups now. I've been really lazy. I keep thinking I should set up a group, because at the moment I have one that's constantly on. The Bluetooth, the Bluetooth one, they're all fucking Bluetooth. The USB one, I've got one of those in the Mac, and then everything else, as soon as I turn one thing on, that connects. So I need to sort it out so that they all connect as a group, with the keyboard as the central one. I'd like to actually try them with some hubs and see how they work in a hub situation.
Yeah, well, I've got a couple of the M Audio, 4x4s, so I'll give those a shot.
I keep looking at. I've got a search open on eBay. The Yamaha UX256, which was
Was that the 8-port?
Yeah, it was the 256 channel USB interface from like was it 1999 or 2000 or something? And come here, son. That's the hard drive. These things.
Yes.
Yeah. So you have 6 pairs of regular MIDI, and then 2 TG serial ports, because those were the things back then. And I keep finding
those little weird 9-pin DIN that Yamaha always used to use.
Yeah, it's basically an Apple serial interface type thing. You can just about see it there. Look.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've got a Roland SC88 that uses that. The CS6X uses that, and the CS1X that I used to have used that, and they were really useful for it. So it gives you 16 channels in and out off of one single connection. But I keep finding these on eBay, and whenever there's one that's sort of like 50 quid or less, which occasionally is, I buy them, because they're a huge amount of MIDI channels in just one little USB box, and it still works to this day. And the Yamaha USB driver for the latest versions of Windows and Mac OS still supports these.
Oh,
so I've now got 4 of these.
I might be bidding against you then.
Yeah, I've got 4 of them here and there, and I've got what's the other one? I've got the ESI, the orange one, the metal orange one, which I have to say is very nice. and it's got 16 ports, and they're auto sensing, so it doesn't matter whether you stick an in or an out, it knows, and it just configures. And it's got lots of USB ports on it as well, so it's quite handy for that sort of thing. But
I would like a 16-channel MIDI router rather than just a patch box with a couple of USB ports on.
Well, this is the one thing about this that when I originally bought the first one, which was around 1999, 2000, something like that. One of the reasons I bought this, because it had lots of MIDI capacity, but also it came with a software patch bay. So when you loaded it up, you could configure it and send anything to anything in this little software thing. And I seem to recall, although I can't remember rightly now, but I think there was a way that you could actually store that configuration so that you could then take it off that system and plug it in to another computer and retain that patch configuration. I think I might be wrong, but I've never really used that.
I suppose I could do something with WIDI and the M Audio MIDI sports, and then do it through grouping. So you could hang 4 synths off. Theoretically, hang 4 synths off one set of the WIDI buds, and have them all set in different MIDI channels.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'll have to have a play with that. I hadn't. That has literally just occurred to me now. So, yeah, that could be worth playing with.
I need to bring this. I bought this on a whim on eBay. Yamaha sound. It's a Yamaha sound cake.
Okay, what does that do?
It makes cakes from sound. No, it's a little battery powered mixer. So you've got a mic and line input on that side.
Yeah. Does it do phantom power?
Yep. And you've got an auxiliary input as well, so you can plug in an MP3 player, your phone or something. And then on the other side, you've got a headphone socket, and then these chain sockets. So basically, the way, it's very Japanese. The way that they advertise it was that everybody turns up in the park with their electric guitars, their headphones, and one of these, and then you chain these sound cakes together, and then basically you can mix the input, and get it's like an own personal little monitoring system. But I bought it because I thought, if I want to film something on using my iPhone, and I want to get quality audio in, I can just get a cable to go to the iPhone and then plug everything into this, a microphone and an instrument and that. And it all just became very convoluted, so in the end I just record everything separately anyway, and then just sync it all up in the software. But I thought that might be a useful way, but it was only 25 quid, I think.
Have you got one of those little mini clapper boards?
I want one, because I was filming some stuff the other day, all that Korg stuff that I got out, and I was just basic because I wasn't using a microphone, so I was going like this in front of the camera, so I could get some sort of thing, and then realizing that the audio is coming straight out of the synth into my DRO5.
So there's no mic. Yeah.
So there's no mic. So I was I thought I've got to visualize this somehow. So I'll get my finger prominently going, ding, and then just oh yeah. And actually, what I was, because I do a lot of that kind of stuff for work, I can see the waveforms, and I can see the matching, even if they're not quite the same. I can see the matching peak, and I can literally just drag them, and 99 times out of 100, I've got it in sync just by looking at the waveform rather than just listening. And so I could I could see the peak of the note, and I could see the peak of the sound of my finger hitting the plastic keyboard, and there you go, all in sync. So yeah, managed to get those off thankfully in time.
So how do you find all this obscure Yamaha stuff? I mean, whenever I search for Yamaha, I have to immediately exclude motorbikes and gear.
That's a pain. Yeah, that is a pain.
Yeah. Oh, look, there's a BC3.
And
it's for a 250cc.
Well, when I was searching for an FS1R, there's
You get the Yamaha bike.
Yeah, you get
FS1E.
exactly. It was just like, oh Jesus. So you do have to kind of set up a search, because you can go into your eBay and set up custom searches and profiles, and eventually you do kind of filter it out. But yeah, it's just a case of perseverance. And now the thing is, I get an email, about three emails a day from all of my automated searches on eBay that are mostly either fridge magnets or RAM cartridges. So like, oh look, DX5, and you think £8.50, what's that? And it's a fridge magnet. So unfortunately, you can't filter out too much stuff. But actually, that reminds me, I want to see how much that stuff is going on Vimeo.
Oh yeah.
This guy pops up right on the Facebook Fairlight, well, one of the Fairlight Facebook groups, and this was about a week ago. And he says, "I'm getting a Series 2X in," and it was like 11 days time. It was very precise. I'm getting that, and its light pen doesn't work. How easy are these to fix? And I thought, hang on a minute, the Vimeo auction finishes in exactly the same number of days, and that had a dodgy pen on it. So I looked, and yeah, it was the same one. And he's being very presumptuous. He's bid on it, and he thinks he's going to win it. So I said, well, A, they're not very easy to fix, and B, you're a bit presumptuous. I know somebody else who's bidding on that, and he has very deep pockets. So you're up for a fight there. And he said, no, I absolutely must have it. I don't care. And, I think I mentioned this on Thursday. I don't care if I have to pay £30,000 for it. I'm like, go. I'll tell you what, I'll sell you one for 30,000.
I'll sell you one, exactly, yeah.
But I noticed, because I looked on the website, and he's still the top bidder. That is at, I think it started at 4.5. It's now at 5.7. He's the top bidder on it. And he's also the top bidder on the DX1, which is currently at £12,000. So, yeah,
I mean,
that sort of money.
They're lovely pieces of gear. But, and I mean, I love old gear. I mean, I'm surrounded by lots of really old shit from 1920s onwards. But even if I had the money, I do not think I would invest in either a DX1 or a Fairlight. I mean, I hope that if I really wanted to play a Fairlight, I can meet up with you again sometime and play on one of yours.
That's it, yeah. I'll spend the money, you just come and play it.
Yeah. And the DX1, like the CS80, beautiful things. And they can sound fantastic. But I'm not a good enough musician to get the best out of them, and it'd be one of those things that would just become a museum piece rather than a go-to synth for me.
Yeah, and that's whenever I speak to people about this, the analogy that always comes up is the classic car analogy. Why would you buy a classic MG or a classic Ferrari or a classic this or a classic that? Because a 50-year-old car, yes, you love it because it's the car that your dad had when you were a little boy, or maybe the car your granddad had, or maybe the car your next door neighbour had that you just fell in love with. But they're a 40 or a 50-year-old car, and nobody makes the parts for them anymore, so you're going to have to put in a lot of work, and they will break down once a month.
Or own a really expensive CNC mill.
Yeah,
six-axis CNC mill.
Or know someone who can fix them. Yeah, exactly. So, they're not always going to be fun. They're often going to be frustrating, and they are probably going to be expensive to maintain.
Yeah.
But if you're happy to do that, and many, many, many people are, particularly in the classic car world and any other kind of vintage piece of technology, as long as you're happy with that, then go ahead and make the investment. But the amount of times I've spoken to people and they said, "Oh, I'd love a Fairlight. Oh, I'd really love a Fairlight," and I'm like, "Would you though? Would you really? Would you be able to put up with booting it up and waiting for a couple of minutes for things to load up? And if you want to load up a sample, you've got to remember which disc it's on, and then you've got to put that disc in there, and you've got to load up the disc, and then you've got to select your sound, and then it's going to load up that sound, that one sound."
Or you could do it in Quasar Beach and it would take 10 seconds.
Exactly, yeah. or you can use a plugin, or you can just have, you say to people, why do you want a Fairlight? And they say, oh, it's the nostalgia, it's this, it's that, it's what, yes, it's great, but that nostalgia is going to cost you time and money, and it's going to frustrate you. The first time I ever turned a Fairlight on and started messing around with a Series 3, which is technically the most advanced one, it was like, oh my God, I've got to unlearn so much stuff to, kind of figure this thing out. And when you ask them why they want it, and you say, well, do you really want it for that? What do you really want it? What they really want is the sounds. They want the sounds.
Exactly.
Well, those sounds are available in libraries all over the place. And I challenge anyone to discern whether say, for example, in that recent Tears for Fears single, where they've got the Syrah sound from the 2X library in there, I can't tell whether that's a genuine Fairlight or whether that's more than likely the plugin, or even just a sample library. You won't be able to tell, and I don't care what Espencraft says. In the mix, you cannot tell. So, but save your money,
Yeah, but it makes a fantastic piece of furniture. It's like the
it's a lovely
Yamaha ESX1, the 1970s. Or 60s looking white curved case one.
Yeah. Or was it the Moog Constellation? That was a big white.
Yeah,
molded plastic
it looks beautiful.
Oh yeah,
but you can achieve everything on that on a modern keyboard.
Exactly, and
it just looks nice.
Yeah, it does. And I must admit, when I swivel around and I see a Fairlight behind me, I was like, that's nice. Yeah. That's what I always wanted, but. Do I use it as much as the plugin? Of course I don't. I can't now because it's got no voice cards at the moment. But
there'd be a good market for someone to do a Raspberry Pi based version.
Funny you should
using
say
a CRT monitor.
Funny you should say that.
Oh, is someone working on that?
Well, somebody was working on that to a point where they'd had prototypes built. I can't say because I'm under NDA.
Yeah.
Still, but yeah, that was a thing, and somebody basically said, "Well, I've now got an easy touch screen. I can just put an iPad in there, or even just buy a standard TFT that you can plug into a Raspberry Pi. Either way, I've got that capability, and I can build a 37-note controller and fit everything I need into there, and lo and behold, you've got a.
But you can get a light pen working on a CRT.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, that was definitely a thing. I mean, I keep talking to Jean-Luc, the guy that does Quasar Beach, and he's pressing on with Alias. What's he calling it? Alias 3 or something, which is like the Series 3 clone type thing, which I think he's really kind of going beyond what the Series 3 was, and he's doing some great stuff. And I just wish that he'd wrap it up into a plugin, because that would seal it.
Yeah.
But I have to say, I worked with him, or consulted with him on the original Quasar Beach, and we were testing things and making sure that it was doing the way a Fairlight would do it. And then that got to a point where he finished it, but he added all this new stuff in, which is very cool, and it was very interesting to have some of that sort of functionality. And I had to give a presentation, like a little seminar thing, for the University of Creative Arts, which is down, I think, Farnham Way. Yeah. And I wanted to show them what a Series 2 interface looked like. But I didn't want to show them Quasar Beach because it had got all these extra things that the original didn't have. So I said to John, I said, how difficult would it be for you to just remove all of that extra stuff and just give me as close to a Series 2 as you can?
Just roll back to version 2. Yeah.
But he said no, I can do that absolutely. And the next day he sends me this file, and there it is. I've got my own bespoke custom version of that, which has all of the latest code in it, but none of the fancy new little features, apart from the essential ones, like having the MIDI connectivity and all that stuff. But it's much easier for me to then share that on a Zoom call than it is to do what we did in Sheffield,
taking the whole kit up,
and taking the kit up, and also then getting a camera and taping it up. There was gaffer taping it to all sorts of things to get this because I said to Annie, I said, if you want the screen on the projection wall at the back, how are you going to do that? Do you have the kit? Oh yes, we have this. She gave it a funny name, it's some sort of camera that they use for putting books under, and then they show the text in the book on the wall. And we've got one of those. I'm sure we can of course, when we got there, it was just like, oh well, how do you fix that to that and get the distance right? So it wasn't perfect, but it kind of did the job. So excuse me. So Kent's on the floor again. So if I would, anyone just like, if you really do want a Fairlight and you want to spend lots of money, then go ahead, be my guest. We'll happily sell you one. I've got one down in the garage at the moment, a Series 3 with all the bells and whistles on it, with all the flight cases, in immaculate. You've seen it.
Yes.
And
it is
available.
immaculate. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's available. It's got everything with it. It's even got the Yamaha volume pedal, which they did for they basically took the Yamaha FC, whatever it was, the one I think it is, the big rocker one, and then just adapted the connector on the back to fit into the back of the CMI. It's got that. It's got optical drives, although they're not functioning, but you can have them because I don't want them. So and say this is the last bit, because you remember when I demoed that, some of the voices were cutting off too early. Well, it turns out it was the VCAs. So literally this week just had 8 new VCAs all tested. So they're going to wait till my little Easter holiday, and then I shall take this thing out, because it's all still flight case from when we were at Sheffield, and fit those in, and then try and get it out, because it's taking up too much room, and my wife is getting most vocal on the subject of the Fairlight.
Only the Fairlight.
Well, yeah. She said to me the other day, she said, why haven't you got your drum kit set up? I said, well, where the fuck am I going to put it? I said, I've got a Fairlight in the garage, I've got a DX1 in the games room, and then I've got this place. And you moan at me. Oh, well, can't you get rid of the Fairlight? Oh, yeah, I'll just leave it out on the path and somebody will take it.
That's so much better on the eyes.
What's that?
Turning that off.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's so picking bright.
Your mic volume's gone down though.
Needs to get a bit closer.
Yeah, I'd bring the mic to me.
Still a bit quiet though, but
Is it still a bit quiet?
Yeah.
it was all right before because you angled it better. Have you got it going through the cloud lifter?
I have indeed.
Hmm.
Very much going through the cloud lid. Yeah, it's still not quite right. Not quite there. Need to adjust something.
Hmm.
Just
You haven't messed around with the filters
No,
on the back here?
No, I don't think so.
No. Because I just wonder if you've got like a
Have they got
high pass. Yeah, you got a high pass and low pass on it. No, I mean you have to actually put a like a tool in there to like a little notched insert thing. Well, yeah, quite.
Stick your dick in it.
No, I left.
No, it's I haven't touched them. It's been it seemed to be working fine, so I left it as is. No,
Have you on your microphone settings? Have you got echo cancellation turned on?
No.
No, I see, because that can sometimes.
Yeah, that can sometimes
Duck the
drive it
volume out.
quite a bit, can't it?
Mm.
No, it seems to be turned up quite a bit on the mixer, but there was lots of noise, wasn't there, when I turned it up before?
Yeah, but I don't think you turned the mic up. I think you turned something else up because your mic level didn't go up, but the noise did. So I
Did
don't
you
know what
turn
that
the
was.
mic level up in the app, or did you turn the mic level up on the hardware?
You did it on the hardware, I think.
Yeah, on the hardware.
Oh dear, I need to get a drink.
It's the one frustrating thing about the StreamYard software is that I don't get any feedback from it. So I can hear you guys, but I can't hear me, so I don't know what my gain
You
is.
can't hear
like.
you.
No.
You should be.
No,
able
I don't
to.
get it either.
That's better, by the way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
What about background noise?
No, it's good.
That's good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So what? When you say you don't get any feedback, you mean
I can't hear
can't
my
hear yourself?
voice, so I don't know how loud I'm coming across.
Oh, that's weird. Well, it all depends.
Well, you don't
on how,
want to really.
Well, no, I
bad?
do.
No. I mean, because if you can hear your own voice, there will be a slight delay
So what's
through it.
what,
and it'll
what's your
start tripping over yourself.
microphone and headphone path, Sass? What have you got?
I've got a UMC 22 USB to the PC.
Yeah,
The mic's plugged directly into that,
yeah.
and my
And your
headphones are plugged into that as well.
And have you not got a monitoring function on there?
Yes, but I've got the gain turned down. If I turn the gain up, I can then hear my voice through the headphones, but then I don't know how loud it is,
You're quite
or how
loud.
much,
That's
or
quite
how
loud,
much background noise is coming out. So
No,
I
no,
sort
Was
of-
it
not
UMC
much.
what? Sorry.
I think it's a UMC 22.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Euphoria UMC 22.
Because I've had this conversation with Kent. I route everything into a mixer. Then the mixer output goes into my audio interface, and that then feeds the computer. And I monitor from the headphone socket on the audio interface. But I've got a Scarlett 2i4 that has a direct monitoring feature.
Oh yeah, I've got
And I
that
can
as well. But
mix-
what I'm trying to do is minimise background noise.
Right.
So I've got my gain on the UMC set at about 12 o'clock, and then I'm using the settings within StreamYard then to adjust the mic volume.
So you got the little on the right hand side. You got the little direct monitor switch, and then next to that there's an output level.
Yes.
That output level, is that just? Yeah, because you can't mix, can you? You're only going to be monitoring.
Oh yeah, but if I turn the gain up on the UMC, I can then hear it straight through my headphones, and either monitor or have it fed back. But then it seems to pick up too much background noise.
All right.
So
No, just-
I mean, I can do it, but I'll just try. So
Yeah,
I'll
it's
turn the.
I think it's
settings
just
down
like
in StreamYard.
certain audio interfaces have, like you say, with the
Yeah. How's
focus.
that?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's fine.
it's good.
Yeah, so I can hear myself
Yeah.
now, but I can also hear a little bit of background hiss from all the shit that I'm surrounded by.
Right. Okay.
I don't know whether you can hear that, but I certainly can.
Not really.
Not really. No.
No.
Okay, I'll leave it like that then. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. No. Because I when I used to do internet radio, I wanted to get. Obviously, I had lots of music on the computer I was playing, but also I had vinyl, and so I wanted to put it all together and play it through the streaming software.
Yeah.
And I got to this point where I was just like pulling my hair out, with trying to mix audio that was coming from the computer with audio inputs from turntables and stuff.
Yeah.
And in the end, I just thought, no, stuff this, and I got this little Behringer, what is it? 120 something or other. And it's it was cheap and cheerful. I thought if it doesn't work, I haven't wasted a huge amount of money. And I plugged the microphone into that. I plugged the turntable into that. And then I even plugged the computer into that and just plugged it into another second audio interface. And then just mixed in hardware.
Yeah.
And,
Well, I did try this setup through a mixer, but I actually prefer the sound of it just going direct through the UMC.
Mhm.
With the mixer, yeah, sure, I can EQ it and make myself sound a lot better than I really do in real life. But it's, frankly, it's just pissing about with more wires that I don't need at the moment.
Mm. Yeah, so I just got to a wandering turtle. I don't know who you are, but I've never hidden the fact that I've got a little Behringer desktop mixer. In fact, hey guys, put that in your fucking pipe and smoke it.
I've got a little
I've got 4 of these fuckers around the place, and they're
They
cheap
work.
and cheerful, and they work.
Yeah.
I have a Behringer Rack Pro 12 channel
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah,
little Behringer thingy.
yeah.
Yeah, it does the job. It doesn't. It does the job better than the X32 did,
Which died. Yeah.
which died.
Yeah.
Which was really annoying because it was a very, very nice mixer. Actually, it was pretty sweet, and for the money, it was ridiculously cheap. But it didn't last. So that cancels it out.
Yeah.
Isn't that the way? I mean, yeah.
But I heard a few people have said that their 32s have died on them.
Yeah. But it is almost disposable. I mean, I hate to say
Sad.
it, but
Yeah.
it's one thing buying an AMS Neve desk, and it's another buying a Behringer desk.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
if you go for the AMS, I mean, I'm lucky. I know someone who was an engineer there, and I got to tour the factory on many an occasion, and got to see Peter Gabriel's desk being made. And I mean, their quality control is outstanding. But even then, things still break on them. It's just, you can fix them, you can get them repaired, you can
Exactly.
get them serviced. And they do need to be serviced. I mean, any half-decent recording studio is going to either have an on-site engineer who's going to service things, or they will get their kit serviced.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the last thing you need is a crackly fader.
Yeah. Especially if you're Peter Gabriel. I might actually get to see that, or I don't know if you still got that desk.
It was shipped down to a studio in box.
Yeah. Well, he's got all these different rooms now, because he's obviously got the main room, and then there's, but they've just re-kitted out some of the rooms in there because they've made one of them a Dolby Atmos room. Because you got to these days.
I mean, how much would that have cost? Jesus.
Yeah, well, this is Peter Gabriel, isn't it? What
Is that you, Kent?
Yeah. Oh, hang on.
Oh, there you go, transpose.
I thought it was a loose wire or something to start with.
It was very low frequency, wasn't it? Yeah, I might be getting to go down to Real World in a couple of months. I don't know. It's all a bit.
It's just taking all
sketchy at
this
the
time to get the rolly block to work.
Mm.
I didn't know why it was being such a little cow. Yeah, cool. All right.
There you go.
Sounds nice.
Keep getting this thing stuck between my toes. It's annoying.
I was watching this video before I jumped on here. Interview with Nicholas Collins, Phil's son.
Oh, right, yeah.
And he did a little bit of an interview with this guy from, I think it was Sweetwater or something, but he did a small little kit tour, and his kit is pretty much identical to his dad's for the Genesis tour and the Phil Collins tour.
Yeah.
And it's so much. I love those big Gretsch concert toms, or the small to the big that he has. That they're all set up like up here somewhere, stupidly high. Phil Collins is like 5'0", and the drums are up here. But what a glorious, glorious sound! So
I
was
just going to say, I mean, Phil Collins is still, when I listen to his back catalogue, either with Genesis or as solo, absolutely outstanding. And how the hell he managed to sing and drum at the same time that well, I do not know.
Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, he does not lose a breath. It's phenomenal.
And he's got such a powerful voice and such a powerful, hit as well. I mean, he's very dynamic. That's what I loved about Collins' drumming, was it was so dynamic. He could do, he could go from soft to loud to, it's just, it's such a tragedy to see him. I was half tempted to go and watch, the last Domino tour. I thought that's not how I want to remember my hero, sitting in the chair.
Wrong
like
image.
like a really decrepit Dave Allen, struggling. I'm sorry, the video clips I've seen, he was struggling, and it's just not. I don't want to see my hero do that. I'm quite happy with what's up here. But so sad that like I say, he's one of the greatest drummers of all time.
Well, I think also he is one of the world's top-selling solo artists.
Yeah. Too
I
successful.
thought I knew he was big, but I didn't realise he was, that big.
Yeah. Yes. There was somebody put some footage up on YouTube a couple of years ago. It was like a restored 16mm recording of Genesis at was it the Bataclan? It might have been the Bataclan in Paris. And it was the Selling England by the Pound tour.
Wow.
And it's only about 40 minutes of footage, but they've restored it, they've rescanned it in 4K, and then they've completely remastered all the sound. And it's just like, because they were like the 5-piece thing, because it was Hackett,
Yeah.
Rutherford, Collins, Gabriel, and Banks. And they're crammed on this tiny little stage, and of course, Gabriel's all dressed up in whatever outfit he's doing. He's mowing the lawn, whatever it was for I Know What I Like. But you see Collins even then, just this amazing skill. And I used to practice. He would be my practice. I'd listen to his albums and just listen to the drum tracks because they were just so good. Yeah. Even now, like I had to break out Superior Drummer, and I've got a Collins kit on here with the concert toms, with that gated reverb on there. It's just such a lovely.
It's funny because most of tonight, when you've been playing keyboards, not heard anything.
No,
nothing came through there.
Keys going
You didn't?
clunk. No.
really.
Is that part of the problem that I was having earlier that was actually you?
Oh,
No.
I know what it is. I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. It's because
Because the fucking stupid things he does.
diddly-diddly-did. You heard it then, didn't you?
That worked, yes.
Yeah.
That worked.
So I've got this. That was one of the reasons I bought Superior Drummers. So I could get those sounds on my E kit. It was just
Yeah.
love it. So,
Now it's down under.
now it's what?
Down under.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go on in.
Just need the kookaburra now.
I can't even remember what that pattern goes. Yeah.
It was very close to that and then repeat it.
Yeah. So,
Ellie?
something like that. Wasn't it?
Something like that.
Something like that. I could, because I'm just doing it on a keyboard. If I had the drum kit, of course, it would be a different idea.
Well, yeah. It's a nice kit.
It's very nice.
I like it.
I saw they've just announced Easy Drummer 3, which is like the kind of the budget version that's coming out next month. So I'm expecting Superior Drummer 4 at some point, which means another few £100 up Swanee, but it's the best.
That's just software.
All software, and Superior Drummer is exactly what it says on the tin. You think they're brave to call something superior, but it's
So you can wire your pads up to...
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I would have thought, isn't latency then really a potential issue?
This is the one thing I haven't tried WIDI out on yet, because I haven't had the drum kit set up since I got all the WIDI stuff. But I did get... I've got it's like the Alesis version of the Roland SPD, the pads. Yeah. And I got that and put it on a stand, and I hooked that up via WIDI to Superior Drummer, and it was absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. So I haven't, obviously with a full kit, you've got lots of things going on at once, and of course with Superior Drummer, there's just so many elements going on that might throw it. I don't know. Yeah. But it's...
And with that, can you sort of pre-program fills and things
you can
then trigger from?
Yeah. So Superior Drummer is not just a drum library that you can then play through an E-kit or play through your keyboard, but you've also got there's a groove function on here. So you've got a massive library of grooves that you can then sort of filter by genre, playing style, type of beat, time signatures, whether it's using particular drums or other things. So, for example, if I want to have,
I ask these questions, and it may sound stupid, but
No.
I'm one of these people who can't program drum kits.
you don't need to with this. Yeah.
It's just beyond my capability. I mean, I'd rather have a cello in the background than a drum kit because I can't program drums.
Yeah, this is something I was saying to Richard Hilton the other day about. I said that Fiona pointed out about how the last track that I wrote that had rhythm on it was in 2013.
Right.
So, and I even went and got one of these as well.
Yeah, that's what I've got. One of those.
Yeah.
What is that? The perk or the sample pad?
Yeah, it's the perk.
Yeah, that's what I've got because I use that for percussion on my kit.
But I can't find my drumsticks. I don't know where they are.
Oh.
But this is great for for triggering, sample libraries and what have you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, say that sits on the left-hand side of my rack now, so I use that for percussion. So if I want, congas or whatever.
I must admit, as far as MIDI's concerned, it does only have MIDI out.
Yeah, that's all you need because you're just sending.
Yeah.
You can play the built-in sounds, but you're sending data to something, aren't you? So.
Yeah. So it's all right just having MIDI out then.
Yeah.
Well, that's where it gets the
Is that where it's getting the power?
voltage from.
All of the magic is in the MIDI out. The MIDI in is just an extension of the plug. There's no gadgetry in that MIDI in section.
That might be a problem for that TR-77 then.
And it only draws some like
it's
5
MIDI in only.
milliamps, I think.
It's
only got MIDI
only.
in. Yeah.
It's,
then in which
Use
case
the MIDI. I can't. You can use one of the WIDI devices for
either
that.
the WIDI jack or the WIDI
jack, that's
the WIDI jack, because you can supply that with external power, so it will then
okay.
it will then work.
All right, that way, because I put a Unipulse MIDI into it so I could sync it.
Yeah.
So
this is one of the built-in grooves, and there's thousands verse, choruses, and intros and outros and fills and stuff.
I'm sure I could download a MIDI pack that would have that in for me.
Or you can download extra MIDI packs.
I was joking.
No, but you can. The thing is, there's a shop that you can download extra MIDI content.
Wow.
But yeah, you can build like entire songs. So if drumming's not your thing, or rhythm isn't your thing, you can just pick one from there and away you go. So,
well, I'm hoping that MPC can help me out in that department.
The other great thing with the Superior Drummer is that it's got its own built-in mixer and effects section, so you can do all of your mixing of your drums within the instrument. So. And it's got loads of great effects in there, and it's got if you load up the full version of the library, then you've also got surround mics in there as well. So you get all the libraries themselves.
I'm not
huge.
at that level.
They're huge.
When I do mess around with drums, I've got the Roland JDXI, which has got pretty much all the Roland drum kits in, and it sounds good enough to my ears. I'm just not. My brain isn't geared to rhythm like that. I mean, I've tried playing drums myself, and yes, I can. My hands can do something, or my foot can do something, but I can't get my hands and my foot doing something at the same time.
It's funny because I think when I first met Jackie and I'd got the drum kit set up, and so her and my stepson came in and said, "Right, come on then, show us, let's play." And so I started off with, I said, "Right, let's start with your right leg, and we'll start with the kick." So it's like boom, 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 and they were doing it, and it's pretty much in time. I said, "Okay, so now you're counting 1, 2, 3, 4. So on the 2 and the 4, the backbeat, just put a snare down. So it's boom, tsh, boom, tsh.
Yeah.
And literally, it was just like boom, tsh, boom, tsh. And it's just like as soon as they start to do two things together, they can't do it.
Yeah.
So like practice and it get a little better. I said, right, okay, now we're going to try with the right hand, and we're going to use the hi-hat, and we'll start off simple. We just go, 4 beats, same as your right leg. So you just go, your right hand and your right leg are going at the same time, and they can manage that because it's 2 things doing the same thing.
Yeah.
And then you say, right, now we're going to double up on the hi-hat. So instead of going, we're going to go, and it just goes completely to pot. And I don't understand that, because I was incredibly lucky that to me it was perfectly natural to separate left and right and hand and foot.
Yeah.
And I know how lucky I was, because I remember the first time I sat behind the drum kit, aged, I don't know, 12, I think, and played along to Penny Lane. And I thought, bloody hell, I can actually do this, because in my head I'd been sort of like practicing. Jesus, and I was surprised, and my music teacher was surprised, and then that got me into the school band. So
Well, I mean, I come from a woodwind background, so picking up a clarinet or a recorder or any such thing just comes really naturally to me. And then when I'm trying to play something on the piano, my brain has to translate from a linear up-down movement into a horizontal movement, and it's just because I spent so long playing woodwind.
Yeah. But it's like me. You'd think that if I could coordinate my feet and my hands in different times and stuff, when I go to a keyboard and try and do something different with the left hand than I'm doing with the right, I can't do that. And I can't, and I have to really think about it.
I think that's where having piano lessons really helps, because it focuses you on learning the basics, and then you can apply it to whatever you want.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for the piano teacher to open up and I don't have to go and wear a mask.
Yeah, I've kept threatening to have proper piano lessons, or at least just keyboard lessons.
Yes.
I'm not worried about doing grades and classics and stuff. I just want to be able to competently play a tune.
Like Kent.
Like Kent, exactly.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. No, seriously, mate. I mean, you can play a
don't
tune.
underestimate your playing, Kent.
No, I
If
just
I
fuck about.
Yeah, but you fuck about good. The grammar in there is terrible.
It sounds good compared to the way the rest of us fuck about.
Yeah.
Do you know what made me a lot better player was listening to Tomato records, going, I want to play like that.
Well, that's how I did with drums. I was like listening to stuff. I want to play like that.
Yeah.
And you study it.
I mean, like for instance, on the China album, The Long March, I could play the first bit of that, but it's when it goes to the you see, that's the Long March is actually the piano bit at the end.
Yes.
Chunk Ho is the actual big do it. Well, that piano bit at the end,
I can play that.
I can play it. I can play it now.
You can properly play it.
I needed a piano to do it. Not a real piano, but a proper weighted 88 noter.
Yes.
To be able to really get the what's the word?
The feel.
Yeah, and all the velocities and all the bollocks involved to try and make it sound like that. So I was practicing on the clavinova downstairs, and I finally nailed it. And a friend of mine said, "No, you haven't." I said, "I have. I've done it." He goes, "Nah, you haven't." I said, "Yeah, and I did it with some layer as well, because we get the strings coming in the end." He goes, "No, fuck off." I said, "Right, I'll video it." So I videoed me playing it, put it up on YouTube, and sent him the link and everything like that. And he's going, "You bastard! How did you manage to do that?" I said, "I really, really don't know." But literally 2 months later, I was like, because I hadn't gone back to it,
Yeah, you've got to keep.
And it was all stiff and horrible. I mean, what's that? You know the Julian Lloyd Webber variations? Well, Andrew Lloyd Webber variations album. You know the one that goes, was it?
Yes.
And then play all the different bits. I used to do that.
Right.
You know, and it's because that's like mind fuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I used to be able to do it, and I always wanted to be able to do it. You know, on the original type of instruments. Not quite. There was definitely some mini moog going on in there and stuff like that, but I couldn't afford a mini moog, so you know, mini moogs were like, you know, Rolls Royces, you know.
They still are.
And then when I did get my mini moog, and I go, right, yeah, I'm going to learn that, and I'm going to have to multi-track it. Okay, and I was using Port Studio, the old Tascam Port Studios.
Mhm.
Oh yes, yeah.
Fuck.
They weren't the most accurate.
Oh man, but yeah, but it was also that thing with the DBX. It was like, oh, God, it's awful, awful. Mini moog on a Tascam is just like pop, 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 pop. Like this. That's all you got out of it, and it sounded like I was punching the keyboard more than anything else. And so there I now I have the instrument, and then I was going, right, I've got to learn how to play this, and I did. I learned how to play it, but I've forgotten how to play it again.
Yeah.
So, but keyboard playing now, rather than being creative, I mean, like me and Richard had this long conversation yesterday or the day before, I think it was, about trying to approach things differently, so you don't get. You're always going down the same route. Like every song starts in C minor and everything. Like, God, stop starting in C minor. Pick a different chord, something you're not comfortable with, even, or start with a rhythm, or a sample, or anything. Just do something that you didn't do before. Just see if you can go down a different road. And yeah, it was. You know, I keep because I normally what I do when I'm playing keyboards is I'll play big musical chords. So that I'm not actually playing to create anything. I'm playing to just listen to and relax.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you would put on like an album to chill out to, I can never find any albums that make me chill out. So I just peruse across the keyboard and just play shit and relax to that. And I've actually before now fallen asleep playing. On quite a few occasions where I've just been so chilled out from what I'm playing until it's like
Rich Twyman has just come in the chat under shifting chords. Says hi, Ken. Rich Twyman here. Glad to see you're doing well.
Good stuff. Yeah, it's I don't know. Does this mic sort of like distort every now and again?
No.
It really sounds like it is. It's quite bizarre.
You don't have to get too close. Once you've got the levels right, if you get like that, even with these things, they don't really distort.
No,
There's a little bit of clipping then.
A little bit, yeah, but I mean,
but
do
you know what it is? I think it might be my voice in my headphones is rattling, and I can actually hear a distortion up here instead.
That's because they're shit headphones, are.
Oh, they are. They're awful. But like you say, the other ones are giving you an echo.
Yeah.
But why this mic has suddenly become so sensitive is beyond me. So, but so I'll have to set up all that
something to lubricate my vocal cords.
How was Fiona last Friday, Kent?
Well, she was all right. It took her a while to get up, but because when I finished that cast on Thursday, she was face down on the settee, going.
Surrounded by dogs.
Yeah, completely surrounded by dogs with her iPad playing an audio book really loudly. It was on full volume, but she couldn't hear it. And it's like, all it needed was, a few more empty bottles and a few more wine glasses and stuff like that.
An overflowing ashtray. And
yeah. So she was absolutely polluted. Bless her.
She's got to let her hair down. I mean, she lives with you, so I mean,
Well, the thing is, she does that 4 or 5 times a week. That's the thing. So there you go.
Oh, God.
Yeah. So yeah, it was ridiculous. I ripped out everything and put everything back again, and I've got 3 carrier bags of cables that were never actually connected to anything.
Don't throw them out.
Oh, don't throw them out.
You
No,
know
no,
you
no.
will need them.
I've got bin bags full of cables. But what it was, when you change the setup a bit and you go, oh, well, I'll leave the cables behind there because they're all tangled up and I'll just run, the cables that I need for whatever it is I'm putting in. And by the time I got it all sorted out, because it used to be a recording studio, and then when we started doing this online stuff as well, you go, oh, we're going to need one of them, you're going to need one of them. So more wires went in and more wires.
And it's
Couldn't get
much
the old wires
easier
out.
just running new cables.
Exactly. So, I ended up with about, I think it was 80, 90 different cables, and Christ knows how many USBs. So, like, now, out you come. It's just tons of it. And little wall warts.
Yes.
Still
That you never got round to labelling, even though you told yourself you were going to label them. Yeah.
Well, I did it this time. I got my little labeler, and I put labels on everything.
Yeah.
Which was one beautiful thing that the Hydrosynth Deluxe had, which is its power supply has Hydrosynth Deluxe written all over it.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing that someone thought of that. I mean,
Well, I imagine that people have thought of that before. They've just gone, how much? Oh, well, I think we'll just leave it blank, thanks.
Yeah, an extra 10 cents. No, we can't afford that.
Yeah. Actually, you'd probably find it's probably a little bit more, actually.
Well,
because
that's
of their
why I
shape,
asked
they're
you.
weird shape to print on,
That's why I asked you how many sockets you had in the shed, because when I did my old garage, I thought, how many sockets do I really need? And it was about 20. So I put 40 in, and I still used every single one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, but
and I didn't want to have the 4-gang extension sockets or 16-gang.
This is it. I didn't want to do this thing where you have to muck around, find the unit, find the cable, plug it all in, set it all up. So I'd like everything permanently set in. So bench power supplies, function generator, the 2 oscilloscopes, the desoldering station, the 2 soldering irons, the this, the that, the blah, the blah, the blah, the blah, the blah, and all the rest of it. And then have a clear strip plug near the door that power tools can go into, the polishers, the jigsaw, the
Dremels.
And then on the other side is all the R&D stuff, so the 3D printers, the CNC machine, and all the other pillar drill, all the bits and bobs and everything over that side. So hence, he says, well, what I can do is I can give you 4 fused... RCD fused ports, and he says you can hang as much crap off that as you want.
Yeah,
and that's good because I'm going to. So.
Out of interest, what scopes are you using?
Oh man, I'm trying to remember the name of the bugger now.
Are they modern digital or older digital?
One's an old girl. From literally, it was a skip find. I mean, ooh, like that.
Yeah.
Because it had a leather handle strap on the top.
It'd be an old Tektronix or something.
Yeah, big old thing it was with the old. I think it's a couple of valves in it, and then a very modern, digital one with USB and
Siglent or something.
Yeah, it's got it from Rapid, I think, something like that. Which has proved to be more than adequate, really.
Yeah.
But I don't know. There's something about if you were, doing a restoration on an RA Minimoog, use the valve.
A decent multimeter and a signal
just
tracer.
out of respect, more than anything else, Yeah, and put the AVO on it, all that sort of thing. So, because I need this. I've got this function generator that I use for calibrating the envelope generators on the CS80s because they are a nightmare.
Yeah.
Absolute nightmare they are. Because there's 2 points you have to trim to. So you have, I think it's
So are you using the signal
is,
generator instead of using the onboard oscillators, or are you using it as a comparator?
What, the function generator?
The function generator.
No, the function generator, what that does is I put that on a square pulse, and what it does is it activates the key, re-triggers the key.
Right.
And then what you do is with an oscilloscope, you then have to read the output from the envelope generator chip.
Right.
with the decay at 3 volt and then at 8 volt.
Good God.
So at 3 volt it's got to be 25 milliseconds, and at 8 volt it has to be 125 milliseconds. And you
Can
have
you
to keep
imagine
adjusting.
having to do
Well,
that
it's
on a
cost
stage?
three trimmers just for that, and that's for the filter, and then it's the same for the VCA, and you just keep like sort of like stretch tuning, if you like, between
Yeah.
those 2 points on the slider. And if you get it wrong when you play it back, it doesn't sound like a CSA at all. It'll be all sort of like ding, 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 or it's all like blah, 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 and it's not right. So, and that's the problem with resistor-based presets.
Yeah. And of course, every time you change a resistor, you have to recalibrate it.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10. It's not normally. It's the funny little ones, the tiny little, maybe a 5 ohm or 5.6 ohm resistor. The big 100Ks and whatever, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't notice because the tolerance on them is so sloppy anyway. It doesn't really matter. But it's the little ones that show up. So, but yes, it will be nice. It'll be nice to have a workshop that's got elbow room and light, natural light as well. Because those little wooden summer houses, the windows weren't very big.
Yeah.
So,
And not very warm either.
no, well, the problem with that workshop was in the summer, if it was like say 80 degrees outside, it was 140 degrees in the workshop.
Yeah.
And then when it was -5 outside, it was
It was
minus
-40,
50 inside the workshop. Yeah, it was no happy balance. And then
You
you
have to
put
get
like
the hairdryer out to dry
well,
the
you used to have
boards
these
off.
three. You used to have these 3 kilowatt fan heaters in the winter, spaced, strategically around the workshop, and you had to get the inside of that workshop up to about at least 18 degrees. Otherwise, you couldn't turn any analog on and calibrate it at all.
Yeah.
And what would happen is it would get warmer and warmer and warmer and warmer, and the next thing you know, it's going, sweat coming off me. Even though it's like, you're up to your testicles in snow outside. It was like this, almost in swim trunks. You had to keep turning them off, and it got cold very quickly, and turn them all back on again.
And all of that was running off one 13-amp socket in the kitchen.
Yeah, hence why
God,
that
that's
water
scary.
cable melted in the wall. So, but the guy's coming in to fix that, because apparently he reckons it's, or the people who, the composite shed people said, by law, the air conditioning system has to have one of those big manual shut-off switches
Yes.
outside the building.
Yes, it does.
So this other electrician who's coming down to sort out this cable in the wall said, yeah, I'll fit that for you as well. So we're going to have that as well. So, and then we're off. In the meantime, they start on the driveway tomorrow. God help us all.
I'll come and park on that in a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Well, if you can, there might be a V8 sitting on it.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
So there's a guy up the road here, a couple of doors up, got a Dodge Charger GT.
Oh, yeah.
But it's one of the sort of like not, because you look at it and it goes, oh, that looks quite impressive. And you get closer to it and you go, oh, right, it's the 2 litre one. It's sort of like the little economical pretend one that they sell over here.
The
Rather
poorly
than
tuned ones, yeah.
Yeah, rather than the big mother, So I'll drive down there and just park up outside his driveway and just.
Well,
Hi.
I watched a video last week of I think the guy's called Car Wizard, and he had a 1967 Lincoln Continental convertible,
Holy cow!
7.2 litre engine.
Yeah,
And
it's a swimming pool on wheels.
yeah,
It's enormous.
effectively pillarless. And just think, my God, the engineering that must have gone into that chassis. I mean, it must be made out of literal iron girders for it to be
Yeah.
pillarless and that big.
And it's still probably wallowy as all hell.
Oh
isn't
yeah,
it?
well, yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
it's one of those particular types of motor that when you jack it up, make sure the doors are closed.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah,
But a
something like that.
7.2 litre engine.
Mm.
God,
Ridiculous.
Christ.
I used to love taking my American boss out in whatever car I'd got at the time, or even his hike. He'd always go for an Audi or something, and they get one. I think once they gave him an Audi. Was it the A1? The stupid little.
With a
it was the
1.4 litre engine or something.
But the thing is, he couldn't believe how rapid that was compared to the big 3-4 litre whatever it was that he was driving back home.
Yeah.
And I said, well, that's
but
because
the
the
big-
Europeans know how to tune engines properly and get massive speed out of very little space.
But
the
a
older
big
engines
engine.
are inefficient.
Yeah, they're inefficient, but they will do 1,000,000 miles.
Yeah.
Yes, and you can repair them.
And that's
with a
why
screwdriver.
American cars,
Yeah.
because there's so many roads, they do so many miles. It's just,
Yeah.
absolutely, yeah, I
Makes
get
sense,
it. But
yeah.
it's
Well, I mean, I remember, when my dad had a Granada Gear 3 litre estate.
Oh yeah.
Mark
What
Mark 1.
2, I think.
oh
it
yes,
Oh okay.
Huge
yeah.
thing. 3 litre engine, and my God, that was something. And one of our friends got a Mark 1 Range Rover with the 3.8, I think it was. And again, it was sort of, we'd just never seen engines that big. I still
favourite-
love the original Range Rover.
Yeah, my
Beautiful
favourite
design.
Granada was the Mark III Coupe,
Yes,
preferably in Roman bronze.
yes, it was the only colour to have.
Yeah.
with the vinyl roof.
And God help us if we saw a cardboard box. Get out of the way, slag. I was Sweeney.
Did you see Roger Lyons? I don't know if you were friends with him on Facebook, but he put this
Yeah, I
post
know.
up
Yeah.
about his Capri. He went round some guy's house and saw this Capri, and he said, "Oh, that looks nice." And the bloke says, "Well, I'm selling it if you want it." And he bought it for next to nothing. It needed lots and lots of work.
Was
But
it
it turned-
Mark 1 or
No, it was an RS 2600, the racing Capri.
What?
Yeah.
with the Cosworth engine?
Yeah, and the engine was fucked. So he put in get this, he put in a Granada Scorpio police car engine, 2.9 litre, into this thing. Because I think the original was, it was a 2.6, but it was and so that got, I thought, wow, that's interesting, because the Capris are kind of they're still kind of a cult car, aren't they? Because
They were good.
there's just something very American. Them and the
the
Mark
Mark
III
1 was
Cortinas.
really nice, though.
Yeah.
I didn't like the Mark 2.
The later ones were a little bit too.
But the Americans
Boxing.
got the convertible.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. But the Mark III Cortina and the Mark 1 Capri had that American look about them, didn't they? And they were
very
they were
much.
really, really nice. My dad had the Mark III Cortina GXL.
My dad had the Capri Mark 1.
And the Capri was always the one that we, as kids, that was the car that we aspired to. That was the sports car that
It was
everyone wanted.
black with black vinyl roof and a red stripe down the side.
Yeah. But it prompted me to go sort of like looking, because I'd not seen the RS 2600, and there's a video on YouTube that Ford made themselves, and they've got a mint RS 2600 Capri in Cologne, which is where it was built.
Yeah.
And this guy took it, and unfortunately the video, I'm hoping there's a longer version because it's not hugely long, but they took it from Cologne to Spa. And he actually, because the original Spa circuit was a proper road circuit, and that ended up in the complex. So he took it around a lot of the roads that used to be part of Spa, and then he took it up to this place in Holland, and I forget the name of the track, begins with an E, but he took it around there. But I mean, it's just the most gorgeous, gorgeous thing.
Eindhoven?
No, it was kind of like that, but it was different. I can't. But yeah, if you just search for like this Ford 50-year Capri, and they've got this, and it's all done in 4K, so it's the picture's great and the sound is really good, and it's just the most gorgeous thing. It really is. And it's got the steering wheel where the wheel's here, but it's about this far away from the dashboard because it's got those 3 long prongs that go down to it's just, it's just. Oh,
But the Escort Mexico was really nice as well.
That Mark
fun
1 Escort was
car to
nice.
drive.
Yeah. That was my dad's first car in the UK was I think it was a 1300 Mark 1 Escort in purple. Because it was the 70s.
Well, there's one single video of a 5.7 300C estate on YouTube where it shows it blatting up the road. Holy crap. Yeah. And
there's not many cars nowadays that invoke that kind of.
No, it's weird because I was never really an estate person.
I wasn't.
I love them.
I could take them or leave them. Really, I wasn't really into them. But I do find that the standard 300C was like, all right. But the estate has got that look, and it's so low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is why I'm really hankering after an Arteon shooting brake, because it's an estate, but it's a sporty looking estate. It has that kind of sweeping, goes down, at the back end, but it still has a massive load space for putting synthesizers in. But unfortunately, they're still a little bit too new. And of course the second-hand prices are still quite high. I mean, there's one just down the road from me, and how much do you want for it now? It's like, I mean, I say it's only 37 grand he wants, but it's last year's model with only 5,000 on the clock, and it's the R line, the 200 brake horsepower R line. So when you think about what you're getting for your money, it's not bad, but it's still way too fucking expensive for me. So I think I'm just going to have to go for the fastback version, but I'm struggling to find an R or an R line version of those that's within my price range.
Well, I'd always wanted a Citroen CX Safari.
Oh yes.
Or a Mercedes 300 TD estate.
Yeah.
I think they're still beautiful looking cars.
What about the old Citroen SM?
I would love to drive one, but I'm not sure. I'd rather have a DS than an SM. I mean, the SM had the engine from Maserati. It looks fantastic, but I think it's overly complex. Whereas I think the DS, the DS was a much more classic design.
Yeah.
Have a word with Dave Spears about the complexity of the DS, and you might change your mind, because it's bonkers. It's absolutely bonkers.
But once you get your head around the hydropneumatic suspension, it's not that complex.
Everything else on it is hydropneumatic, though, like literally everything.
Yeah, well, yeah.
It was a car that was designed to brake.
But it wasn't just like the technology they used; it was the way they implemented it as well. I mean, some of the stuff
having the brakes attached to the suspension, probably not a good idea. But
but that said, you can see. I mean, I know
they drive beautifully.
Yeah, I've been in Dave's, and he took me. We went out for dinner once in it, and it is just exquisite, and it just puts a massive smile on your face. Just even looking at it, it's just like, wow! I just turned up in that, and everyone's looking at it because it's such a gorgeous thing.
And having the spats over the wheels.
Yeah, and but I remember, I think I've told this story before, when I was playing in this band in the 80s. The keyboard player had his own car valeting business, and Bill Wyman, who lives just up the road, wanted his couple of his cars doing. We went into the barn, and there is his Citroen SM, and it looked like it hadn't been somewhere in a long, long time. But he recently sold it. It was in all the papers. It was, and he'd had it all properly restored and back up, and it just looks the absolute dog's bollocks. It's gorgeous, but in a mad way, I'm not a big French car fan at all, but for those, I'll make an exception. It's just
well, I mean, I like the Aston Martin Lagonda.
Yes, but the wedge,
beautiful car. Yeah,
yeah,
with the TV screen in the dashboard.
Well, between that
And the
And the
Morris
tick-
Marina door handles.
Yes.
I noticed
Between-
that. I went
between
to
that
the
and the
car
Tickford
show to see
Capri.
that.
I saw that at the car show as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, and I went, they're Morris Marina door handles.
Yeah, but
they're
Range
calling
Rovers
it.
had those, didn't they?
Yeah,
They all kind of, I mean, it's the whole,
yeah, lots of part integration going on.
yeah.
Well, it's a
kept the
cheap
cost
way
down.
of doing it. I mean,
Yeah.
TVR did it throughout its whole lifespan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, no, this...
And Jaguar Mark III rear suspension and differential was used on tons of sporty, kit cars.
But nowadays,
and, small
literally
build.
every car is built off a common platform. You look at Audi and VW,
Yeah.
and the only difference is the bodywork. Is
And the badge.
And the badge. The engines are the same. The chassis are the same. The whole platform is the same. They just it's like my car is comparable to what's the A5, I think. So it's that sports coupe, a large sports coupe thing. Underneath is exactly the same. Same engine as well.
It's like Ferrari. I mean, using things like Fiat fuel pumps or,
Yeah.
Fiat parts just with a Ferrari badge and a Ferrari price tag.
But yeah, I mean, the Italians have been doing it for years. This single platform thing.
Yeah.
The Alphas and a lot of the Fiats were all, and the Lancias, Alpha, Fiat, and Lancia.
Yeah.
The amount of things that use the common platform. I think the Tipo was one of the big ones that spawned a huge range of stuff.
Never liked the Tipo.
I had. It was my first ever diesel, 1987, and this was before turbo diesels. This was just normally aspirated diesel.
Yeah.
And every time you started it up, it was like starting up a Chieftain tank,
Or a tractor.
both in noise and in volumes of smoke that came out the back.
Yeah.
And it was, it did 0 to 60 in, but
5.5 weeks.
this was back when diesel was like 2/3 the
Unheard
cost
of.
of petrol.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the economy was unbelievable because you couldn't go that fast in that.
Well,
thing.
you could run them on lamp oil. And
Yeah, pretty
kerosene
much.
and,
But it was ridiculous, and so you put up with the smell and the noise, and that because you got fantastic miles to the gallon,
Yeah.
and then if somebody bashed into it, because the Tipo was the car that redressed the balance in terms of bodywork with Fiat, because like every Fiat up until then you only had to kind of spit on it and it would rust.
rusted away. Yeah.
But the Tipo was the first that used the galvanized steel, and I actually had somebody ding the back door on mine, and took a nice chunk about this big out of the paintwork on the back door, and it was just down to
push
the
it
bare
out.
metal,
Yeah.
and it didn't rust at all. I mean, it took me because I was poor at the time and couldn't afford to get it fixed for about 2 months, and when I took it into the workshop, it was just like it had been done yesterday. There was nothing on it, but
Well,
it was
I went into
heavy as fuck.
Costco today, and I looked at the vegetable oil just to see what was happening.
Yeah,
And oddly enough, vegetable oil is the same price per litre as diesel is. And they were limiting, well, it's slightly under, but they were limiting people to 5 units of oil each, because so many people now are just literally putting vegetable oil into their diesel cars.
crazy, isn't it? My mates just
Nuts.
posted this on Facebook, right? This is a pump price, diesel pump price in the UK in Suffolk today. Oh, let me see. I get the bloody reflection. Basically, it's 199.9 pence per litre. Just under 75 litres has cost him 150 quid.
Yeah, well, I put 45 litres of petrol in, and it was 70 quid.
It's just bonkers. Absolutely
154 a litre.
I don't know where he was. That's 199. He must have been. That can't be in Suffolk because we're not that bad out here.
Well,
yet.
my sister got stung for £2.12 in Scotland.
Jesus.
That's almighty. I'm glad this Chrysler's petrol.
Well, do you know, I was looking at, I've got that page, I keep refreshing every day of VW Arteons that are in, this area, and I can get an R-Line, and I can afford the one that they've got, but it's the petrol one. But it's literally 30 miles a gallon less than the diesel version.
Yeah.
But I know that I'm going to be paying more for diesel at the moment, so it's just like, what do I do? But yeah, it's just mental. I'm just lucky I don't have to drive a lot of places anymore.
Well, just imagine, company car fleet owners.
Well, yeah.
And how much they're being screwed.
Well, another one of my friends replied to that photo, just saying, because he's got his own garage. He's got like 9 company vehicles. So he's got the pickup truck, and he's got the tow truck, and he's got this, that, and the other, and he's got a couple of 2 or 3 courtesy cars. And he said, I've got to keep all those fueled at the moment, and the courtesy cars aren't coming back at the moment with the same amount of fuel as they left in, because my customers don't want to pay.
Yeah.
Which is wrong, so he bills them anyway. But, I mean, it's just a pain in the arse. But, yeah, it's just like, if you're a business, Jesus. Cause,
Ken Lewis is saying that it's over $5 per gallon in California. I think a US gallon's about, is it 3.7
I don't know.
litres?
Yeah, something like that. So, yeah, it's really, really bad.
But it's pushing up the price of taxis. It's pushing
everything,
up the price of deliveries.
Well, I sent a box of voice cards for Series 1 voice cards to Peter in Australia, and I slightly overdid it on the packaging because they are rare and expensive.
Yes. Yeah.
So I thought I just I put them in a slightly larger box with a bit more packaging around it and tightly wrap them in bubble wrap and whatever. £150 on a basic standard, like no bells and whistles. It actually took about 10 days to get there, which isn't awful when you think you're sending something to the other side of the world. But £150 and we'd been sending.
But you can pay that to get an LP shipped from the States.
Yeah, but we were paying like 70 or 80 UK pounds to ship half a rack Series 3 Fairlight, and that weighs a lot more, and is probably bigger than the box that we sent. So it's just everything is just going up ridiculous. I did actually, those chips that came the other way, they weren't cheap, and that was just in a small package. I mean, everything's just.
Are they original chips or are they modern replacements?
They're modern replacements, I think. Pretty sure they are.
VCAs.
Yeah, what are they? I can't see my glasses. AD754s. Yeah, I think because they're not all the same, so I don't know where he's got these from. Whether he's just he told me that he'd found some online. I thought they were new, but these are all slightly different. So, but he's tested them and they all work, so they'll go into those dodgy voice cards, and that's that one done, and hopefully out the back door at some point.
Well, you can hope.
Yeah, well, my wife can hope.
Yeah.
She's the one that. Well, actually, because I would like to get my garage back.
Yeah, I'd like to get mine back.
That's never going to happen.
I couldn't believe it. After that, that young chap, he did that, the Wurlitzer Sideman valve drum machine.
Yeah.
And he was going all mental about it.
They look
Remember that, Robbie?
no computer.
Is it?
Say again.
The young chap demos various bits of objet d'art, like Weird and Wonderful Synths and stuff, and he'd just done a video about the Wurlitzer Sideman drum machine, the mechanical drum machine.
Sam, yeah. Look, Mum, no computer.
Yeah. And I put a comment saying I got one of them. It's stuck in the garage, and bucking me if the next one he does is the Transcendent Polysynth.
Yes,
I saw that.
Yeah,
I know you don't like those. Yeah, you've got one as well. Yeah.
Yeah, there's one of them in the bloody garage as well.
I've got to say, I thought they sounded really good.
Take that. Can I help you, caller?
No. It's a bit too late to be answering the phone.
Yeah, I like it when I get customers phoning me at 2 a.m. Always think that's great fun, especially if they're looking for a quote. Here's a quote. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah. Who said that?
At 50%.
Yeah.
So.
No, it's just funny. Some people didn't, just still don't realise that the Earth is a globe. And I go, oh, it's
You mean it's not
only,
flat?
Yeah, it's only 11:30 in the morning. No, it isn't. It is where you are. Giggle. Well, I can't believe how much of this stuff is up and running and how much of it is not there anymore.
Yeah, don't talk it up.
Yeah, that's true enough.
Rob's been working hard.
I think there's still some balancing to do, I believe, and a few tweaks and tonks here and there.
I thought about because I've got a week off, sort of like after Easter.
Well, this was only one desk. It took 3 days.
Yeah, and
So don't go too mad.
No, well, I was thinking, because I want to get that O2R up and running. But to do that, I need to buy a rack tower to put all my rack stuff over in that corner to clear the way for it. It's
Get a trolley with wheels and put it on that, and then you can move it around to your heart's content.
There's nothing to move. There's no space to move things around. But
I've got a 22U upstairs if you need it.
Well, I was working it because I do like when I buy like anything like a mixer or something. I think buy what I need and then double it. Right. So because I know that I'll always move into it. And so I was thinking about the rack. So I was adding up my U's, and I think I got to. What did I get up to? Because I've got to factor in buying in some power conditioners as well. So I figured I'd need something in the region of about 30U. And I've only got space to like kind of put one unit. So it's got to be a 30U, and those aren't common. And when you find one, they're generally quite expensive. But I did find one on Thomann that was quite.
Just buy a server, 19-inch server rack.
Well, it looks like one of these. It looks like something like that. It's very basic, but again, the problem I've got, as you can see, is that I have this. The only place at the moment that I can put the rack is in that corner. Yeah. Next to those keyboards there. Wandering Turtle's going to fucking shit his pants in a minute because he's going to spot the Behringer keyboard over there. It's just calm down, mate. Get ready. But that in that corner is about the only place. So I'm going to move all of this stuff here and put that rack unit in there. And
yeah, get. I would say I
can't go high.
Look on eBay for a half-size server rack.
Yeah.
I just buy one of those to take the glass door off it.
Yeah, but I've got something like so about 30 U's if I factor in putting in the line mixers and the power conditioners.
Well, Ken, save that 22U for me for when I come down then, and I'll buy that off you.
No, I'm not selling it. You can just have it. It's upstairs, and its primary function is to collect dust. So. If you want it, you can have it. Just do me a favour.
Absolutely, yeah. Stick my name on that then.
Oh, I noticed there was a PS5 for sale on Amazon today.
Oh right, how much?
£730.
Jesus Christ!
Did I send you that link to the stock checker site that I use?
Yeah, I'm on it. Yeah.
Yeah. So like at the moment, actually they've all gone now.
Yeah.
There's a company called where are they? The Game Collection. And every time they get one in, they bundle it with a shit ton of games that I don't really want.
And bump up the price
to £800. So you get a brand new PS5 at the standard rate, but you have to buy all of these games that you don't really want. That bumps the price
Which is
up.
all the shit stock that they're trying to get rid of.
Yeah, and the only time I think there's twice when I've like refreshed that site that it's come up with like a regular one in stock, and by the time you get there, it's gone.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I got a couple of notifications. Went, no, gone. No, very.co.uk gets them in.
Yes,
quite
surprisingly. Yeah, surprisingly for a site like that. So yeah, it's
they go to town getting them in, but they're gone in seconds. Really.
I'll get it when it'll happen.
Patience is a virtue.
Yeah, exactly. I'm in.
It's not like we can't play GT7, is it?
I know. I've been racking stuff up on there, just slowly building up. Did you get the 3 million credits the other day?
Yes.
Because they messed up with the
Yes,
something or
I
other.
did.
So they gave everyone 1 million credits for it. That was quite nice.
Yeah, but the Ferrari wasn't available anymore.
No, I bought a, what did I buy? A GT4 Ferrari. Which one was it? I can't remember now. 458, I think it was. Because I had a Ferrari challenge in the cafe and I needed a decent Ferrari, so it was either a case of building, getting a one for 350,000,
Yeah.
and adding loads of stuff to it, or buying the brand new, like the GT4 version of it,
Yeah.
and having pretty much everything.
I was a
thrown
bit
in
pissed off that
standard.
there was no SR22F Chrysler. Which
Your
is the,
They never have any bloody decent VWs on there, so I
which
never
is-
get any.
Yeah, but you see, Chrysler did this V12 super sports car,
Hmm.
and they only made 4 of them
All right.
because Mercedes said that they couldn't make a car that was faster than any of the cars that they had in their range. So, because it was faster than their, was it SLK?
Yeah.
No, CRK. is it?
Right.
Or yeah, CRK. Do you know the ones that used to into the
Yeah.
bushes? It's much faster than that. So, but they wanted to go into production with it proper. But too closely associated with Mercedes at the time, I suppose.
Have you seen what Sony are doing with their subscriptions? They're amalgamating. So they're rationalising, basically, because you can have a PS Plus subscription, which gets you all the online stuff, which is $49.99 a year.
Uh-huh.
And then you can have PS Now, which gets you access to all the online games, PS3, PS4, whatever. And that's $49.99 a year. And I got suckered into that because my son bought it for his PlayStation, and I thought, oh, there's too many good old games on there, so I got that as well. Well, now they're amalgamating it, so it's basically called. I think it's still going to be called PlayStation Plus, but they've got like PlayStation Plus Essential, and then there's another one, like there's the full version, and then there's the premium version. But they're amalgamating the whole subscription, the online subscription and the game subscription thing into one big thing. So it doesn't actually cost you any more money. It's just
But
they've
it
just
doesn't
changed
cost
the
you
names.
less.
No, yeah, there's no real benefit. I mean, if you think I don't want PS Now, I'll just go for PS Plus. It's still the same as PS. Still the same price as PS Plus. It's just makes it one convenient annual payment.
So it costs you £800 for a console, and then you've got to pay another
£100
£100 a year.
Well, you don't have to. You don't have to, but it's advantageous to, especially if you want to play online. So.
No, because my nephew
Not cheap.
Scott sent me a message last night saying, "Oh, have you seen this?" And I go, "No, what?" And he says they've redone Monkey Island.
Yes. Yeah, Robin Vincent posted about that.
I went, "Really?" He's going, "Yeah." I said, "Oh, my sister will be up until 3 o'clock in the morning playing that bloody thing."
Yes.
I can only assume I haven't seen her for years.
So I caught a video the other day of the new Mini Amiga or Amiga Mini, whatever it's called. This company that
yes.
because they did the Commodore 64. Now they're doing the Amiga.
What, the Amiga 500?
Yeah. A500 for 100. I think it's 139.99. It's like a miniature version. The keyboard doesn't work, but it's got USB and HDMI, and it comes with 64 games built in. But you can then install your own games if you create. You just download them to the USB stick and
Make
create
this
them.
image, yeah.
Yeah, and you just put them in that way.
Oh, hello.
And and I thought, because I was more of an Atari ST than Amiga person, but I was a
same here.
Commodore 64, and I've got the Spectrum thing that came out a little while back, but I was always a Commodore 64 guy, and I thought, if they could do a recreation of the Commodore 64 that actually recreated the keyboard and allowed you to do, it was basically a Commodore 64 and not just a mini version with a non-functioning keyboard.
Yeah.
I'd go for it, and of course unbeknownst to me,
I think someone does, yeah.
Yeah, they did. The people that did the Mini did the Maxi. And for 125 quid on Amazon, you get this thing, which is essentially a full-size Commodore 64 with the working replica of the keyboard with all the Petsky characters on the front of the keys. You remember they used to have those little characters on the front of the keys? They're all on there. HDMI, four USB ports, and it comes with a clone of the Competition Pro microswitch joystick as well. And yeah, it's full size. And I thought, how easy is it to get your own software on there? Because if it's not in the built-in stuff. And it's easy.
It's really easy. Yeah.
Really, I mean, I've got Commodore 64 emulators that run on my Mac.
Yeah, but the true reality of it is, it's minutes of fun for all the family.
Yeah.
I know.
Once you've done it, and you go, oh yeah, I remember this. I think I'll go and play Crisis on the PC now.
I know there is that kind of you get kind of excited, but there are some games where the graphics
didn't matter for me.
Yeah, they were secondary. The gameplay was everything.
Yeah,
like Paradroid and Iridium. It was Andrew Braybrook that programmed those.
But don't forget, we come from an age where we were really impressed with Asteroid, and then Defender came out. I mean, how many hours did I spend playing Pac-Man or Space Invaders, or even Pong? I mean,
Defender was the one for me. I loved Defender, absolutely. As soon as I saw a Defender game in an arcade, that was it. All my money was gone.
No, for me, it was
Star Wars.
Dungeon. Space Dungeon.
Space Dungeon. I don't remember that one.
No, there was a Space Dungeon arcade machine in the Queen Adelaide pub up the road here, and I'm not kidding you. The guy who owned that machine, I paid for his fucking kitchen extension.
I bet.
Honest to God, I poured money into that plane. It was on it all night.
Do you remember the original Star Wars? I think it was Atari that made it, the Vector Graphics one.
Yes.
That had the music from the film, and it had Obi-Wan Kenobi's voice in the background.
Yeah.
And you had the
little 8-bit samples.
Yeah. But oh my God, I mean, for kids like us, that was just like, oh my God, I'm in the movie. Even though the graphics were vector graphics, because you had the music and the sound, it's like, oh yeah, this is amazing.
Well, there was the sort of Top Gun type one as well that had the DVD player and the was it Dragon's Lair?
Dragon's
Lair. I think was the first one that came out with the DVD,
with animation,
the Panasonic DVD player.
Yeah.
Putting full motion or putting video over.
Well, I remember when Sega brought out the Mega CD, and some of the games. I had a game on that was like a fighter jet, like a Top Gun type thing.
Yeah.
And it interspersed like video graphics with very rough video, film.
But it was still mind blowing.
But yeah, it was. Wow, this is amazing.
Well, with the was it the Atari? You could get the Genlock card for.
Yes.
Mm.
So you could do your own, graphic overlay on video.
Yes.
Yeah. So I was looking at this Commodore 64 and I thought, I might just go for that, because even if it's just for like a handful of those classic games that I haven't played for years, like Sentinel and Paradroid and Iridium, and Whizball was another great one that was really good on the 64. And then of course there's Electro Sound, which was the first ever sequencer that I ever had, and it used the SID chip, so you had like 3 channels, and you could select the sound that each channel made, but then you had to program, so you had to be if you were programming a drum beat, you couldn't have a more than sort of 3 things happening at one time, and so you had to drop a kick drum out to fit a bass note in, or a bass note to fit a kick, or whatever. But it was it was a skill. That was the limitation. But the one thing I want to get going is I've still got my original. Wait for it, kids. FM expander.
The Yamaha. Oh.
No, the Commodore FM expander that came with Sound Studio, and you plugged it in the cartridge port at the back.
Was that the one that had the plastic overlay keyboard that went fitted
you
over
could
the
use
top
that,
of the...
or you had the 61 note controller, which I've got in the garage somewhere, that plugs into the side of this cartridge that goes in the back of the Commodore 64, and then you load up the Sound Studio software, and it's basically a 4-op FM, really basic 4-op FM thing in a cartridge. And of course this modern version doesn't support the old cartridge, so there must be a way of but the problem is you've got to have the cartridge because it's got the FM tone generator in there.
Yeah.
Mm.
But
yeah.
I think you would find it very frustrating, though.
Yeah, but it's like I said,
It's
for a
a
few minutes.
nostalgia trip,
yeah,
but it's something that, I mean, I keep thinking I was a BBC micro person, so all my home computer games knowledge is really around the BBC micro and some Spectrum stuff. And we had an expansion for the Beeb, which was, I think it was called Music 5000.
yeah, that rings a bell.
And it was a MIDI expansion module for the Beeb. But we also had some notation software, which I think became one of the Steinberg products. And I think it was the first notation software for a computer. And I think it would be great to have all that again. And then I'd do some more reading, or I'll watch a video, and I just think, no, that would be 5 minutes, and I'd be checking it out of the window.
Yeah,
And I can run a BBC Micro emulator in JavaScript in a browser window.
Yeah.
It's sort of...
Yeah.
yeah, because I have a virtual, what is it? Virtual C64, which is like a Commodore 64 emulator for the Mac, and it's it's free, it's open source, and then you just go and find your own ROMs and away you go, and it is exactly the same, but of course it's much more reliable, no loading times, and it's good fun. But yeah, is that? Oh, I was to say, who's that? I keep thinking, I thought it was Jackie. It's not, it's Fiona.
You got a millionaire?
Yeah, you're looking at him.
No, I haven't had a beverage of any description.
You're slacking, Fee.
Oh, I didn't.
What do you reckon? It's all set up.
It's almost as if you don't know where the kettle is.
I don't. You keep moving it.
Balderdash.
What do you reckon?
That was a good game.
Looks like it did before.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? What?
Oh, what's that?
I haven't set that up yet. This is done up to that corner. Do all that.
And that'll mess everything else up.
What have you been doing
Yeah.
up here all this time? You've just been chatting, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yabbering away.
Yabbering. That a noun?
You're a media whore.
Yes.
The lot
Well,
of
it's a
you
whore.
are all
I mean, I don't know
media
about the media bit.
All it is,
Hi, Fiona.
it's just a telephone
Oh, she can't hear,
conversation.
can she?
No. Haha, she can't hear.
I can't hear a thing.
Yeah. No, don't call her that. Ah! You've knocked the little peanut out of its brass ring now. Got to put it back in.
I suppose you want a coffee then, yeah?
Is the Pope
Pope
Jewish?
Just eating
Does Mouse shit roll?
I must say, I like the sound deadening on the wall to your right, Kent.
This
Yeah.
array? Yeah. It's cheaper than wallpaper.
Yeah.
There was a lot more of it actually, but I took a lot of it off because it started to have psychotic episodes because you couldn't hear anything.
All the stuff I've seen is more expensive than wallpaper.
Oh, there's some wallpaper out there, mate. I tell you.
I need to find a studio that's going out of business and go and scrape it off all their walls or something.
Talking of studios going out of business and acquiring, have you seen Isla Instruments? They've just bought literally the motherload. Go and check out their YouTube channel, because they've just announced that they're stopping S2400 production because they just can't get the chips and everything. So he's obviously had his thinking cap on and thought, what can I do? Well, if I buy a shed load of vintage synthesizers and restore them, I can sell them at a profit, given that the market is a bit bonkers at the moment. And he has bought, I mean, seriously, it's not just like one of everything, like 7 Polymogs of varying different versions. Like,
is he mad?
Literally 2 of every ARP that was ever made.
I'm sorry, he's 20 years too late.
I know, but I mean, he says he's going to restore virtually all of them, and they'll all be going up for sale and blah blah blah. And I don't know.
He stopped making the SP24 because he couldn't get hold of the chips. And
Yeah,
now he's
no,
gonna
how's
try
he
and
gonna get hold of the chips? Yeah.
Go get some polymokes working. Good luck.
So it is, but it is. I mean, he's put these 2 videos up, and they're like lorry loads, absolute 2 or 3, lorry loads of just everything.
He must have got them for a good price.
I honestly,
Well, look, I wouldn't say I had my finger on the pulse or anything, but I've got a pretty good idea from what I've been hearing from other dealers up and down the planet. Yeah, the prices are really, really skyrocketing, but people aren't buying it.
yeah,
That's the bottom
Yeah,
line.
you can ask what you want, but whether you get it is a different
Oh
matter.
yeah, absolutely,
yeah.
absolutely.
But it's just to marvel at the amount of stuff, and it's come from he didn't say where, but it was like a recording studio complex and something else, and it was just like, and the serial numbers, like really, really low serial numbers. He's got a theremin, a Breyer theremin in a Perspex case, apparently only one of only 2 that were ever made. And it's just it just beggars belief how he's got all of this stuff, and he's got it all in his loading dock stroke warehouse, which is in Florida somewhere. So I guess this
Some of
studio
those
is
you
in
might be able
Florida.
to shift, definitely.
There's loads of great,
items.
yeah, and a lot of them are in really good condition. There's some that aren't. Boxes and boxes and boxes of Eventide.
But even Cintar wouldn't go that crazy though.
No, he really has just gone mental, and I hope he's done it. I hope he knows what he's doing. I hope he's got a plan, because I like the guy. I like his outlook. I like his ethos. But yeah,
I think the key to make money is probably to start building power conditioners for musicians, and basically just wire a cap across the contacts of a mains plug, and sell it as a new filter, and charge 50 quid for it.
Actually, what you want is a special algorithm so that every time you type Thoman into the web address, you get electrocuted. That would probably be a better bet.
well,
Because you won't want it if you don't go looking for it.
true,
Yeah.
true.
So,
No, I was just amazed. Somebody sent it to me the other day and said, "Have you seen this?" And it's like, there's everything.
it's
I mean,
a very bold move, I'll give you that.
it is.
Very bold move. Do you want
yeah,
some you're in here because you want some popcorn, Nelly, Siri. You want popcorn, don't you?
Oh, hello, Siri. I like Siri. She's my second favourite.
Yeah.
I'm surprised your
I don't
phone
know
didn't
where
go off
little
then.
brown ass is. Oh,
Little brown ass. Oh.
it's big brown ass. Come here.
Oh. Nelly.
Come on in. Hey.
Oh. Well caught, Siri.
Where's,
I do mean this politely, but you can hear her coming away off, can't you? Sorry.
What did you just say?
Do you know what?
What did they just say?
Why do you think it's about you?
I don't know.
I'm going to go and get a coffee. I'll be back in a sec.
In the
Yeah.
room and everyone's-
Oh, I'll get up. I just hoovered that.
Here he is.
Where's it? Oh, where is he?
Yeah.
Brown ass. Hello.
Brown ass. Oh, there he is.
Oh, look what I got for you. Look at that tail. It'll fly off if you wag it any harder. There you go.
Can't see him.
I'll bring him up in a minute. Wait, Shorty. Come on. Come here, come on. Wait, Uncle Robbie wants to see you. Come on.
Uncle Robbie.
Oh! There you go.
Wait for
Look, it's your mate. It's your mate, look.
Hello.
It's your mate. That's it, wag that tail. You nutty dog. Achha, eh? I took him out for a pee earlier. And walking up the road here. And there's this woman walking the other way. And he's doing his limping.
Yeah.
She goes, oh, has he hurt his leg? I said, no. He broke it and it's set wrong. And she's looking at me and she went, didn't you know it was broken? Oh, no. This is when he was running wild in the mountains in Spain. Aren't you? Eating deer, you little git. Weren't you?
There's just something about smaller versions of animals. It's like I've got these two cats. They're both the same age, but one's half the size of the other. And the smaller one is like my absolute favourite.
Like the dinky one, because you're a little sweetheart, aren't you? Yeah. Are you a good boy? Are you? You're a good little boy.
Back in a sec.
Yeah, but he does this thing that if you scratch him under the chin, and he eventually just sticks his tongue out. Like, his ears go up. Like, he looks so cute, don't you? You use that, don't you? Yes, you do.
Where's the husky?
Probably snoring his head off in the front room.
No.
God, the amount of sand that dog can bring in on his coat.
I bet, yeah.
Because he was sneaking out the back, and he lays down in the sand. He thinks that's hilarious. Then he comes in and then deposited the sand all over the settee and all over the floor.
Oh no!
And it was like, so we were hoovering and sweeping up 5-6 times a day while we were waiting for that stuff to go on. So, and now the cat flap's open and they can go out in the garden any time they want. Never been out.
No.
Buggers. Yeah, you got one of these, haven't you?
Well, what? Yes. Yeah,
Yes,
one of my
the
favourite
disc
office
get some
tools.
heavy use yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah. So now I know what each walt's for.
Exactly. That was one of the main reasons I bought it, was to
Yeah, but they're
mark
all
up
black
the
and got 3 pins. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Because if you accidentally plug a 24-volt, 3 amp one into a USB
DC
hub,
into an AC or an
bloody
AC
hell.
into a DC, yeah.
Yeah. I don't like it up, and Captain Marion.
They
don't
don't.
like it up.
No.
So
Tell me, I've been chewing over vintage analog synth. Well, not just vintage analog synths, but analog synths in general.
yeah,
And this might be heresy, but I think I'm over them. I think that digital synths now are so advanced and so much more flexible
yeah,
that unless it's, I like the idea of say the Proton 2 or whatever Behringer are calling it as another toy to play with the Neutron.
yeah.
But I was watching that the video about the Transcendent polysynth.
Yeah.
I thought, oh yeah, it sounds fantastic. I always wanted one of those. So I downloaded the ETI articles and I was reading through, and I thought I could build one of these now.
Mm-hmm.
I can get the circuit boards made up cheaply by PCB way or whatever.
Yeah.
But it sounds okay, but I think I'd just get bored with it. I think there's
Yes,
so
you
much
would.
more
It's-
flexibility in digital synths
Yeah.
than there is in analog now. And I honestly don't believe that they actually sound that much better. So, a Moog or a 2600 or whatever, fantastic tools, great to play with.
Yeah.
But
Well, to be fair though, the Transcendent polysynth is not what we call the most versatile synthesizer ever made by man. It is very, very, very basic.
But I liked the Gen SX 1000. I liked the sound of it. I liked playing with it. I liked learning on it.
Yeah.
But the DX7, I still love now. I still love the sound. I still love playing with it. I still like experimenting with it. And it's sort of, in terms of satisfaction, for me, I think I'm at the stage now where I'd rather, dial in a preset and start modifying it than actually spending. I think the problem is if I sit down and play with something like the Neutron, I can spend 5 hours, and at the end of the day I'm just making a series of noises. I'm not actually making anything other than occupying my time. Whereas if I sit down in front of a keyboard, I can dial up a nice road sound and start tinkling away very badly to myself. You know, it's sort of... Am I a heretic? I don't know.
No.
No,
Analog synths have got infinitely better. I mean, you look at the modern breed of, polybrutes or matrix brutes, or anything that's kind of analog these days is the new profits are just exquisite. But then you look at the Hydrasynth and you just think, what is there that there's
It
probably
doesn't
not a,
do. I
yeah,
mean,
exactly. Especially with something like the Deluxe, where you can now start layering stuff, and it's got just amazing everything about it, and it's 100% digital, and it's a stupidly good price.
yeah.
Even if you think about just the Explorer, there's a version of the Hydrasynth for everyone, and the most expensive one is not stupidly out of reach. It's cheaper than a Polybrute.
yeah.
It's cheaper than much cheaper than a Prophet 5. Can you get the same sorts of sounds out of it? Mostly. Could you tell?
Yeah, I mean, the Hydra is basically two... The Deluxe is basically two Explorers, isn't it?
It's two Hydrasynths, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the same. Yeah, it's the same thing. So, but you've got a bigger keyboard. You've got that ability to split and layer, which I always think is a great thing. That's why I love the DX5 so much, is because that just makes that and a little bit of effects, and that's all you need, and you make the synth. But saying that, I was a huge convert to the Polybrute. I just, every time I power it on and play it, I just like, oh, this does sound really nice. But does it sound better or different? No, I could probably get similar sounds out of a bunch of plugins or something like a Hydrasynth, if I had a Hydrasynth, because apparently I'm the only person on the planet that doesn't have one yet.
You're just not shouting Glenn's name.
Yeah,
loud enough, that's what it is.
Glenn's gone flipping tone deaf. No, I love you, Glenn. I love you. If you're watching this, please send me one. But I don't think. At the end of the day, you get what you gel with, and I think it's more important to find a synthesizer that has a UI that fits your MO. The way that your brain works. Is this that's the one thing I loved about the Polybrute was it's a complex 6-voice analog with lots of stuff on it, but the way that the user interface is laid out is very Moog like, in that it's traditional. And it's easy.
I love the analog synth UI. I'm a knob twiddler. I do really enjoy that, and I love playing with analog synths because I learn something new every time I try to make a sound. But if I'm going to spend my money now, I really think it's going to be a digital synth like a Hydra or something like that,
or even like the modal stuff.
Building up a Behringer 2500 or a Behringer Roland 100 or system. Even though I know I would love playing with them.
Yeah.
That's all it would be.
Yeah.
I just went through a period today of really thinking it out while I was searching for synth porn on the internet.
I think my passion for definitely for vintage analog has been tainted over the years. The analog sound, no, I still like the analog sound. But but you see, you've got all this Eurorack stuff now to cover all of that.
Yeah, but that's a completely different kind of paradigm, isn't it? It's I don't hate Eurorack. I just don't get it. I don't see the appeal. It's never. There's only
getting much more complex now as well. I mean, they're basically computer modules.
I'm not that much. I'm more into programming.
Maybe that's how you're approaching it, because theoretically, if you were to take a series of Eurorack modules and lay them into a case, nice and tight, that had a keyboard there, there's no difference between that and an analog synth.
Yeah, exactly. Except that you can pick and choose the bits that you want.
So if anything, it's better than having
Yes,
analog keyboards.
yes.
But to the point where I see people with, walls of this stuff.
Yeah, but we all do stupid.
Yeah. But, and I'm going to get crucified for this, I'm sure. But
Go for
hopefully
it.
the
Then.
I know where you're
viewing
going,
figures,
yeah.
the viewing figures
Yeah.
are going to be that low that it probably won't matter. But I'm sure that I know one or two people in the chat will probably put you on this. But
they're
the
always low
vast
on this show.
majority of stuff I hear, and I
Bleeps
have
and bloops
honestly,
and farty noises.
yeah, I've honestly stretched I've cast my net as wide as I possibly can in places where I've been told to go and look. And if it's not random bleeps and bloops and farts, which a lot of it is, the stuff that is melodic, because I have a thing, I'm old-fashioned maybe, I like melody.
And the same.
Yeah, so
But that lacks discipline. It lacks, and when I say discipline, I mean it lacks structure.
I think that's why they like it.
Yes,
You know,
and I
I-
get that.
Yeah.
and I get that, and that's why it's not for me. And I understand why it is a thing for a lot of people. Fine, it's almost like, do you remember when there was the big kind of, probably still is, I just don't bother getting involved with it, but there was the big Android versus Apple thing, and I used to work for a computer company, and all the devs, they all had Androids, and everyone else had iPhones, and the devs would say, oh yeah, well, you know what the I stands for in iPhone, don't you? Oh, idiot. Yeah. And they would say, yeah, but I can do all of these things on an Android phone. I can program my own apps. I can do this. I can do that. Yes, but at what cost? Because then, you've got people downloading apps on Android that are pretty rubbish, that cause the phone to crash, and might be malicious in some regard. Plus the fact that the installed user base for Android is never on predominantly the same version of Android. And so as an app developer, and I know this because we develop apps for both Android and iOS, Android is a minefield, because you've got to try and hit the biggest kind of range of versions of Android. Whereas with iOS, predominantly when a new version of the operating system comes out, most people that can go onto it will go onto it.
Yeah,
And
Android
so
was sort of the PC version of phones.
Exactly, yeah. And so that's how I kind of see, Eurorack is kind of like for the people that want to get into that amount of detail. But to me, that takes away something from the music construction. So you're more worried about how you're constructing it, but actually what you're constructing.
Yes.
And
yes.
you walk around trade shows, and you are just, honestly, Synthfest, I have these special earplugs in that block out all these different frequencies, because it's just, they're all competing against each other, and they're all trying to make the biggest screaming filter or wailing oscillators, when then you go over to where the keyboards and stuff are. Like, if you've been to Synthfest, you can go downstairs, and they've got, like, Arturia have a room, Yamaha have a room, and it's all keyboards, and all you can hear is melody, all these different melodies, and it's just like, oh, this is nicer, and it's just like that noise. It's just, it doesn't appeal. I can absolutely see why loads of people go for it, and the fact that yes, you could build your dream synth, but where does it stop? It doesn't seem to stop.
But I think a lot has to do with, in my case, my personal musical tastes. I do like melody.
Yeah.
I like classical music. I like classical music played on synthesizers. Unless I've taken something, I'm not really into techno, and I'm not into necessarily the sort of music that people who own Eurorack make. Don't get me wrong, some of it is fantastic, both musically and technically. It's just not really for me. But I know that I would love playing with it from a technical perspective, but not from a musical perspective.
Yeah. I see some people use it like as a starting point, and they sit down and they come up with that's nice. That's a nice kind of arpeggio. That's a nice kind of loop, and they'll then take that either musically or they'll sample it or whatever, and they'll build on it, and yeah, that's fine. And lots of great musicians are doing that, and they're using it as a rhythmic bass, or something that provides a melody or an arpeggio or a bass line or something. But when I see and hear stuff that goes on for 10, 15 minutes, that is essentially the same sort of things going on, but you're changing a few filter settings, or messing around with an LFO here and LFO there to kind of vary it up a little bit. There's not enough variation there. There's not enough design and form of construction that's in there that appeals to my brain. Like you said, I like melody, I like rhythm, I don't like predictability, but I also don't like complete, like I have no idea where this is going. What was I listening to this morning on the radio?
I like chords.
yeah, chords, yeah, absolutely. But I was listening to, was it General Levy? It was this big drum and bass thing, and I love drum and bass, particularly because it had all these elements of kind of electronics, but it also had jazz in there, and it had big there was lots of stuff that had big kind of pads and chords and evolving stuff, but it was still very rhythmic, and still you get up and dance to it. But there was a form to it. There was a structure to it. I used to have this kid that worked with me. He was what do they used to call it? YTS kid that worked with me, and he used to bring in his Fabio and Groove Rider boxes of tapes that you used to buy bootlegs of it, and of various things, and he put them on, and to start with it was just a little bit, this is a bit, but then when you really got into it, you could hear the structure and the melody, and they'd really thought about it. And I've seen Goldie. Goldie's a great example as well of somebody who really, he's not a classically trained musician by any stretch of the imagination, and yet he can construct big pieces using electronic gear. And I don't dislike it. Sorry, I don't hate it. It just doesn't appeal.
Yeah, it's fair dues.
And as Will said, there are exceptions. There are people that use modular in a very, very clever way, and make great music. But generally,
well, I think it's for courses, isn't it? I mean, you don't like Contact, do you?
No, hate it.
I absolutely adore it.
Yeah.
I don't like software.
No, I love software, but I love hardware as well. Well,
yeah.
I mean,
But I say I don't like software, but I love the Spitfire Lab stuff because it sounds brilliant, and the BBC SO sounds brilliant. But I'm sort of it's weird. I'm analog, but I love digital synths. That's weird.
Admittedly, there's a lot of especially synthesizer plugins that can sound very much like another synthesizer plugin. Mm-hmm. There's a whole swathe of them. They're all sort of like, you could play any of those patches on any track and nobody'd know what it is you're playing. But
to a point, over the decades, there have been many hardware synthesizers where you probably couldn't, they weren't distinctive enough. Yeah. There was always the ones that kind of rose above. And I'm not going to go into huge facts, but that's kind of why I was asking you that question the other day, Kent, about, important synthesizers. Those that rose above everything else because what they did was so uniquely different. And then what happened was a lot of people followed behind and so, we can do that as well. So, yes, a lot of software does sound the same. But there's also a bunch of software plugins that really don't, like, OBE is a great example of something that sounds just amazing, absolutely amazing. It does sound good. And there are a few others out there that really hit the spot, and they do sound different. Yeah.
Well, Native VS has sort of nailed it. Every 80 CEM synth, the standardization of chips, etc.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, yeah.
How much different can you make something that uses the same chips as the last 5 synths you made, and maybe the last 5 synths that everybody else made? You're just maybe adding a filter or adding an extra oscillator or adding
it's like
just
there's not
something.
a massive difference between an OBX and an OBXA.
No.
And an OB8.
Mm-hmm.
but the filters are different in each one, and it gives it a slightly different character in one form or another. With I like I said to Dave when he was talking about when he was developing OBE, I said, why was it that by the time you got to the OB8, they'd forgotten what resonance was? Because it just wasn't present in it. It's just like vaguely in the background. Whereas on the OBX, you could bring the bloody ceiling down with it.
Yeah. See,
maybe that's why they turned it down.
Yeah, but it's such an important tonal usage. Pure resonance is a lovely thing to have mixed in with sounds. Brings a whole new type of character to the thing. But to dump it to just a pale version of its original. I mean, obviously, they probably had to do it because of the type of filter they were putting in, because it was all chip based by the time they got to the OBX. The OB8, sorry. Whereas the OBX was the transistor based one, so it could take it, Yeah. But,
So I was watching that Alex Ball and Heimbach video today, where I've seen it. They challenge each other.
I haven't watched that yet.
They've done what they've basically filmed them at the same time in Alex's place. But Alex has released his challenge on his channel, and Heimbach has done the other one on his. So basically, they challenged each other to this thing. So basically, here's a synth you've never used before. You've got 10 minutes to try and get something out of it. And so he sat Heimbach down in front of his System 700, which I must admit, if I was in the market to get something that was modular, I'd get one of those, because there is kind of a limit. It's like, if you look at what Alex has got, he's got pretty much every module, maybe more than one of some of them. And it's now he's built this system, and there it is, and it just does what it does, and it does. And there is something gorgeous about that unit he's got. And he sits Heimbach down in front of it, who's never used one, and he's just got a whole bunch of patch cables. And within a few minutes, he's got some stuff coming out of it, and it sounds not bad. And by the end of the 10 minutes, he's got like a groove going, and then they take that and they make a song out of it. That, for me, is how I would use modular. I'm not saying everybody should do it, but I'm just saying that use it as a tool to create something. However, if I want a really fancy arpeggiation that spans whatever and does all these funky fancy things, well, that Korg Z1 over there has got one of the best arpeggiators built in, so for me, I'd rather think save myself a few £1,000, and I'll just dial up one of those, and I can that does analog modelling really, really well. And you can just start holding down a few keys, mess with the resolution, mess with the gate and the velocity and stuff, and you've got yourself a really lovely, random but melodically pleasing thing that you can then just like, okay, I'll hold that, MIDI connection, and I'm away, and I can do everything else. So it's but I must admit, whenever I look at Alex's rolling system, it's like, oh yeah, if there was one, it would be that one.
If there's what a lot of people don't seem to realise or would know unless they actually sat in front of one, how incredibly basic the System 700 is. Massively. There's a lot of it, but it's all a lot of the same stuff.
Well, all the early
and the same goes
like
for
that.
the 55, exactly the same.
Yeah.
It's there's almost nothing to work with.
Yeah.
In terms of new elements, you can do because of the patching, because you can have one VCO doing one thing going in one direction and another one in another, but they're the same modules.
Yeah. Well, VCO, VCF, VCA,
exactly,
ADSR.
Now, if you compare that to
say,
if you compare that with literally any digital machine on the market, no matter how cheap it was, the amount of options that you have.
Yeah.
Blows modulars completely out of the water. The only thing the modulars really have going for them is that rich, powerful sound that they produce. But in terms of, and this is one thing where
and the
Euro rack
immediacy
started to
of
come
turning
in.
knobs.
Yeah, if you went from a System 700 and you went to a Euro rack, it's an orgasm theme park of modular in comparison to £100,000 Roland System 100, System 700 or a Moog 55.
55 or 35.
Because you got with those cloud modules and fucking this module and the fucking this, that, and the other, and all the rest of it. I mean, like, if you want to do ratcheting, you can do ratcheting with one single module. If you want to do it with a Moog, you've got to have two 960s at least to be able to just do a simple ratchet, So, and it's, I mean, when I had my first System 55 come in, I was really looking forward to it, like you wouldn't believe, because this had been this sort of elusive god that you never get to see, and suddenly here's one in front of me, and I went round it, and after about 2 hours of just messing around with it, it was like, I thought there'd be more. How do you get all these sounds then that that people used to supposedly get with it? Because basically it's a fucking big mini Moog.
Yeah.
Literally. I mean, yeah, you can get a lot of sounds out of a mini. But, yeah, it's all like, oh, I thought there'd be more. And same when I got the 700 in. And it was like, oh, I thought you could do more. What was more colourful was the ARP 2500. That was more colourful. So,
Well, I think David in the chat has just ordered some 2500 modules. I think he's starting down that path.
yeah. Well, it was one simple function. I played with this function on Hans's 2500 forever, which was the filter. I think it's a 1047, is it? And it had a CV input for the resonance separate from the sweep, from the filter sweep amount. So you could modulate or sequence the resonance on it.
So you can sequence the resonance and the sweep
Yeah,
separately.
or you can have them separately. Yeah,
Yeah.
or leave the sweep completely alone or something like that. And it was like, fucking hell, why hasn't other people done that before? Or since? But of course, with the digital stuff, you probably can.
Yeah.
And you really go into the nuts and bolts of it, you probably find that you can mess around with that individually. So, and it was just that in itself was just a massive playground. Just that one little function. So,
Apparently, I'm crapping all over Eurorack whilst using a Fairlight.
what's the connection?
Well, it's analog
No,
versus
there isn't-
digital.
there isn't one.
I mean,
Yeah. Well, the Fairlight, so the Series 2 has got analog components, so it's got analog filters.
Yeah, it's chipboard case, isn't it?
Yeah.
There you go.
That's what it is.
Can't get much more analog.
Yes. And I misspoke. I called Alex's Roland the 700. It's a 100M. Of course it is.
Oh,
only
100M.
Yeah.
an original Roland 100M.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With some extremely rare modules that he found recently as well. Prototypes that never actually went on sale. Yeah. But if anyone is going to find those, it's going to be him.
Yeah. Or it's either that or they'd be in my garage.
Yeah. Yes. No, I need to go and visit him at some point.
See, what do you need a modular for?
How long
think
would
the
it
other
take
thing is
to wire that up? Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's another part of it. Is that I am, I admit it myself, I'm lazy, I guess. I think it's probably the simplest way.
I'm with
No,
you
you
on
want
that.
the immediacy. It's not
Yeah.
laziness. It's the
I am
immediacy.
with you on that.
I don't want to spend lots of time, waste lots of time trying to come up with something, whereas I can just, find a starting point either by picking a preset or because I kind of know the settings that will give me the sound ballpark, and then I can start tweaking it. But that's just like, on a synth, a keyboard synth, that's a really quick thing to do. And with a modular, you've literally got to start from scratch. You know, you've got all of this stuff, but none of it's connected together. So you've got to start, thinking about it. And I again, I get it. It's a skill, and I get that people get off on that and enjoy it. And I have nothing against any of that stuff.
Well,
but it doesn't work for me.
Yeah, I find that actually it's not so much what the synth is doing, but it's the effects that lie behind the sound.
Mm-hmm.
So, take my strike vet, for example. If you play that, it sounds okay. When you put it through a phaser, it sounds absolutely glorious, lush, etc. And then, if you put shimmer or shimverb or reverb or whatever on any sound, you can make it sound fatter, lush, put a chorus on it, etc., etc. So you can take a very basic sound and make it sound absolutely glorious just by putting it through effects.
Yeah.
Which is, of course, what they used to do in the past.
But it's funny, isn't it? Like, effects have almost, because they're so prolific now and they're so good, and they've, to all intents and purposes compared to what they used to be, they're very affordable because, even some of the smallest synths have, lots. I mean, like you take the Uno Synth Pro, has got, some great effects in there.
Yeah.
But it's almost like effects is almost considered cheating now, whereas, before, effects were absolutely essential. And as soon as a synthesizer, as soon as the D50 came out, the DX7 just just plummeted in terms of sales. I mean, you ask Manny Fernandez, that's how he got into like DX7 programming.
Yeah.
Because he went into a shop and they weren't shifting any of the DX7 Mark IIs because the D50 had come out and was just wiping the floor, because all of a sudden you've got these massive sounds with reverb and chorus and all this kind of stuff going on. And everybody knew that, a DX7 sounded far better when you gave it a little bit of chorus and reverb.
Yeah.
Just like the
what's
Fairlight.
the CS80 like without effects, Kent?
Exactly.
Delicious.
It's horrible. It's like the Fairlight. You put a Fairlight on and you don't put that through any effects, and it sounds bloody awful.
I remember I was watching an old concert of ELO playing on stage. I think it was at Wembley, and they're doing Telephone Line.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And there's that bit, dee 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 dee. Right, it's done on an 80. And he was playing the 80, and it wasn't going through the effects. It wasn't in a studio anymore with a rack over in the corner. He was playing it live. So he's got la la la, and it gets to that bit, and it's like he just wanted to throw up in a bucket. It was.
It's missing everything.
So weedy and thin. It was like, oh God, no, don't do that.
Another great example of that is the intro to Born in the USA.
Yeah.
That that's a CS80, and you listen to it, you think, wow, that's impressive. And there was this series on BBC TV a few years ago with Neil Brand, who's a brilliant composer and a really good presenter about anything that's music related. And he was talking about it, and he'd got a CS80, and he played those chords.
Yeah.
And it was just direct output from the CS80. It was like he was playing it on a Cassiophone. It was horrible. It was really horrible. Yeah, it's just.
Well, it's like War of the Worlds.
Yeah.
That's essentially 80% of the synth work on that's 80.
Yeah.
Now you play that dun, 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 right, raw out of an 80, and every violinist in that room would have come over and kicked the shit out of you. How dare you sully our sound with that thing? So I mean, even when I used to gig, I put my Yamaha B35 dual manual organ through one of those Dimension C pedals.
Yeah.
And my Prodigy went through a WEM Copycat and I think it was a Boss Phaser, the pink one.
Mm-hmm.
and then there was another Dimension C on the end of that, and it was either a combination of one or the other, or all depending on what I was doing. And that gave it a lot of colour, and it didn't sound like some crappy old bloody Yamaha organ and a little mono synth stuck in the corner.
Well, that's
while
why
all the other
tape
guys,
echoes were
because all the
invented,
other
you know.
guys, I mean, you know, the drummer is a brilliant drummer, and then Guy on bass, and the guitarist who was also the singer, and then, you know, we're doing reggae, for fuck's sake. And if the keyboards didn't have that colour, it wouldn't have had it wouldn't have been able to cope, because the Poly 6, which was my actual Poly synth with the organ, had its, you know, it had chorus, it had ensemble, which it was on almost permanently. I think it was rusted in that position. It was hardly ever coming out of ensemble, and it would have made the organ and the Prodigy stand out horribly if they got the chords, got this ensemble as well. But it just gave it a lot more colour.
Well, Leslie speakers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know.
yeah. Well, there was a tremolo thingy. It was a little foot pedal thing I had, but I didn't use it very much. I was never a massive fan of tremolo. It always sounds like fucked chorus to me.
Yeah.
You know, when you got a chorus pedal and you go, oh, it doesn't work, and you go, yeah, it sounds like tremolo, doesn't it?
It's one of those things that really only works on guitar, isn't it? I think.
And even then, I don't particularly like it.
It's a unique kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't like it when it's fast.
Yeah.
I like
See, I
it
never
slow,
understood.
laid back.
I never understood, like Yamaha, when they were developing FM, the first FM instruments, you know, the GS1, I think the GS2 had it as well, and certainly the CE20 and 25 had that symphonic effect, the classic Yamaha symphonic, which is just like an elaborate kind of chorus.
Yeah. It had
and-
a wide panning in it, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it did, and I could never understand why they didn't just put even just that one effect into any of their DX synths. It's like they didn't have to invent it; it was there.
Yeah.
They were able to mass produce it, and they stuck it in all of that early stuff. But when it got to the DX7 or whatever, they just I don't understand.
I wish they'd put it in the 80.
Well, yeah, but
But
you know,
all mono synths could have a stereo output.
mm,
Yeah, do you know what? I had so many mono synths that had mono outputs.
Yeah.
Pain in it. So I would put it into something like those CE2s just so I can get stereo out of it, because it was 1 in, 2 out.
Yeah.
And the effect across those two outs. So that was a good way of converting it to stereo, because we couldn't afford bloody mixers. Mixers were the price of cars. We couldn't afford a mixer. Fuck off.
Well, you didn't just use a dual gang wafer potentiometer.
Mate, I've done gigs where I've taken 3 quarter-inch jacks and wired them into one jack. You know,
And
so
turn
I can
the
try-
volume up,
so I can get
yeah.
as much stuff into one effects processor as possible, because there was no mixer available.
Yeah.
Because even the Boss mixer was like, it was a little line mixer that they did, which was 6 channels. And it was 6 mono channels and then a stereo out. that was nearly 300 quid.
Yeah, my first cheap mixer, I think, was a Pro Sound one. I think from sometime in the 80s. I remember I had to save up for that. You know, these things weren't cheap.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it's, you know, because I had the first mixer I ever had was an mixer. And if you weren't careful, you could actually electrocute yourself off the front panel. It was a right old piece of shit I bought out of a second-hand shop. It was. It used to give you a belt if you weren't careful. And because you're striving to try and make your sound like you hear on the records.
Yeah.
You know. But you know, when I saw my first SSL desk. I'm going, no wonder I fucking don't sound like them. I got this thing that looks like it's made out of Hoover parts that would kill you rather than look at you, compared to this SSL desk, 832 or whatever it was, fucking the size of a room. I'm going, yeah, that's why I still sound shit at my gigs.
Peter at Vemia posted up this WEM Audio Master mixer that's currently going on the auction site for just under £1,000. And apparently, I didn't know this. Apparently, bands like Pink Floyd and The Who basically used one of those, a 5-channel mono mixer, but they used that to mix their gigs. Like, it's 5 channels, it's mono, it sits on top of a table. It's just crazy.
Yeah, but you see, that's the other side of the coin, isn't it? It's like my very favourite version. I think it's the best Human League track ever that they've ever done, was that original demo of Bean Boil.
Bean Boils, yeah.
Which was rough, ready.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was barely stereo. And it's still the best one. So there's the two sides to the same coin, isn't it? There's try to be as lush as possible, or just try and make it sound as horrible as possible, but just sound good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it helps if you're a good musician. If you're a good musician
Everything
playing on
helps
crappy
if
kit,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
still going to
absolutely.
sound good.
Yeah. Because we did I remember we did a gig at I think it was a private function. I think it was a wedding reception. I don't know how the hell we got that. And we were doing our reggae numbers as per, which were all the guitarist's own songs, but they all started in A and they all sounded pretty much exactly the same, but the words seemed to be slightly different. We did pick him up on it, but he wasn't having any of it. But he owned the band, so nobody could argue with him. And they did the 10-minute break thing, where everybody go up for a drink. And I didn't fancy having a drink, so I just sat where I was. I thought, do you know what? I'll play something. And I played Claire de Lune.
Oh, yeah.
Using the organ and the the Polysix, and occasionally a bit of I knocked up a quick fluty sound on the Prodigy. Was it good? Not particularly, no. But I whacked this thing out, and
I bet the crowd loved it.
they fucking loved it. It actually got a better reaction than the reggae tracks did, to be fair. But because it wasn't reggae in the true sense of the word. You know, because there's reggae, there's Aswad, and then there's Bob Marley.
Yeah.
And Never the Twain Shall Meet, and this was very much the Aswad end of it.
Pop reggae.
Yeah, because a friend of mine, Tony, he was a bass player in his own reggae band. He was a brilliant bass player, and but he was actually a black person, and that has credibility in a reggae band. This was 4 white blokes. The lead singer was a hairdresser, for fuck's sake, right? And we're trying to do reggae, and this reggae is really just not credible reggae. I'm sorry, it's just not credible reggae. And whereas his band, and even he would say, okay, I said, have you heard this Aswad track? And he said, Aswad, man, no, fuck that. Oh, that's not. He said, no, it's not reggae. I was like, okay, right. So, because he'd come to one of our gigs one day, and he goes, I go, what do you think then? He goes, you're my friend, I'm not saying a word. Yes, nothing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, that actually speaks volumes, mate, to be honest with you. But hey, it was getting me out of the house.
That's it.
So I wanted to do electro. I wanted to go to full bollocks, because the thing is, I'm in a reggae band, but I've got a Phil Oakey haircut.
I'm surprised you didn't go down the ska two-tone route. instead.
I briefly dabbled in it. But my real passion was enduring blockheads doing their stuff.
Yeah.
Fucking yeah. But it's finding a bass player
Yeah.
worthy of being able to do, rhythm stick and stuff like that, and any of those tracks. The bass player, he was just fucking
the blockheads rhythm section was just
they
one
were
of the best.
untouchable. They really
Yeah.
were.
Well, the blockheads generally. I mean,
yes.
Ian Dury was a fantastic poet.
Yeah.
He had a great canvas to paint on, though, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing. But then later on in the 80s, suddenly I was a huge whatchamacallit, fucking hell, what's the matter with my brain? Trevor Horn fan.
Oh, yes.
That was it. Everything had to be like Trevor Horn-ish.
That's not easy.
Yeah, and you need a Fairlight, and I had a Prodigy. Sort of like, but I had
needed
a
more
fucking
than
good
one
go.
Fairlight.
I tell you what, I had a fucking good go. I tell you, you could almost get some Fairlighty kinds of sounds if you really, really sat and programmed that Poly 6 really, really hard for a long
But
time.
how much input did Trevor Horn actually have? I mean, because he didn't do the programming on the Fairlights, did he? He had
No.
a guy programming for him.
JJ, yeah.
Yeah, but
But he was the creative.
Trevor's like a director.
yeah, he made the shit happen. He made the magic happen.
He's got a fantastic ear. He knows exactly how things should be laid out in a mix. He knows what works, what doesn't. And he's got, obviously he started on his own, but very quickly he built up a team around him of people like JJ programming the Fairlight, like Anne doing all the orchestration, like Gary Langan, the engineer. All of these people could do what Trevor wanted. And so Trevor was the sum of all, the parts of his team. And I'm not doubting for a second that if you took all of that stuff away and put Trevor Horn behind the desk and he would come up with something that would be a million times better than anybody else.
It's
Well,
the
he
same as
certainly
saying
made
that
Frankie Goes to Hollywood listenable too, because they were awful before he got on board.
It didn't have to take some work to take it from their sort of
Right.
demos to what it was. I mean, the revisions of that song. I've got the Blockheads did a version.
Yeah.
He got the Blockheads in to do some of that, and then JJ did his Fairlight bits, and there was lots of other different versions of that thing until they eventually hit on something. And it wasn't Trevor that hit on it. It was JJ and Andy Richards and Steve Lipson that came up with look. And then they said, "Here, Trevor, listen to this." He said, "That's it. That's where we're going with this."
Yeah. Well, I was at college with Pete Gill's sister.
Mm-hmm.
So we got to see Frankie before they were really even Frankie. And they were interesting.
Rough diamonds.
Yes, very.
But the thing is, I know Nash, Brian, and he's a great guitarist. He's a great musician. And Mark O'Toole could play those bass lines really fast. And Ped wasn't a bad drummer. It's just like, the sum total that they needed polishing. That's really what it was. The songs were there. If you listen to the early Frankie stuff, the songs are all there. It's just they needed guidance.
Polishing. Yes.
Yeah, that's all it was.
they needed the horn.
Yeah, but if you listen to some of the tracks that are on Pleasure Dome, like especially the tracks on sides 3 and 4, and then you listen to the pre-Trevor Horn versions, that there's not a vast amount of difference. It's just they have just that you can hear that they've gone through a professional studio rather than a smaller place.
Yeah.
But they're not hugely different. But certainly the big songs, the Relax, the Two Tribes, the Welcome to the Pleasure Dome. I mean, Welcome to the Pleasure Dome itself is just an exquisite recording. It's up there with Slave to the Rhythm as one of the greatest pop productions ever. But it's when you listen to some, I mean, I've got a whole bunch of versions of Relax that were that were like pre-production, pre-single release, and you hear this little element there. Oh yeah, I recognise that, but the rest of it is just like it's all gone, and they just eventually got it all together into this monster that even today sounds just. Yeah.
And the Art of Noise stuff was just absolutely.
I
think it's unparalleled.
Yeah,
and Anne Dudley is just brilliant. Absolutely
and again,
fantastic.
it was that's Trevor's team.
Yeah,
well, I mean, and Trevor was in there as well because he produced it all. But this is what you get when you take Trevor Horn's orchestrator and Trevor Horn's tech guy and Trevor Horn's engineer, and then you just let them go and do some stuff. I mean, there was a clip released just the other day of Anne Dudley talking about Moments in Love, and like JJ came up with that that 4-note riff.
Yeah.
And then she said, she said, do that again and like that. And so she came up with some chords, and she said, I repeated that like 8 times, but on the 9th time I changed one of the root notes, and it just gave it this thing. And she said, oh my God, yeah. And there's her skill in orchestration. And then you probably, I can't remember how much he talked about it on our show, but certainly when I've interviewed him since, JJ talks about Gary with such huge reverence, because what he was doing, he was
the engineer.
Yeah, and he was also, he was doing stuff with effects and mixers. He was basically, his instrument was the mixer and and the effects rack. That was his instrument, and how he would make things sound different every time. But there was a DNA there that he's incredibly clever. And then, of course, you then bring Trevor in to kind of finish off the production, and Paul Morley to do all the sleeve notes and bamboozle everyone with all the different versions and the mixes and stuff. And I mean, and their compilation box set, if you can find it, it's called "And What Have You Done With My Body, God?" It's like a 4 CD box set, and there's like 56 tracks on it, I think, and they're all early Art of Noise.
Yeah.
So the experimentations and demos, and you hear the gestation of some of these tracks, and it's fascinating. I mean, it's a masterclass in what somebody was doing with a Fairlight at the very outset. It's just incredible.
Well, even when Art of Noise did covers, they did it in a very interesting and very enjoyable way. I mean, I can't remember the name of the track, but it used to be the end credits to Robinson Crusoe.
Yeah, Robinson Crusoe.
Yeah,
that was the name of the track.
Was it that the name? That's because I think it was actually called something else actually in the series.
Right.
Because you had the opening track, which was hugely French sounding, very classical French sounding, and then that track on the end. But the way they did it,
I never warmed to that kind of like the Kiss and the Peter Gunn and Dragnet. I think they did as well. They almost became a parody of themselves.
Well, that I think was the point. But I mean, if you listen to the Grace Jones album, some of that is parody going on in it. When you listen to it, well, but it's such a glorious sounding record.
Yeah.
And before that, I couldn't have given a flying fuck if Grace Jones fell out of a tree on me. But then that happened.
Yeah.
And it was like, yeah, fucking hell. Just to get those big sounds, it's like, oh.
But Anne Dudley's album, I think called, Plays the Art of... I think it's Anne Dudley Plays the Art of Noise.
Yeah.
That is a beautiful album as well.
It is, yeah.
The acoustic reimagining is phenomenal.
Well, I saw her, they did something at the Royal Festival Hall some years ago, and it was basically orchestral interpretations by Anne Dudley of Art of Noise stuff. And it's very clever. But it just proves that, at the heart of all of that Art of Noise stuff, even though it was lots of weird experimentation, they were very good.
It was musical.
There was
Very
very good
musical.
music. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Another one I liked was, well, I say liked, I always intrigued by Malcolm McLaren.
Oh, don't get me started on Malcolm McLaren. Duck Rock is the greatest album. It's just, oh my word! And again, who was making Duck Rock? I mean, again, McLaren was like saying, "Do this, do that. Let's try this, let's try that." But the producer, Trevor Horn,
Yeah.
JJ Exarlic, Gary Langan, Ann Dudley, they're all there. And this is, this. It's amazing that how they came up with a lot of this stuff, and then what happened.
Well, he introduced Nana Cherry to the world, didn't he?
Yeah, and you've got. I mean, JJ speaks very fondly of Malcolm, and how he learnt a lot from just obviously Malcolm wasn't a musical guy by any stretch of the imagination, but how he taught JJ to approach music and approach technology, and always ask, well, why can't I do that? Let's do it.
Yeah.
Forget it. Let's give it a try. Yeah, it's Duck Rock is just. I'm speaking to somebody at Universal, and I'm begging him to persuade someone to do like a deluxe edition of that with all the remixes, and it's just going to be it would be amazing. Talking of which,
I'd rather have them put out as separate, broken down tracks. Put all the stems out.
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely.
That would be fantastic.
But I mean, you got Duck Rock, you got all the 12 inches with all the different mixes. Then a couple of years later, they released Swamp Thing, which was like all the outtakes.
Yeah.
So there's that, and then of course he made an entire video album for Duck Rock. So every single track they made a video for, and they released it on VHS and I think Beta and Laserdisc, and that's long lost. I don't know I've got a version of it that's kind of been assembled from bits that have been pulled from other places, so the quality's not great, but deluxe box set of Duck Rock would just be, But talking of deluxe box sets, that should be Grace Jones, Slave to the Rhythm, that should be, and I kind of know what exists. Basically, somebody said it's done. It's just sitting on the shelf somewhere waiting for all the licensing. Wow. Because it was one of those odd releases. Because she was on Ireland, but it was done through the ZTT process, but it kind of came out and it's like Duck Rock again. One of the reasons Duck Rock hasn't received any sort of major revisiting, and this is again allegedly
samples approved.
Well, there's that. There was a whole bunch of stuff at the time about how Malcolm hadn't paid a lot of the South African performers. He'd given them 20 quid or something, and then of course he had massive success with the album, so there was that. But also, apparently, and this is I don't know how true this is, that was released on the Charisma label, and Charisma eventually got swallowed up by Virgin, and then somebody else through acquisition, as these things often do. But apparently McLaren and Branson had a massive falling out, and one of the things that apparently Branson said was that I am never going to put any of Malcolm's material out ever. End of. Which is probably why you kind of can't you? Which is a real shame, because after Duck Rock he did the whole I can't remember the name of the bloody album now, but the Carmen stuff and Madame Butterfly, and and then there was another one after that he did with Bootsy Collins. It's remarkable, some of the stuff that he's done. It looks, love the guy. Excuse me. Oh dear. You show off with your hydrosynth.
No, this is actually playing my sample. I put together a little sample system.
Oh, right.
And converted it into Contact. And basically what I did was I took, made a load of different pads on various keyboards. Mm-hmm. And then every now and again I'll find a pad and go, that's a particularly nice pad. and I'd sample the shite out of it and put it into a folder on the computer. And this is a selection of various pads, and then what you can do is when you lay them on top of each other and change all the volumes and blah 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 blah, you know, to make a super pad, so, as I was naively calling them. And yeah, just it's a rich backing, you know, fills the big areas.
So can you have a sample and then use the aftertouch to crossfade into another sample? So can you map the aftertouch into a fader?
Yeah, you could, yeah. But I nearly always do any sort of crossfade stuff with an expression pedal because I'm old school. And it's always got to be done with me foot. So.
You were.
It's like somebody asked me, hit me up on Messenger today and said, is it possible to have a keyboard split on the Hydra and save it as a single patch? I'm thinking probably you can, yes, on the Deluxe. I don't know about on the full.
So saving it as a setup, basically.
Yeah,
than a
yeah,
patch.
saving it as a complete setup. I think you probably could. You'd ask me if I can find out if you can.
You can do it on a Kurzweil.
Yeah, we can do everything on a Kurzweil. Come on. Yeah, fast, mate.
Apart from aftertouch. Probably aftertouch, anyway.
Do you know what? I'll be honest with you. My Kurzweil would be in here now, and it would be permanently wired up and ready to rock and roll all the time, if it wasn't for the SCSI drive in it that sounds like it was from a 1941 Hoover.
Order yourself a SCSI to SD, and I'll send you the link on Messenger.
Well, then.
And when I come down, I'll fit it for you.
To be honest with you, I need a lot more PRAM in this thing. What I should do, because it's a K2000, for Christ's sake, I really need to, you know, it's vintage.
There's a nice chap in Poland who will sell it to you, save you pissing around.
I am toying with the idea of getting, if 27 comes out as a rack, I might.
I don't think it will. I mean, it would be great if they did, but I just can't see it.
Yeah,
I think they'll come out with a 61 key version, and I think that will be it.
Even a 61, I got nowhere to put the booger. That's the thing. I've literally run out of space. So it's become...
Just get a 2500 rack then.
Well, I couldn't I? I mean,
yeah.
Coming from a... I definitely want the data that's on that SCSI, though. The stuff I've accumulated on that SCSI.
Well, if you get a SCSI to SD adapter, if you get the version with the DB25 on the back, you can set it to a different ID and copy the stuff over onto SD card, so you won't lose anything. And you don't have to mess around then doing sysx dumps or anything like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I do need to go down that road, but see, because I'm in this situation now where if I do buy something else, something has to come out, and I can never decide what it is that's got to come out. But I want all of it.
But if you got a 2500 rack, you could then connect it to the Hydra.
Yeah.
And then you've got your ribbon controller on the Hydra that you can use. The 2500 will accept poly aftertouch. Yeah, I mean, Native's saying, how about trying to get a 2600 rack? They are like hen's teeth. I think the people who own the 2600 racks will never ever sell them.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, if push came to shove, I probably would end up just updating the K2000 to as far as you could possibly push it. Because I've had the thing forever. Although you have to turn it on with your little finger because the button.
Yeah, same here.
Bugger thing.
Actually,
you have to go. Ow! That hurt.
Print out 2 power buttons, one for you and one for me.
Yeah, yeah. Got the tools. Get on it, Kent. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, come on. Fucking hell, what are you waiting for?
So there was.
I'll tell you what you can do, mate. buttons for the sliders on the Emaxes. They're like I'll show you what they're like.
Show me what they're like.
They're
Alright.
basically, you know, like Parma violets. They're round and they've got a dent
Yeah.
in the middle. They're like
Yeah.
those, but they're just a little bit bigger and obviously a little bit thicker.
Yeah.
And there's a guy that prints them up in Italy, I think, and he charges. It was my only option.
I know the puppies you're talking about. Yeah.
They're just little round things, and they've got little slot on the underside. There's just a little slot. They sit on top of a flat
Yeah.
fader. And because they don't, they just literally sit on there. They often fall off. I mean, I bought a pair. I only needed one.
Yeah.
So I got a spare, but those and hinges for Fairlight panel doors. Yeah.
Are they piano hinges?
No, they're just little plastic pieces of
little
crap.
nylon ones.
Yeah, and they snap like anything. They're just very small and just very weak.
If you can get the parts down to me, I'll get me micrometers on it, and
I've got
we'll knock up a model.
I've got about half a dozen of the Fairlight hinges, but those were printed by a guy in France, and we had to pay for those.
Because the trick to do with those Emax slider caps is a little bit of Evo stick on them to put them on, because at least that way you can take them off.
Oh, the
if you need
rubber
to drop
cement.
the board.
Yeah.
The amount of people I found that are bloody.
Super.
Oh yeah, I used Gorilla Glue on it. Oh, you stupid! I'm going to have to cut that off so we can drop the panel. It's like, no.
With loose sliders, I found the easiest way of getting them to stay in place is just fold up paper
Yeah, Rizzler papers are ideal for that.
Yeah.
and just
You keep
keep
folding
adding
it
a
until
layer.
it's tight. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. No, it's like one day I'll get a SH101 come in that doesn't have a bent slider on the end. So keep getting bloody caught, those things.
Or DX7s with broken end keys.
Yeah. Mind you, Quadras with all their keys intact is a rarity as well.
You know, Craig Aspin, Sweet Discreet, who's been doing these replacement membranes.
Yeah.
He's now got the kit coming out. So he started with the DX7. Good man. But he's going to move on to others. So it's basically the silk screening stuff. So if you want to do a complete cosmetic refurb on a DX7, you can take the case and you can take it down to the bare metal, repaint it, and then put all of the labeling on, all that stuff at the top with the algorithm maps and everything.
Yeah.
And he's even replicated the boilerplate, the serial number thing on for the back as well. So you can do according to him, you can do literally a 1-to-1 restoration now. And all you got to do is add paint.
Yeah, because that DX7 that's here, there is a couple of scratch marks along the top.
I guess
where it's had something resting on the top of it.
They put a TX7 on there or something. It's like my DX5 has got a few little scratches, and some of them have gone through the screen printing. And
yeah, because they're easy enough to spray up. It's
if I had the money, I'd have that restored. I think is the guy in Poland that does a lot of those kind of paint jobs and stuff. Because obviously Jeff doesn't do it anymore, which is a real shame.
Yeah.
He doesn't do the t-shirts either. It's a pain because mine are getting to a point where they're starting to get a few little holes or little loose threads.
Well, doesn't Ben know someone in the graphic design business and the
he
t-shirt
does.
printing business?
He does. Mine and Kent's t-shirts were supposed to be here for last week. He keeps saying, I forgot to post them. So we've got our Process Network shirts coming very soon, but I believe I might be able to give you an exclusive here. Where was it? Got some prices. So this is printed onto. Here we go. So t-shirts will be 15 plus postage. and hoodies will be 30, and they go from S to double XL.
Too small.
Well, yeah, but he managed. I said, look, yeah, double XL is not going to be good enough for me, I'm afraid. So he's done me a 4XL, I think, because I like them baggy. Hides all the rolls. But yeah, they're literally ready to start being made and go. So 15 for a shirt, 30 for a hoodie, plus your postage and packing, and all profits go to PSM, which obviously
Excellent.
Matey Boy gets his, gets covered.
Hello.
But, yeah,
You heard it, did you?
you're making me feel hungry now.
Yeah, well, this has been open for a long time. It's gone slightly stale, but they love it when it's stale. There you go.
Chewier.
Something- Yeah, they love it. There you go. And you, little one. There you
Yeah,
go,
don't forget
little
him.
one. Good lad. And your stupid brother comes.
Yeah, I do wonder whether this sort of, micro marketing is the way to make money these days instead of going for the big stuff.
Yeah, quite possibly, actually. Yeah.
And it's so easy now to print up T-shirts or mugs or just these little things.
Also the 3D printing stuff. I mean, it's advanced so far these days.
Yeah.
And if you can get metallized finishes, or just
Well,
glue on
there's
metal top caps.
Well, one of the things they've done now is one of the resins that they do this aluminium powder that you put into the resin.
Yeah.
So when the print is drawn out, it looks like it's solid aluminium, but it's cold to the touch because of it and all this sort of thing, and it just really lends to it. So, but we still have to get that extractor, that extractor printer.
That's like getting hold of things like Belgian plugs. It's
Yeah. Well, I was
in
quite
the
surprised at how much it's advanced, because when I was looking at the Carbon 1 printer, it was, Jesus, it was 28. I think it was 28,000.
God's truth.
I was going, Jesus Christ! I really have to come up with a really good idea to warrant buying one of them. And now I'm looking at this one. It's got the same build size, and its nice little cabinet on its casters and everything like that, and it's 2K.
Wow.
And it has a 6K resolution, for feck's sake. And it's like, the Carbon 1 was only 4.
Yeah.
But of course, when I was looking at the Carbon 1, it was like, oh my God, that's incredible.
So you'll basically be able to print anything.
Yeah, because there's certain things that the extrusion printers can do that the extraction printers that can do that the extrusion printers
Can't do.
Yeah. Plus, it doesn't have to have so much of the support work.
Yeah, all the
as
framework
well.
that you got to file off and
yeah,
all this
because
sort of stuff.
sometimes with the standard 3D printers, you have to put on so much bloody support.
Yeah.
And of course, the print time goes through the fucking roof, printing out stuff that you're going to cut off immediately as soon as
And
it's
bin,
finished.
because you can't recycle, you can't reuse it, can you?
No, that's it.
You can always
So-
use a hot glue gun and see if you can re-extrude it.
Yeah, but there was somebody. There's a type of 3D material now that you can use where it's literally sugar, and you
Well,
can
the other
make
stuff is
little
just
models.
PLA. It's
Yeah,
just
you make
PLA,
little
isn't it?
models and you can eat them. So
Takes
you know,
candy
like
floss to a different level.
Dave-
sugar mice. Remember the
Yeah.
sugar mice used to be able to get seasides
Yeah.
and stuff like that, which is as sickly as hell. That even the most sweet-toothed kid, it would take him a week to eat the bastard because it was like, but it wasn't going to stop him. But you can print out these little beautiful little models, but you can give them to people and they can eat them.
Day by day, we're getting closer to weird science, and that's only a good thing.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah. Fancy a couple of Kelly LeBrocs coming out of the cupboard.
Yeah, I
One
saw a
won't do me.
picture. I saw a picture of her posted on Facebook today, actually.
Really?
Yeah, she was. That was a stunning picture.
Yes.
I mean, me and Fiona were playing the movie quiz today. You know, we just say a random line and you have to guess the film.
Oh, God.
And it was getting more and more random. Really, some of them were really random. So the trouble is, I tend to do when I do the line, I deliver it exactly like it's done in the film. So she's always guessing mine. When she does them, she does it sort of like straight faced. And I go, no, I have no idea. No.
I can never remember song lyrics unless I hear the song, or film quotes unless I'm watching the film.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. Yeah. No, I got this thing. I got this thing about lines of films and stuff like that stick in my head. It's
I used to work in a video store. I used to run a couple of Choices video branches. Oh my God, the amount of, especially the one that was in the heart of student land in Norwich. So you get all the film students in, and they all just come in, and all they do is
pretentious git.
Yeah, they're all quoting films to each other, and oh Jesus, give it a rest. We know you enjoy your films. We know you've watched them 100 times, and we don't need to know. You have to converse in just film quotes, but at the same time, it was it was an education.
Yeah.
So.
Was that in the VHS days?
It was in the VHS days. I was actually there when we introduced DVD. That was a rather exciting time, I have to say. And like every games console, because that was at the time when each games console was there was, because we started off. I think when I started there, we'd got PlayStation 1 and Saturn, although Saturn had pretty much died an awful death, much to my disappointment, because I was a massive Saturn fan. But PlayStation 1 out that one, and so mainly it's PlayStation N64.
Because they used to rent the Mega Drive cartridges as well.
Oh yeah, I think we actually was still renting all the way back to Master System and NES. We still had a supply of those games back in the 90s.
Such a hideous way of doing things.
I know, but it was the way.
Because you invest in the game, you go, "Oh, we've got to give this back tomorrow."
Yeah. I mean, honestly, the amount of people that would rent the games and copy them back, especially when the PlayStation and all those CD based, people were working out ways of copying discs, and we knew they were doing. There was nothing we could do to stop them from doing it. Same with videos, and we knew the ones that were copying the videos.
Yeah, but they were still renting them off you. So.
Oh yeah, exactly. But yeah, we, that time of sort of like going from VHS to DVD and trying to convince people that DVD was, superior in quality and size, and we started. I think when we first started renting DVDs, we didn't rent for a while. We just sold, because there wasn't enough content at the beginning, and we were just selling. So one of our most popular ones was, I've got it downstairs. I can't remember what it's called. It was made using footage from NASA. So it was like you had the launch of a shuttle in 5.1.
Yeah.
I had that. It was fantastic.
Yeah, and then there was another chapter that was shots from the ISS.
Yeah.
Just going around, and you could just put it on with lots of kind of airy-fairy music in the background, and I can't remember what it was called. I got it downstairs, but yeah, that was like one of the most popular ones to start with. And then when we did start renting, we actually gave them a mailer, so it was like a cardboard CD sleeve, and you could rent it and then stick the disc in and put it in the post, because the post was negligible on one of those, and invariably they wouldn't break. And then eventually that stopped, and so, but everything pretty much, we moved to DVD. But when I left, we were still 60-40 in favour of VHS.
Wow.
But I left at early 2000, mid 2000, I think May 2000 I left.
Well, I was lucky. I was in Hong Kong when DVD came out. Mm-hmm. And I got a Panasonic, I think it was DV505, and DVDs hadn't been released in the UK, but I bought this thing, got it home, and they'd hacked it so it could be multi-region from day one. So
Yeah.
when I was in Hong Kong, I bought a lot of pirated DVDs and video. It would also play video discs, and obviously video disc had been quite big out in the Asian markets. So I got a load of films, and I came back, and no one I knew had seen a DVD player. I mean, you know, it was I was the top of the mountain for once.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it was not only trying to convince people about DVDs. Oh, why do I want to get this? Well, you know, better picture quality. Look at the quality of the freeze frame. It's almost like a photograph.
It doesn't wear out.
Yeah, it doesn't wear out.
Yeah,
it's smaller. It's lighter. Yeah.
You can select a chapter, so you can, you know.
And 5.1 surround sound. Well, I haven't got a surround
Yeah,
sound.
but it's hardly surprising
one.
that people didn't were reluctant to change over, because I funny enough, I was telling me nephew about this a few months back, about how I said I could remember a time where I think my girlfriend at the time, she wanted to buy Top Gun on video, rather than rent it. She wanted to buy it, and she went out to buy it, and it cost her 70 quid.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Now you think about a nice Ferguson video recorder with stereo out, even had all that on it, would be about 850, 900 quid.
Yeah. Well, we
For
still
a
had
nice
radio
one.
rentals, didn't we?
Yeah. And you're paying sometimes up to £100 for a film, and so DVD comes out, and they go, "Yeah, I've invested enough money in this, mate. I'll stick with this for now."
Yeah.
Until they're literally forced to do it because VHS is being phased out.
Yeah.
But the problem was that over the years, everything dropped in price, and price got the product got devalued to the point where you could buy Top Gun for $3.99 on VHS towards the end of the 90s, because it was just everywhere. But rental tapes still cost £60-70 a cassette, because they still used the higher grade quality tape and everything that would last a lot longer. We used to sell bucket loads of X-rentals.
X-rental ones.
Yeah, because they would still look really, really good, because they would last a lot longer.
Well, we were regular visitors to the Spa up the top of the road.
Yeah. Well, that would have been us that supplied those, because we did all of those.
Not so much because of the selection of films, but because they rented the portable video player.
Yeah. That was the thing, yeah.
Yeah, because you couldn't have put, video recorder. It's like, what?
And then trying to convince people to use widescreen TVs. I mean, I invested in a widescreen TV in the mid-90s after having seen, because they started to release films on VHS in widescreen format. In other words, in the 4:3 frame, you had the 235. You had whatever it was, and then black bars at the top and the bottom. But if you played that on a widescreen telly, the telly would have an auto expander. Most of the time, the early ones, it was manual expansion. It would fill the screen with just that bit, so you got the full cinematic experience. And I remember walking past our local TV, and domestic appliances place, and in the front door as you walked in, they had a Nokia widescreen TV, and this was back in when the TV screens were still curved, and there was a widescreen, and they'd got Star Wars running on it. And I walked past, and I sort of looked, and my brain said, "Oh, look, a widescreen TV." Carried on walking. Then my brain said, "Rob, did you see what was on that? It was fucking Star Wars." And I went back, and I think it was the shot where they're in the Millennium Falcon cockpit, and you see edge to edge. You see Chewbacca, Princess Leia, Luke, Ben, and Han Solo all in the same frame, as it was at the cinema. I was like, oh my god, that's how it was, because up until that point we'd only ever seen it on
halves
and 4:3 or pan and scan, and I got to have me one of those. So I walked into the shop and I said, "How much is this?" And it was like a stupid couple of £1,000. I was like, "Oh, great." So it took a few years for the price to come down, but eventually they rented me. What did they rent me? What was my first one? It might have been a Nokia, and then I think I got a JVC, and then went to Hitachi. But I had widescreen TVs, cathode ray tube widescreen TVs from very early on, and anyone that came round, I would put on something and they would go, "Oh my god, it's just like being at the cinema." Especially because I got Dolby Pro Logic as well.
Yeah. I had a Toshiba 36-inch
nice
widescreen flat front one.
Yeah, because they eventually got flats.
Built-in 5.1, and it must have weighed about 150 kilos.
Oh,
it was like lugging a dead body.
Our cat used to love. We had a 32, and it went back about as far as well.
Yeah.
And the cat loved it. It was lovely and warm, and he could rest on it.
Oh yeah.
So
big old things.
Lucky that poor old cat, although he lived to a grand old age, he never saw the thin flat screen.
He'd been
ones
disappointed.
He would have been. I can't sit on that. You can just fuck off.
But the prices of these things have come down so much.
Oh.
I walked into Costco and there was a 65-inch TV for 650 quid.
I know. Yeah. Well, I
4K.
I bought
LG.
I bought an LG 4K 55-inch screen probably about 5 years ago, and even then that was sub 1,000.
Yeah.
And I've still got it to this day, and it's a really good set. It's not obviously banging like some of the like the Panasonics and the Sonys and some of the other top screens, but it's good enough. And say it does 4K, so does look really, really nice. But yeah, stupidly cheap. I went the place where I picked up COVID. My mate, he's got a 65-inch, and it's got me thinking. Actually, that wouldn't look too out of place in my front room, because we've got.
They have an 80 or an 85-inch as well. But that was 1,700, I think, or 1,800.
Yeah. But even then, when you think about that, when you compare the price of that to what was a 32-inch cathode ray tube, with the convex screen, those were £2,500.
Yeah.
And now for less money than that, I know comparatively in inflation and all that, but for less money, you're getting an 80-odd inch thing. And
well, I remember when the plasma flat panels first came out, and the place where I worked obviously needed them. They were 22 grand a piece.
Yeah.
And they came complete with their own flight case, and it was.
Well, I think when I was at Powerhouse, I'm pretty sure that we had pretty much all the different types. So we had plasma, we had rear projectors, we had CRTs, and the plasma, I am sure, was at least 2 or 3 grand for a Hitachi 32-inch plasma that was about this thick, and you had to put a sign on there, "Do not touch," because it would get really fucking hot. But then people say, "Oh, I've heard that they need regassing," and well, yeah, but not it's not like a massive thing. But I remember when I got my first LCD, it was still a good 1.5 inches or thick or something.
Yeah.
But nowadays, the one I've got downstairs is not much thicker than my bloody iPhone. It's ridiculously, Yeah,
these flat panel monitors I've got, they're literally
a wafer thin.
now wafer. Just one more wafer. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I've longed to build my own sort of proper dedicated home cinema. I've just never been in a position to do so, but one day.
Well, I had a Barco projector, which had 3 7-inch CRT screens in it. Yeah, that were liquid cooled. That was quite.
I actually saw September the 11th attacks on a 40-inch Sony rear projector CRT in Powerhouse as it happened. I remember because the picture was really quite good of this really horrible event. But my God, those things, you moved them and then you'd have to calibrate them, and then you'd have a refit in the shop, and you'd have to move them again and recalibrate them again, and probably replace a bulb because they would break as much as look at them.
Probably not a selling point for a TV, is it?
No, I mean,
you can watch atrocities in high definition.
In high definition, yes. Yeah, those are the days.
Well, the
Those are
Barco
the
would
days.
do a 32-foot screen quite happily.
Yeah.
And to think that we used to get really, really excited when we used to get the UMIG colour projector out and watch Bugs Bunny on it. I
The overhead.
Well, do you remember the Umatic tape machine?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
We did something. We did. Oh, it's terrible. We thought it'd be better because we had two Bugs Bunny cartoons in Super 8. It cost a fucking fortune. And what we decided to do was, because it was such a faff, what we'd do is we'd put both these films onto one reel. So we spliced them together, not realising that what happens is the first Bugs Bunny cartoon runs very slowly. And the second one is just about the right speed because it's on the right size. There's enough film on the spool. But the first one was all slow. I was like, oh.
Do you remember you could buy versions of Hollywood films on Super 8?
Super 8. Yeah.
But they were like edited
Shortened
versions.
considerably.
15-minute versions of Star Wars or something.
We got
like
the
that.
15 minutes. We bought the 15-minute version of Star Wars, and it was 130 odd quid.
Crazy, isn't it?
And it was 15
People
minutes.
would play that.
And they cut it. It was edited. I respect to the editors. They edited it in such a way that it seemed to be a story.
Yeah.
It was
Not
just
the
a
same
very-
story, but it was
Yeah.
still
When
a
you go
story.
to the pictures to watch it and you go, what?
Yeah.
What?
But I remember my dad filming us as kids with a Super 8 camera,
Yeah.
sending the film off, and then we'd get
Yes.
home from holidays, and a month later he'd
Yeah.
dig out the old projector and set the screen up. And
My old man was like, but he'd only do it because it was more about the fact that he could get one because he could afford one rather than having a deep interest in making
Yeah.
oh
home
yes,
movies.
yeah, exactly the same. Yeah,
And
It's almost a
bought,
status symbol. Yeah.
he bought this Bell and Howell set. So it was a projector and the Super 8 camera and all the gubbins to go with it, and the big screen and everything. And I think we shot 3 or 4 sort of like home movies of me and my sister running around Mousehold Heath or something, and or Dad would do. He'd stand. There's this place in Norwich called Mousehold Heath, which kind of sits as like one of the higher points in the city, and you can actually look out across, the vista of the city with the 2 cathedrals and the castle. And it's all very pretty and that. And he would just stand there and go like this.
Yeah.
I mean, we lived
the
like
slow pan.
yeah, we lived about 10 miles away from this. We could come and see this every weekend with our own bloody eyes, but no, you had to film it. And
Yeah, because they talk about all the mindless shit there is on YouTube and stuff like that.
yeah, they didn't watch
Go
our
look
home
at
movies.
some 70s,
Home movies,
8 mil of people very, very slowly panning across flower beds.
I am still impressed, however, that you could shoot your own 8mm, or if you were really well off, you could do 16mm.
Yeah,
And you could take it to your local photography place,
yeah,
and they would develop it.
yeah.
Now, I used to do photography, and I used to develop my own films, and it was hard enough doing a 36 exposure colour Ilford
Jesus.
film.
Tell me about it.
You know,
I didn't have a darkroom. I had to have those bags.
oh, Jesus.
So the little tubs. You have your processing
Yeah.
tub with the spiral coil thing. You put, and then you'd have to do that all blind in
Yeah.
this bag. Wind the film onto the spiral, put it into the tank, put the lid on the tank, take the tank out, pour your chemicals in, and then I used to love doing that
But
stuff.
you tell kids today and they wouldn't believe you.
Exactly.
So try imagine doing that with a 16mm film or
Well,
even
yeah,
an
exactly,
8mm
yeah,
film.
yeah.
I mean, it's phenomenal.
Do you know what? We've
Yeah.
still got all that UMIG and those
Yeah.
Bugs Bunny cartoons. Still got them upstairs in the attic.
Jeez.
Wow.
I'd love to know I don't know if Dad ever got those transferred onto his own movie onto, because then he got in. I mean, we were one of the first people in our village to have a video recorder. We had the Philips.
Electricity.
Well, yeah, quite. We had the Philips N1501 or something, which was that square box tape that was like two drums on top of each other, so it went from top to bottom.
Yeah.
And the only reason he got that is because a lot of his customers, because we were near to Yarmouth, we're in the oil industry, and so the oil industry actually got on board with video recorders very early on, because they knew they could record all of the favourite TV shows on shore, and then stick them on the next helicopter to go out to the rigs, and the workers could watch the latest football or whatever it was. And so he was talking to one of his customers who was talking about this, and Dad said, "Well, yeah, I'd like one of those." "Oh, well, we've got some spare. Yeah, well, do you a deal." So we got one of those, and the transport buttons were, this kind of massive. Everything was mechanical. You had a tuner on it and everything. It was great. And then he got another one of his customers owned a TV and video store, and they just got in the new Ferguson Video Star, whatever it was.
Oh, with the wired remote.
But he had the portable camera system, so the camera was like this. It was huge, but that was just the camera.
Yeah.
The video recorder was like a full-size video recorder with a strap,
and the battery pack separate.
And I remember Dad again. This was his thing. It was like, I'm the sort of the well-off businessman. He would walk up and down the estate, filming things with this video camera for no apparent reason other than to say, look at me,
what
kids.
I've got.
Look, I have this bloody great thing. Then we progressed to sort of better VHSs. I remember when we upgraded from the wired remote to the infrared remote. Wow. And the receiver was a black box that you stuck on the side of the thing, and it literally had 4 functions, like play, stop, rewind, fast forward. That was it.
Well, I remember being impressed by ultrasonic remote controls.
I know, yeah. If you clapped your hands in a certain way, you could change channels as well.
Yeah.
The one thing that the Cinefilm did give me was the ability to then experiment with stop motion.
Mm-hmm.
I've never had the patience for that.
Oh, plasticine models or whatever. Doing all these, making these little, 5-minute films.
Yeah.
In stop motion with the little clicker. 8 frames, move. 8 frames, move. 8 frames.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Well, that's how, is it Aardman started?
That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, it was
Wallace and Gromit was done stop motion.
Yeah, it was really.
Well, they still do it, don't they? I mean, it's all a lot of the art and stuff is still.
I might have pursued that, if it wasn't for CGI. That's the whole camera thing. But
yeah,
no.
But I still think that old style animation has something to it that CGI doesn't have. I mean, you can do fantastic things these days. I mean, you can do it at home, but that look at the quality of the original Disney cartoons, and then to things like
I tell you what,
Vision On and Morph and such like, and then Aardman Productions.
Sign up to I think it's on Facebook. Look for a page called Dust. Yeah. And you will see these 5-minute films that have been done where they're using CG, and I'm not kidding you. It's incredible, absolutely incredible what people can do at home with next to no money. You can do some real Hollywood grade stuff, and anything. It's fantastic, some of the stuff they can do. But then it's fantastic what we can do anyway when you think about it. I mean, I think it was a couple of weeks ago when I was trawling through some of the old drives. I got a drawer full of hard drives, SD, SDD drives and stuff like that, all sorts of bits and pieces. There was this one drive, and I picked it up. I thought, what the hell is this? There's nothing written on it. And I whacked it into the USB reader thing, called it up on the computer, and had a look. And it's a concept album that I did. And I'd completely forgotten about it. I've gone, oh yeah, I remember now. I'm honestly thinking about pulling it back up and finish it off. But what it was because I love doing film scores, but it's very difficult to do a film score for a film that's already a film that has a film score. So the idea was take a book that isn't a film, and then write a film score for the book.
But
And that's what
Charles Chicky Reeves did a fantastic score for 2001.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
I don't think he released it commercially, but I've got a copy of it.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's the sort of thing that you can't really release commercially, isn't it?
Yeah.
Without going down the whole rabbit hole of licenses and stuff like that.
Yeah.
If you want to see something that's been done recently, fairly recently, with stop motion, but with a modern twist, I don't think my link has shown up in the chat. I don't know if you can see that or approve it or anything, or if maybe I'll just stick it in private.
It hasn't come up.
Let me stick it in the private chat, and then you can copy and paste it.
Yeah.
So this was made, 10 years. 10 years ago this was, by, I think there's one or two people. It's called Addresses Approximate. And it's basically nearly 3 minute stop motion movie that uses, at its core, Google Maps. Or Google Street View, should I say, more specifically. And it is the most amazing little stop motion anime. It's all stop motion, and you probably think, oh, this is easy done within the computer, but it's not. It's just, watch it. It's 3 minutes of a life that you'll really enjoy.
That's why you need to check out Love, Death and Robots on
Oh yes,
Netflix.
Yeah, but that's a great little. I can't remember who told me about that, but it's just
I think it was
beautiful
me
use of modern
last week.
thing.
Yeah. No, the last one in the second series was it's very interesting. Yeah, but that's the CG one. But like I said, I was watching it for a good 45 seconds before I went, oh, it's not real film.
Yeah,
it was so realistic, it was ridiculous.
Yeah, crazy, isn't it? Well, I've just seen the time, and I do need to be up.
I've got to get up, let the workmen have access to power and Christ knows what else. Bright and early tomorrow, they're doing the front driveway.
Yeah, you don't want to hold those
Block
guys up.
paving, no less. Ooh, look at us, we are throwing money around. Thing is, it's mostly Fiona's inheritance she's been spending, bless her.
Well, make sure they put the bass down properly.
Yeah, these guys really, really know what they're doing. They really do, thank God. They've done a fantastic job out the back.
Yeah.
So, it looks it.
Oh, Fiona got her mum's bowls out, because they used to be Crown Green bowlers, both of them.
Bowls.
Right, bowls.
Bowls.
Salad bowls.
No, not salad bowls, but bowls.
Bowls.
And she goes, yeah, I wonder if it's flat enough. And she, yeah. So we're going to have a game
So
of
that's your
bowls.
summer sorted.
Yeah. So when the rugby's not on, she can go and play bowls out in the back garden. Yeah. Admittedly, Nellie thought that the idea was to pick up the bowl and bring it back. And she did, bless her, she did try. She did try.
Oh,
so, but yeah. But they actually do, when we were looking at AstroTurf, you can have a bit of your AstroTurf cut out and this really, really flat AstroTurf put in, and it's a little putting green.
Oh, right.
So you can have your own putting green out on your lawn.
Yeah, why not?
I thought, bloody hell, really?
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. Anyway, right, yes, it is.
Yes.
All right, guys.
So
I think that was a successful test.
catch
Well,
you
it appears to be working, doesn't it?
tomorrow at some point, I guess.
Yeah, well, it's Sonic on there.
Yes, Sonic tomorrow, isn't it? Some twat Thursday, and ProSense Network on Friday.
Which I won't. Well, currently.
Oh yeah, you're not going to be on, are you?
Maybe.
No.
Maybe not.
Yeah, it all depends if technically I can now leave the house. But my wife still has COVID, and we've both got tickets to go and see Joe Lycett, so we might not be able to make it. But
He
We'll
gets
see.
around. He was at the Oscars last weekend, wasn't
He
he?
was, yeah. He's getting around. Bless him.
Yeah.
Do like him.
Yeah, no, he's good.
So we'll see. But whether I go on my own or whether I take somebody else with me or whether the wife, it all depends. But yeah, Ben and Kent will be there, and
Well, Ben will be running it.
yes,
I'll-
which
I'll
reminds
just-
me we need to have a practice run.
Yeah, he needs to have a practice run. Know where the buttons are.
He knows what to do. He did it when I went off air that time, didn't he? So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I
Like-
just realised, I remembered that not the following week, but the week after, I won't be around because it's record store day. So I'll be in a queue
Oh, it'll be
outside the
phoning.
record shop.
So you
Yeah.
can do a live stream then.
Do another little live stream then, yeah.
So you're outside some random record shop somewhere in the country.
Yes.
Well,
Waiting
make
for
sure
it to
you have your
finish.
Pro Synth Network T-shirt on.
If it arrives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If Ben sends it, I'll wear it. So we shall
I've only
see.
just sent Andy his that audio interface for him.
Oh, that was what he's waiting for, is it? Yeah.
Yeah. And well, I put his base station 2 in it as well.
Oh, yes, yeah.
But we finally had a box that we could put them in. Ridiculous, isn't it?
Running
The
out of
amount
boxes. yeah.
boxes that I'd been throwing out the previous weeks.
Thing is, I save boxes, and then I get to a point and think, oh, I haven't used these in ages, I'm going to throw them out. And then the next day, oh, damn, I need a box. And then
Yeah.
they've all gone, along with all the bubble wrap and everything.
And we had so much cardboard to get rid of in the bins because we have a cardboard bin.
Yes, we have a
So,
recycling bin.
it's like a plastic bin. There was something that said, oh yes, you can put all sorts of plastic in it except this type of
Polystyrene.
plastic, this type of plastic,
Yeah.
and this type of plastic. Like for instance, you could, if you had like, you know when you get corned beef in a plastic packet,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
you can throw the black
Base.
bottom bit in, but
Yeah,
not the
but not
clear
the
top
lid.
part.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the other way round where I am. You can't put the black plastic in.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but it depends where you live.
Again, yeah, it's
As
a
well.
local authority thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
So
a local authority thing. They make it up as a.
we're not allowed to put shredded paper into our recycling. Do you know you
Cars.
shred your bills and
Sake.
stuff? Because it fouls up the machines. Somehow.
What, the shredders?
But no, the shredded paper fouls up.
Fouls up
whatever
the
it is.
shredders.
Yes,
yeah.
quite. I
The
don't get it either.
The
but-
giant industrial shredders. Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
And
Wow.
we wonder what our council tax actually pays for. Yes.
Well,
Well.
at least they come and take it away. That's yeah. There you
Yeah.
go.
Well.
Right.
Anyway, yes. So
Speak to you.
I'll
Yeah.
see you all soon.
Yeah.
Indeed. You'll
Take care, everyone.
Cheers. Good night,
See
Ken.
you later.
Good night,
See you
Tony.
later,
Good
buddies.
night.
Bye.
Night, night, everybody.
Night.
Still picked the wrong mouse. There we go.